high-profile deaths.
Yeah.
Pete Rose passed away.
Yes.
Talked about that in the news as well. Dikembe Mutombo also died. Bit of a 1-2 punch because, I mean, they both played for Philadelphia teams.
Absolutely, yeah.
And both were absolutely incredible in their field. So there's going to be tributes throughout the day for both of them. So I just wanted to make sure I did make mention of that, but we covered quite a bit of it. We have a clip from...
It's Joel Embiid.
Joel Embiid.
Yeah.
Let's roll that. This is talking about Dikembe Mutombo. Here we go.
It's a sad day, especially for us Africans and really the whole world because, you know, other than what is accomplished on the basketball court, I think he was even better off the court.
He was one of 3 players to win the NBA's Defensive Player of the Year 4 times. So just huge in many different ways, in stature and in performance. And then, I mean, Pete Rose, his legend is just absolutely massive. So it's sad to pass along those 2 passings. I have some other lighter things.
Yes, please.
And tangentially tied to sports. Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce, hey, they're still going strong.
Oh, yeah. I know it!
Despite her absence from his last 2 NFL games. So
It did have me worried.
Sources say the couple is doing well, even though Taylor missed games in Atlanta and Los Angeles after attending Travis's first 2 games in Kansas City. Fans worried about a potential rift, but it's reportedly not the case. With Taylor preparing for her upcoming tour in Florida, rehearsals may be behind her absence. Regardless, the Chiefs remain undefeated for zip. Travis's next game is on October 7th in Kansas City, leaving fans wondering if Taylor will be there to cheer him on. This is going to be at every game.
By the way,
that we'll have this little controversy.
Onslaught of his exposure with the show Grotesquerie, I think it is.
Yes.
And then there's 2 or 3 commercials for different products that are airing where he is the spokesperson. Yeah. It's like, okay, and this is just the beginning.
Yeah, precisely. Britney Spears is back on Instagram, sharing a wild story of almost setting herself on fire months ago. In the video posted yesterday, she is using a self-proclaimed British accent.
Oh, my God.
And I have not heard this yet, Kathy, while recounting how she usually has her security handle the fireplace due to past incidents.
Who's in the house with her now?
But took matters into her own hands 6 months ago.
She's
fire again, there's another fire!
She's done this accent before.
Has she?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's either Dancing with Knives or a British accent. And I think we're in a British accent week.
She's posted 3 videos in the last 24 hours. I don't know which one of them is with the accent or not, but they all look bizarre, Kathy, and they're the up angle looking down on her, and she's doing strange dances.
Yeah, it's the same thing over and over and over again. And
she claimed the fire singed her eyelashes, eyebrows, and even her hair, resulting in her current mismatched baby bangs. Despite the pain, Britney says she slapped ice on her face, took Tylenol, and went to sleep.
It's almost like living with a toddler, right? Right? Like, what are they into now?
Yeah, we got to make sure that we put all those things in the outlets.
Yep.
You know, so she's just stick her finger or
Casey, it's
fork
going to
in
be those
there.
classic shots where she's in the kitchen with a whole bunch of flour, a bag of flour opened up, and
even her social media posting is the same too. Like there's the same video 3 times. Like it was posted twice, one after the other. Like she made a mistake, and then she did a few more posts, and then she posted that same video a 3rd time.
So
these outfits too. I'm sorry. I feel so bad for her because I really did. I like her, and I do feel bad for her. But I'm just looking at these outfits. Like this is like. What is she wearing? Well, these aren't. Like, she has money. What are you putting on?
I'll tell you the one thing.
Outfits. She looks like they're from Joyce Leslie. You guys that's probably a reference you don't know, but
I can't believe you just said that. Joyce Leslie, Kathy.
Is that where Jackie? I think that might be where Jackie shops.
Does he wear that?
He might wear.
He shops at Deb.
Jackie?
I know that.
Jackie might shop at Joyce Leslie.
Listen, I still think that this is a person who is teetering right on the edge of mental illness.
Absolutely.
There are some people that fall in this kind of middle spot that they are not wholly in need of full-time, supervision and assistance, yet they are not quite have enough to be on their own. You know what I mean? There's this,
I absolutely know what you mean.
This thing
and
in
I
between.
And I think because of that, we were all like, you know what? she seems to be she's got herself together. She seems to be on a good path. This conservatorship, maybe that's overkill. And now I'm like, no. She needs to have someone who's there.
Well, because, I mean, you don't...
Stop playing with the fireplace.
But you often don't hear of the conservatorship for, an adult, someone like her, especially, somebody as famous as she is. So, it was like, oh my gosh, that's crazy. And now you're looking, you're like, well, maybe it was needed.
I mean, you just know that, I'd be almost worried in the same house going to sleep,
Yep.
And mental illness is definitely
I'm playing with fire.
And now she's playing with fire. It's unclear why she's sharing this now, but it isn't her first mishap with flames, recalling her home gym fire in 2020 as well.
I ate a rock.
Jesus. So, former The Bachelor star Colton Underwood and husband Jordan C. Brown are new parents. Underwood revealed the happy news on Instagram, captioning several pics of the newborn. And the caption said, "Our world is a million times better with you." I love you.
I love you.
Bishop Colton Brown Underwood, September 26, 2024. The couple, who have been married since May 2023, announced this past May that they were expecting their baby via surrogate.
I love you. I love you. I love you.
Modern Family has been off the air for over 4 years, but the cast is still raking in money from their time on the sitcom. And Sarah Hyland's former manager, Richard Konigsberg, says that he's owed a cut of that money and a cut of other projects that he helped his client land in the 15 years that he acted as her manager.
Richard.
Hyland fired Konigsberg in April, at which point she allegedly told him the Modern Family gravy train had come to a halt.
Ooh.
She also informed him that he would get a 10% cut for her Little Shop of Horrors gig, and that would be the end of what he would earn from her. Konigsberg maintains that he's owed a lot more, so he's lawyered up. No word from Sarah's camp in the lawsuit as well. A little footnote on that. So Sarah Hyland is performing in Little Shop of Horrors, so Caroline really wanted to go see this.
Right.
And so we bought tickets, and guess what? She's not on the show anymore.
Oh, man.
Right?
Yeah.
So we got to go.
I hear it's really good, though.
Yeah, we're gonna go anyway. We'll make a New York weekend out of it and go see the show.
Well, when you go, keep screaming, "Where's Sarah?"
I should, yes, just to make my point.
Do you guys want to go back to the Britney story? We do have her British accent.
Yes, absolutely. All right, here is the audio from that.
What has been happening?
Oh my God.
Good and bad. Actually, 6 months ago, something happened that was really, really dangerous. I was in my room.
Oh my God.
All right, besides the pseudo accent, yeah.
Something happened and I was playing with the fireplace.
Yeah, that sounds worse than Miley Cyrus.
It's really bad.
Wow. Okay.
And I turned the fire on, and all of a sudden, it blew up in my face.
Sounds like she's 70.
Blew up in my face.
And the times I did it before, I quit. So I'd always get my security to come in and light it for me. Because it's flammable. But this time,
Wow.
I just threw the whole thing in there, and it literally blew into my face, and it took all my eyelashes off, my eyebrows. And see this baby hair, these baby bangs from basically 6 months ago. It chiseled all my hair.
He farted in my face.
Wow.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
I feel bad.
I do too.
And I also, you remember how vociferous the team, and I was like, yeah, she needs to be
Free Britney.
Free Britney. Okay, that makes sense.
From London.
You know what's really bizarre is, so there's someone I know who suffers from mental illness
Yes.
on different levels.
It's terrible.
But she does this too with this accent.
Really?
Yes, and you'll be talking to her and
Hello, Kathy.
yeah. Well, like one time I said to her daughter, I was like, what? When did your mom get an accent? She was like, no, it's the we don't know. It just like she all of a sudden will one day decide to talk like that.
Calling to see if I could go on one of your activities.
It's bizarre.
It's hard to understand.
Yeah, it is.
You know, for us who are not in that frame of mind. So that's unfortunate. I have a couple of other things. Charlie D'Amelio will make her. Did I say that right? D'Amelio?
Yeah. It's
Who
all
is
right.
Charlie? Where's
She's that dancer.
Charlie?
TikTok dancer.
She'll make her Broadway debut in the musical & Juliet.
What?
In a dance-heavy role as Charmaine. Or Charmian, it says. S-A-C-H-A-R-M-I-A-N.
What?
All right. Anyway. She will perform from October 29th to January 19th. She's no stranger to dancing, of course. She's known for her TikTok fame and even won Dancing with the Stars in 2022. What? So the show, and Juliet, reimagined Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet. The fresh take on the show asks, what if Juliet actually survived?
Aha!
The show is scored with top pop hits like Since You've Been Gone by Kelly Clarkson and I Want It That Way by the Backstreet Boys. And Juliet opened in 2022, was nominated for 9 Tony Awards. So she said, to be able to make my Broadway debut, especially in the cast of And Juliet, is truly a dream come true.
So she sings.
Can't wait to share this experience with everyone. I guess so. I don't know. Or unless she's
just known her primarily for dancing.
Dancing, so I don't really know. But now she's a singer.
Yeah.
No, she was a dancer. Jinx, oh my God!
You knew it was coming. Ariana Grande has come to defend her relationship with Ethan Slater. The pop princess addressed the criticism they've faced since their romance became very public amid their divorces in a new cover story for Vanity Fair.
So he was married and then started divorce proceedings after he started dating Ariana Grande, correct?
Yeah, I believe that's the case. She said, the most disappointing part was to see so many people believe the worst version of our relationship. There couldn't be a less accurate depiction of a human being than the one that the tabloids spread about him. There is no one on earth with a better heart, she said. She also
didn't know that.
She also denied media claims that labeled her as an evil diva and said that these claims had hurt her mental health throughout her career. Grande,
and I feel terrible.
Look, she's got that thing going on, too.
What thing?
The British accent.
Oh.
And I feel terrible.
Grande and Slater got together last year. Both divorced their partners at the time, and they were set to appear in the upcoming movie Wicked.
See, on paper, this looks really bad because the wife was really caught broadsided. His wife.
Yeah.
Like, what?
Yeah.
And, I guess Ariana Grande, makes the moves on you and you buckle.
Maybe so.
Yeah.
Actor Daniel Kaluuya is kind of young for this kind of honor, but the British movie fans don't seem to think so. The actor will be honored with a statue in his home city of London, celebrating his breakout role in the 2017 hit film Get Out.
What? You sound like you're from London.
The Oscar-winning Kaluuya was chosen in a poll of 5,000 British film fans as the actor people would most like to see as part of the Scenes in the Square trail in Leicester Square. Scenes in the Square started 4 years ago and features statues from the world of television and cinema, including Harry Potter, Batman, Wonder Woman, Mary Poppins, and more. Kaluuya's statue will be unveiled this month. That's a huge honor.
It's
For
massive.
him. Yeah. John Wick is returning to theaters. To celebrate the movie's 10th anniversary, John Wick will hit theaters once again November 3rd and 6th. The movie about a legendary hitman who comes out of retirement originally came out on October 24th, 2024, and solidified Keanu Reeves as an action movie powerhouse once again. Since then, of course, the series has had 3 sequels and a TV series and has an upcoming spin-off movie set to star Ana de Armas, which you talked about just the other day. So if you want to go back and see it in the theater.
I'm a massive fan. Love all the movies. My one concern is, even with this Ana de Armas thing, which looks good, slow it down.
Pump the brakes a little bit.
Slow it down.
I mean, even look at Marvel, for instance, right? Like they were a juggernaut, and then they were like, boom, and they started pumping out all this stuff in the universe, and it just...
And by the way, there's a lot more latitude within the Marvel universe because you have all these different superheroes. The whole John Wick conceit is the violence and those set pieces. And the more you keep going to that well, the more you just get, immune to it.
Yep. So Amazon is set to launch a show pretty similar to Shark Tank. It's got its own spin on it. It'll see entrepreneurs try to convince business moguls to invest in their businesses. And the new Amazon show called Buy It Now will see people put their product in front of an audience of 100 people, as well as a panel of experts. And if they're successful, their products will be featured in a special store on Amazon.
See, I'm kind of intrigued by this.
Yeah.
Because so think of it as like instantaneous QVC.
Totally.
And QVC is pretty instantaneous because you can order right through the remote. You can order.
Yeah.
But I mean, the Amazon Prime mechanism is really perfect for
how
this.
long it will take products to be able to be available on something like this because you have to produce them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But they'll probably, film the show in advance and they'll be able to have the product out ready by the time.
I think so. Yeah.
The episodes are released.
You can have like an Amazon shop. Like I've been offered an Amazon shop for the jewelry.
Really?
Yeah, but it's like I feel like when and I didn't look too much into it. I should do more research on it. But I feel like when like you can tell those shops. You know what I mean? Like as opposed to it just being like a regular Amazon item and kind of being looped into everything. Not that that's a bad thing or anything.
Just a question with that. So like for example, if you have an Amazon shop, people can actually go to your Amazon shop page. However, your regular inventory will appear if someone does a search for like a necklace.
I think so.
What'll happen if you look up like under the name of the product, Kathy, like it would say the Kathy Romano collection.
Yeah.
So necklace, and then you'd see
you'd have
a link to the Kathy Romano shop within Amazon.
Right, within Amazon, and then there could be different products there.
Okay. So, you could enter into this show if you like the rotating.
Be on TV.
The rotating panel of experts will include
How long before you have a British accent and are dancing?
Will include Amazon executives as well as celebs like Gwyneth Paltrow, Anthony Anderson, Tabitha Brown, Tony Hawk, and Christian Siriano. The series is hosted by J.B. Smoove.
That's great.
The show will premiere on Amazon Prime on October 30th. So that could be kind of cool.
Yeah.
Check it out.
I mean, I love Shark Tank, so I'll probably like this.
Yeah. All right, I might like this because this is my jam. Competitive roller skating is coming to Max. Chip and Joanna Gaines are the creative forces behind Roller Jam, a limited series featuring Jordan Sparks as host that showcases some of the most talented roller skating crews in the country as they perform various routines inspired by different decades.
Yeah, as long as it's been since you watched your footage of you skating through the building here.
I forgot I did that.
Yeah.
The 6-episode series offers up $150,000 grand prize as well as a $10,000 donation to the winner's local skating rink. The judges panel features some big names, by the way, including two-time U.S. Olympian and national figure skating champion Johnny Weir, roller skating legend Terrell Ferguson, and a celebrity guest judge, including Michelle Williams, Maureen McCormick, Peppa, Marissa Jarrett Wincor, Debbie Gibson, and Joanna Gaines.
Debbie Gibson jumps on all of these.
I would love to learn how to roller skate like that. Like, I don't need to do like I don't need to do flips and twists and stuff like that, but just to look smooth like they do.
That smooth skate.
Oh, I love it, man.
So,
There's a song by a band called Jungle, right?
That would be your song?
And the video is just these guys in these Adidas tracksuits just roller skating. It's awesome.
It's called shuffle skating.
Shuffle skating? Oh.
I can
Were you kind of in place? You can do it?
I can shuffle a little bit, yeah. It's fun. It's essentially, it's kind of like a dance on skates. The closest I get to dancing is roller skating. And I'm okay at it. I'm pretty good at it. I have a lot of fun doing it.
Okay, so I don't know if you guys know this, but I was a pretty decent roller skater.
What?
Now I was more of the speed category, Steve. I would win all the races at the roller rink.
Really?
Yes. But however, years later, like I had Jace at a birthday party and I was like, yeah, I'm putting roller skates on. It's not like riding a bike.
No?
It's true.
I was like, oh my
Even
God,
now.
why can't I do this anymore?
Even now, Kath, like I'll skate a few times a year, and if I go out, I have to remember start slow.
Yeah.
Get used to it again because it's just kind of funky, and you got to take a few laps before you start trying anything.
I was really frustrated with myself, like that I couldn't get back out there.
If you spent a good hour out there, you know.
So somehow I've gotten caught up in a Xanadu loop, the movie Xanadu, which really was an answer to the skating boom at the time, and it was in that time period, and so they, in fact, it went through a couple of different changes. And there's a big roller skating number at the end, and I watch it a lot.
Yeah?
Gene Kelly's doing it, by the way, who's a phenomenal skater. And I thought to myself, I had an epiphany, and I've watched it like 50 times, that sequence. And like, I will never skate in my life. Life has been telling me, this is how you will die.
Yeah.
So don't do
Don't
this.
do it.
I
It's,
was.
it's one of those things that if you're, a little bit older, you should have done it by now.
do it.
Don't do it now.
On December 28th this past year, I was roller skating in Cape May at the convention hall there. They had a kind of like a pop-up skating thing. I was doing fine, a little bit sketchy. But on my last run, this 3-year-old girl came up and took me out.
Oh, no.
Kath, I didn't even see her coming. She came from behind.
How bad were how bad were you hurt?
Well, Steve, my wrist was effed for months, and months. And the thing is, I had to put, it was either hurt my wrist or squish this poor little girl. You know what I mean? So
and
I had
the
to
fall now as an adult is different than when you're 3.
And it was literally the last lap of the day. I'd been out there for an hour or so.
And you regret it. Why did I do this? We're watching footage of
going there.
Preston doing his. They were doing construction when all this was being built here.
I forgot about this.
Yeah.
I totally forgot about this.
You still have your own skates?
Oh, yeah, I have a couple pair. Yeah, absolutely.
I want my own skates.
All right.
Why?
Because
You're not going to do it anymore, right? Or are you going to do it?
No, I would
There,
do
I'm
it.
shuffling a little bit there. We're watching a video.
Steve, it just wasn't the same. I need to practice.
All right.
It was a pandemic activity for us, something to take up and pass the time when we were, trying to figure out what the hell to do with our lives. And it was another one of those instances where Andrea got really good at it really fast, and I was just falling as much as humanly possible. But Casey, when you were skating, and did you have any protective gear? Did you have helmet or wrist guards or anything?
Nah, just my skeleton.
Your bones?
Just my bones.
Dude, I went out. So we got not regular skates, rollerblades. And so I said, I'm going to do this. And we lived up in New York, and we had this pathway that was used by all the rollerbladers and the roller skaters, and it looked so tremendous. And so Preston and I had the helmet, the elbow guards, everything. I look like Iron Giant, for Christ's sake. And I mean, I'm like, the thing that really blew my mind is how much it hurts your ankles. And at least that was my experience. I probably didn't have them on right, or I was screwing up something, but I'm like, this is too painful to be fun.
We're not always looking to do activities after the show, but I think we should have a roller party. Don't you think so?
All right,
Okay.
you
We
guys
could
can
do
do
our
it.
next-
I'll be your DJ.
Yeah.
You could be the DJ. No, our next sorority mixer or something like that.
We got to wait till my knee gets better.
Oh,
No,
I've got a torn meniscus.
you did something insane. You went jogging.
I went jogging.
What kind of
What was I
lunatic
thinking?
runs without a reason?
But on this skating thing, I was thinking about skating the other day, and I've realized something in my life. I love anything that causes me to glide. I like roller skating, ice skating, snowboarding, skiing, all that stuff. Anything that is swimming.
Water.
What about on the
slides?
Yeah,
on a
anything
bicycle when
that,
you're gliding?
bike, anything that allows you to glide, I'm on board for.
I agree.
Yeah.
That's where you need a station hovercraft.
So this show will be coming out in the near future if you're interested in that.
I'm
So
going to look up skates now.
skating show. All right.
Yeah, me too.
We got to do clips. So we'll start with this one. Rebecca Minkoff is one of 2 newbies joining the cast of Real Housewives of New York, but she's not the only fashion-forward personality. Here, Rebecca talks about her interactions with former CEO of J. Crew and castmate Jenna Lyons.
I kept joking with her. I was like, we should do fake fighting over who's more stylish, and she was like, we're good. And I was like, but it'd be so funny if we did that. And so we just had a lot of fun together, and she's been so supportive. And obviously, Raquel and I were the newbies, so she really held my hand through a lot of stuff to just understand how it all works.
I don't even know who the hell you are.
Real Housewives of New York season 15 airs tonight on Bravo, I know. All right, next clip. Prep for his duet with Lady Gaga, Joaquin Phoenix studied iconic performers until he realized that Arthur Fleck is no Frank Sinatra. Here, the Joker star talks about his epiphanious moment. Here we go.
Frank Sinatra is not the reference for this. He's incapable of singing a song like that. And what I really want is a child. When a child sings a song and it's so meaningful to them, they're giving it their all, but there's a lot of notes that are not quite there, and the phrasing is off. That became the North Star for me.
I don't give a
And he's a halfway decent singer. And I Walk the Line?
Oh, yes.
He was great as Johnny Cash.
Now, one thing apparently Lady Gaga suggested while they were making this movie is that instead of pre-recording, They were seeing in the movie moment on the set being recorded that way.
Right.
Because as he's talking about, he doesn't want the over polished.
Yeah, he wants some imperfections in there for sure. Joker Folly You Do opens on Friday, by the way. All right, and there you go. That's the last entertainment story for this segment. We will take a break. We have a lot going on today. Todd Glass is stopping by. Todd Glass has a huge show that he is putting on in the area. He's performing at Next in Line Comedy. And this is, it's next level. It's with a band. It's with the audience interaction and lights and sing-alongs and all kinds of really cool stuff.
His look, or at least his goal, is to get this to like a real, like a Broadway show kind of thing, or like an off-Broadway. I think it's there.
I think
it looks really good.
So Todd is stopping by a little over an hour from now. We're also going to have Svengoolie on, the horror film host on Meet TV, and Mark Paul Gosselaar will be joining us too. On top of that, Good Money It, Tattoos Day, and when we return, we're going to find out maybe if you win Metallica tickets this morning. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve.
Split Rock, there's another lodge.
Yeah, it was right near the lodge.
Okay,
I was
so
about a minute walk from there.
I know this hill. Nick, this is the hill that you and I went down.
Yeah, that's where the fire truck
that
was.
we had to traverse.
That it exploded earlier.
Down.
Yeah, going 90 miles an hour.
It was scary going down the hill, not even going up the hill. That's okay. So I know exactly.
But you potentially have you have someone who's potentially drunk sitting at the wheel of your car trying to. But you're thankful for it.
I'm thankful
Drinking your
for
coffee.
her.
Yeah.
Yes, and
at least she offered to help.
I let her have the coffee, obviously, and but she was helping me. I didn't know what else to do. And
nice.
She gets my car down the hill.
You have any birth control?
And then we end up in a ditch on like the side because the sides of the hill are like divoted down.
Right. Yeah.
So we end up on the side of the hill. Someone pushes my car out, and I'm like, okay, I'm not driving anymore. I'm gonna end up in a ditch somewhere else alone. So she invites me back to her house.
Let me ask you this. Hang on real quick. Did it end up in the ditch with her behind the wheel?
It did.
Oh, my God. Okay. All right. Go ahead.
That's when I was like, all right, she needs to get up.
Here,
out
let me
from
help you.
behind
I'm
the
going to
wheel.
run you into a ditch.
Yep.
So I go back to her house with her, and
So you guys had to walk there. You had to walk to her house. You had to go through the thicket again.
How far?
Okay.
She just lived at the top of the hill, so we were
Okay.
able to walk. It was like, less than a minute walk.
Okay.
And we get into her house, and, things start getting weird. She starts telling me her boyfriend doesn't believe her, that she couldn't leave to come see him, so she makes me call him and tell him that I had been lost and I needed help, so that's why she can't go see him.
Oh,
and there's all these snow conditions.
How old is she? About?
She had to have been maybe late 40s,
Okay.
50s, something.
Yeah, an
not
adult
like a
grown
okay,
woman.
teenage
Yeah.
Grown woman.
Yeah,
My
like,
boyfriend. Do me a favor, sweetie.
so I'm like, all right, I'm thankful that she got me away from the hill, but I need to get away from her now. So I just leave my car at the base of the hill, and she walks me to Split Rock, and I just got a room at the lodge. But the lodge is about a mile away from where the restaurant and everything is, so I spent 30 hours with no food, no drink, nothing, and just alone in my room watching
Yeah, because
cops.
at the base, the story was, and we heard this on Monday, I guess, was, hey, somebody took Christy in. And,
Yeah, that was awesome.
nice-
She got stuck, and they took her, and she ended up having to stay at somebody's house. We're like, well, that was really nice. It was nice of somebody, a local, a local to help out, and and it ended up being this.
You see, I've known for some time why I was chosen to save you. You and I were meant to be together forever. Now our time in this world must end.
And that was Christy's moment.
Oh my God. Okay, I'm going to be the mom for a second, but you should have never went with her, and you should have called one of us.
Well, see, the thing is, the Verizon towers went down, so I had no service.
From the explosion of
the fire truck.
Yeah.
So the only time I could get service was when I got into the hotel and I could use their Wi-Fi. So I had already had a room at that point, and I was like, well, what am I going to say? I'm stuck, and you're going to say, me too.
Yeah. All right.
No,
well,
but instead of going to, I guess you couldn't get in touch with us, but still.
what was the woman's house like? Was she into taxidermy?
No, it was.
I'm working on this owl.
It was old on the inside. I didn't really want to take a look.
Smell like mothballs?
No.
I was also thinking of Pulp Fiction. Spider caught a couple flies.
So here's
Just
the
a
thing.
moment of opportunity.
I have someone who lives in a box in the basement. I'd love you to meet him.
When
name is the Gimp.
when Nick and I were going down this hill, there was a car that was trying to go up the hill.
That lady was out of her car.
And it was a like a light colored, maybe like silver Toyota something or other.
Did that lady yell at you?
No.
She yelled at me.
Did she really?
About
Why?
what?
Yeah, well, because she didn't want me to go any further because of the fire. I'm not exaggerating. Because of the fire truck that was on its side down that hill, and she was warning me, but she was doing it in a shocking, sort of half-hinged kind of a manner. And I was like, all right, I
You
got
think it was the same woman?
I'm wondering.
Okay.
Was she wearing a red sweatshirt?
I don't remember what she was wearing, but
I'm not talking about that.
Was she wearing a red sweatshirt that said Archie Bunker for president?
That was on Nick. That was on Lake Drive or whatever. The hill I'm talking about that you were stuck on, I believe, was Estate.
Yeah, that's what it was called, Estates Drive or whatever.
Wow. So how long? So when you got into the house, how long were you in the house?
Maybe like an hour.
An hour?
Oh, you were there that long?
Because I didn't know what
Want
to
to watch
do.
my stories with me?
What were you? Yeah. What were you guys talking about after you got off the phone with her boyfriend?
She kept asking me like really odd questions.
You'll never know the fear of losing someone like you if you're someone like me.
She really wanted to make me a meal. She wanted to take pictures with me.
Are you a good girl? Are you a good girl?
She just wanted to like document the moment that like she had saved someone.
This is sounding very similar to the Hawaii trip, Preston.
Somebody was texting in and asked if there were swords on the wall.
Yeah, it could have gone that way if she didn't leave.
I don't want to be forward, but I can see your dirty pillows.
Did you take?
You don't want boys touching your dirty pillows.
Did you take your jacket off and hats and gloves and stuff?
Yeah, because I was so like
well, you're lovely.
soaked from being outside, so I wanted to get on.
Do you wonder how I got the smile? I know you couldn't see it with my ski mask on. I have this permanent smile that I gave myself, you see.
And so you were there.
Could you call my boyfriend?
So you're there about an hour and a half.
Yeah.
Holy Jesus Christ. You must have thought at some point, I'm going to die. I'm going to get murdered by this person.
Me and Nick just drove right past you.
You didn't know that probably at the same. Yes. They were. What time did you guys leave?
After her.
Yeah.
How long after her?
I left around 12:30, 12:45.
Did you go up that hill?
No, I didn't go that way.
Right.
Yeah, I went all the way around and then ended up finding where Casey was.
They ended up coming the opposite way, so they were going down the hill. She was going up the hill.
I was trying to get back to the turnpike on the south side of Dead Boulder.
I felt pretty bad because on my way back to Jack Frost, after I tried to get on the Northeast Extension, I came back and I'm coming through the entrance, and there was a white, I don't know if it was like a Suburban or something like that, that was in a ditch so far so that it was laying on its side.
I saw that.
Did you see it?
Yeah, I saw it too.
I came upon it, Kathy, and Seattle, Kong Kong. No, I came upon it, Kathy. It must have been shortly after. The windshield wipers were still going. They had flashers on.
wow.
And I couldn't stop. I wanted to help, but I'm like, if I stop, I'll get stuck too, and it's just going to make the problem worse. So I just
See you later!
I know. Good luck! I felt so bad, but I thought that I would.
That's when the wood split. Oh, she's got it. Yeah.
I thought that it would compact the problem if I stopped, and then the next day when we checked out and left, it was still sitting there.
Yeah.
So I'm like, okay, I wouldn't have been able to done anything anyway.
That thing was fully on its side. What could you
Was
have
there
done?
anybody in it? Because when I passed it,
I don't know.
There were people helping someone out of it. So
Yeah.
there was like I guess Jack Frost security or somebody was assisting.
There had to have been somebody still. Wait, did you go back to the resort?
No.
No, this was on the way to the resort.
Oh, because there was
This
another
is across the highway.
There was another vehicle, a similar vehicle on its side, exactly as you're describing.
Okay, but the wipers
a
were still
lot.
on, the lights were, the flashes were on, so it was still running. So people were probably inside of it.
When you were going through the wallet, yeah.
I just. I had to make a decision.
Some money, credit cards.
Quickly, and I decided to keep going.
Nice.
Yeah.
New app, new iPhone.
Wow. Well, that's interesting. It's. I'm glad you got out of there, though, Christy.
Me too.
I could see you. Yeah.
It sounded pretty bizarre.
Are you a good girl?
Yeah.
Oh my God! Don't do that ever again.
Yeah.
Did you get her number at least?
I did, yeah. She wanted me to text her when I got home, but I didn't because I was afraid she
Should we
was
call
gonna.
her?
Hi, Christy. It's me from the mountain. You remember me?
Her name was Mary, by the way.
Mary's
Yeah.
the name.
I wonder if she remembers.
Yeah.
Well, she documented pictures and everything.
No, we did not take pictures. I refused.
Really? So what, was she looking for a selfie, or was she going to pose you?
Well, she wanted to take a selfie outside, but I had already taken my shoes off at that point. I was like, oh, it's too much to put my shoes back on. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. That's how you come.
Oh, that's the way it's going to be.
Well, all right. Well, cool. Are you good? Now, you said you're not used to driving in the snow. You know what's funny is the thing you said to me this morning. You go, I'm from New Jersey. I don't know how to drive in the snow. I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? It snows all the time here in the winter.
Well, I just meant
How old are you?
Up at 23.
Okay.
I just meant like up in mountain snow. I could drive in New Jersey snow.
New Jersey snow, not mountain snow. Okay. Because New Jersey snow has jug handles and mountain snow doesn't.
Exactly. Yeah, it's much easier.
All right, thank you, intern Christy, with her story of survival in the Poconos on Friday during a nor'easter.
You know her experience is psycho.
Yeah, exactly. In yet another case of medical negligence, in India, the severed leg of a victim was allegedly used at Maharani Medical College as a pillow to prop up the man.
What? This is amazing what's going on here. When you're traveling, you have your junk in a tuna can, and now human limbs are being used as pillows.
The victim claimed...
I sort of missed the iguana story.
That hospital staff used his amputated leg under his head as a pillow.
Does that feel better?
After the case came to light...
thank you.
The college principal assured strict action against those found guilty. She said he was given immediate medical aid. The doctor looked for something to raise his head.
First, I created my pillow. Now, my leg. A revolution in sleeping. You're going to love it.
For the best sleep in the whole wide world, visit myleg.com.
That was pretty damn good, guys.
Thank you.
You're going to love it. The leg contours to your head.
So the doctor looked for something to raise his head. Patients,
there was nothing around like a
shirt you could wad up or something.
A shirt?
Okay, so Preston had thrown out the stat in the last 4 seasons. Villanova's won more games than any other program in America with 129 wins. And you're... go ahead.
Only one camp out for Kahunga shootout.
There we go. That stat is missing from the page.
Still gnawing at me.
There's always next year, man. There's always next year.
I got to tell you, Preston, perhaps you can clarify this. There's another stat on this page we have here. Apparently, Coach, you're the most well-endowed head coach for 16 seasons standing.
No.
Am I reading that correctly?
No. He's been Villanova's William J. Finneran endowed head coach.
Oh, you skipped a few words.
I'm sorry. Very different. I misread that.
Yes.
I apologize.
I mean, he's everything. He's probably that too.
I guess those extra words make it different.
I need to do this early. As a young man who wants to hear this, because I went to a bar mitzvah over the weekend. And we had a great time, and it was for Mr. Ben Wexler, who is now a man. 13 years old. It was a great party, by the way. So thank you to Hillary and Josh Wexler who invited us to that. So here's a shout out to you, Ben.
According to tradition, they shard out.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yes, of course.
For the bar mitzvah?
Jewish tradition, shard outs.
Talking to a friend of ours who their daughter is about to go through her bat mitzvah, and she's just kind of like pulling her hair out because it's going to be so extravagant. And
dude, they do it up.
Yep. And so she was trying to reason with her, and she said, how about we just go on a vacation instead?
This is the mom trying to reason with the 13-year-old. The 13-year-old wants us
trying to bargain her down.
So she goes, okay, let's go to Hawaii. And she's like, okay. I mean, but the bat mitzvah is going to be on par, I mean, money-wise with
a trip
to Hawaii.
Trip.
Yeah.
Do you know I've never been to one?
Me neither. Me neither,
You've
Kath.
never-
No.
I've never, and so a friend of mine, her husband is Jewish, she is not, and their younger daughter, they are planning to have one for her, but the older daughter didn't get one, so the older one's like, wait, I want mine
got ripped
too.
off. Yeah. Well, we had, confirmmission was
Right.
So. But
that was our big deal, but it's not as big a deal.
No. And also, when you're the bar mitzvah and bat mitzvah, you're required to do a hell of a lot more than we were required to do for the
Yeah.
confirmation.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, that's what
a lot more.
I was talking to my friend about what, actually, because she thinks she's just getting a party. It's not. She actually has to do stuff.
You got to learn a lot of crap.
Yeah.
You do. You have to recite a lot of stuff, and you also, there are some things you have to kind of interpret on your own as well, as far as what this means to you.
We got to, now mind you, we didn't get the big blowout, but we didn't have to do all that work. So I'll take that.
Yeah, the big party is pretty cool. I've been to a few in my time. I haven't been in a temple in a long, long time. So it was because I haven't been to one where we went to the actual ceremony in ages. But it was cool. It was real casual, nice, good music, nice people. We had a really good time. So so congratulations to them. I did have a couple of things, and I don't know where to qualify this.
All right.
Should we go back? You know what? Last time we did the odds and ends, we went to the country store. We only stayed in for one store.
It's true. You felt that you did it. You did it dirty to the general store.
Yeah, I think we need to go back.
We're
in
doing
there.
that? Okay.
Yeah, is that okay? All right.
Time to visit the general store. As proprietor Preston Elliott on the porch waving you on in, tugging on his overalls. He's got a little reed in his mouth and his hat. Got a little smudge of dirt on his face.
All right, we're gonna go to
Drinking out of a jug.
the food aisle and pick up something here. I thought this was kind of interesting. Your next Pizza Hut delivery may come with a side order of employment. So last week, the chain launched its new Resumes, is how they're calling it. I guess it's RESZAMES campaign, which will see it print customers' resumes onto the pizza boxes and deliver them to employers.
Oh my God.
So, this actually, I forget who, was it Josh Gad who did it, or a celebrity talked recently about being a pizza delivery person. I think it was in Hollywood or whatever. And on the inside, Preston, of the pizza box, inside the flap, when you lifted it up, was their headshot and resume.
Great idea.
Yeah.
Somebody did that here. Somebody did that. They brought a pizza here. I can't remember. It was somebody in sales, and they put their resume. Maybe they might have done it in pepperoni for all I know. But
this might actually be a pretty decent conversation for anybody who has tried a unique resume
cut through the
approach.
Yeah.
So feel free to call us if you have one, 215-263-WMMR. When I was looking for jobs, when I was trying to land this job here, I was kind of getting my feelers out because we were going through some changes at the radio station I worked at. I sent out bottles of booze.
Did you?
I did.
Any reaction?
Yeah. There was a guy in, I think it was in Minneapolis, that got back to me, a program director, and he's like, "Hey, thanks for the bottle of Kettle One, man. That was really nice."
Oh, you're sending out Kettle One?
Yeah, I was
pretty good,
buying decent booze, and I was sending it out. Some I would send little airplane bottles to, because I wasn't going to send a full bottle. But I think that was like a follow-up to that guy. Like, he had reached out to me, and then I sent him another
There's
bottle.
a full bottle in the works for you. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
So you had it printed on the label?
No, I didn't print it on the label.
Okay.
I just sent it along with my resume, and we, as in our industry, you'd have to send out what's called an air check as well, which is literally on a cassette. You send them a cassette of what you do on the radio. So I was, I was sending booze to all kinds of people.
Do you remember how many places you sent it to?
Not a whole lot, like 5 or 6.
Okay,
it's expensive.
Because I was aiming for major markets.
Right.
I wasn't
so
just
the minor markets you sent Bankers Club, right?
Yeah, of course they got they got all that most definitely. But
did you get that Meister Brown
and whatnot. So, in a press release citing data from Career Minds saying that 75% of job applicant resumes are never looked at by a human, Pizza Hut's Chief Marketing Officer Melissa Freebe, F-R-I-E-B-E.
Yeah, it's kind of loose.
Said that the stunt is designed to help job seekers make a lasting impression. She said, "We know that finding a job can be daunting, especially during this key hiring season. So we wanted to lend a hand to our job seeker customers and help them break through the clutter." And she said, "Who could possibly ignore a resume when it's delivered as a delicious pizza?"
So how do you get them to put the resume on the box? What's that process?
It's not going to be a wide it's kind of they're going to select a few. Unfortunately, they're not going to have the ability to do it for everybody, which would be great. But then that might be overkill,
right?
And everybody would be sending these, and it wouldn't be enough. Pizza, here you go. So to do this, participate applicants will need to visit Resume's website, which is RESZAMES. Enter the zip code of the office of their dream employer to determine if they fall into eligibility delivery zones. Oh, in New York City.
Come on.
But maybe they can spread this out a little bit if it's successful. Pizza Hut will then review the submissions and select 25 winners whose resumes will be hand-delivered via custom Pizza Hut resume pizza box to their desired employers. But I mean, you could also take this idea yourself and run it. It may not be printed on the box, but you could work with a delivery service, Uber Eats or something like that.
How about a process server?
And have them put it on the actual pizza box and send it that way.
Yeah.
That could be pretty cool.
First pizza place I ever saw to use their box as an advertisement was years ago, 20-something years ago, in Avalon, New Jersey, Circle Pizza. He started having local businesses advertise on his pizza box, and so that went out to everybody that he delivered to or bought a pizza from him.
Kind of a smart move.
It is.
I mean, I think of something that you're going to take at least a glance at, when you lift up the pizza box or however it is. So I wonder how effective it is.
He had coupons on there, so people could cut out the coupons to the local businesses and
smart.
take the little cardboard piece with them.
If you want to be creative and you have the ability to do a little research on who you're sending your resume to, if you could find out who that person is and maybe what their age is, you could find out what pop culture might speak to them. If they say they were of the age when like Napoleon Dynamite was out, you could send them a little picture sticker of a bass and say, I sent you a delicious bass or something like that.
I used to have a raging heroin habit. I got an idea.
I sent you this 8-ball.
That was very generous.
But getting creative with, I don't know if that still exists that much these days.
To be honest, I'm not sure about the overall effectiveness of resumes in general.
Because it's all online.
Right. And so, it's rare. And as you said, look at the percentage that are completely not looked at by human eyes.
Yeah. One of our sales manager, a guy named Jim Mantes, he's received a few creative ones over the years. Casey mentioned one, but I think somebody sent him a coffee mug one time, with their resume printed on it. And so every now and then something creative will show up.
And then Nick, if you're trying to break away from the pack and show your ability to sell something, that shows that you're creative and could have a different approach to it.
I'm going to go to Mike on our phone line real quick. Mike, good morning, sir.
Hi, Mike.
Good morning. Sorry to bother you at work.
No, it's all right, man. So you had a unique opportunity to submit a resume?
Yeah, it was many years ago. I'm living in New Jersey, East Coast. I applied for a creative director job at a major winery in Napa. My background is in wine sales anyhow. But I put my resume in an empty bottle, designed the label and all the packaging in the box.
Wow.
And sent it to them, and it looked damn cool. I got nothing.
You got nothing. But listen, I bet you something like that, if it was a little bit more, if you did it a bit more, you'd probably get somebody at least to look at it and really give you a consideration. That's pretty inventive.
Well, I figured I had to do something cool because, being East Coast and applying for something very West Coast,
yeah, you
probably didn't help me.
It's an uphill battle. Would it work, do you think, Preston, to send a call girl who's remembered and can recite your resume?
Ooh, okay.
Before we do this, I'd like to tell you about Anthony Herberman. He's very good at graphic art.
She's unzipping his pants at that very moment.
He can work with Excel.
Yeah. That's a great idea, actually.
Canva, Photoshop.
So it looks like Pizza Hut's going to be doing this for just a small group of people, but it's a pretty unique idea. Maybe some other local restaurants.
I like it.
Something like that. All right, let's go. Let's see. Hey,
little kid.
All right, we're going to head to the travel section of the store.
It's a sprawling store, by the way.
So almost nobody would choose what is widely considered one of the worst seats on a plane. But the window seat at the back near the toilets, that's the one. But a travel expert offers some reasons why he recommends doing just that. Despite its reputation, seasoned traveler John Burfitt says...
My name is John Burfitt.
Says that the seat has perks, including the ability to recline without disturbing anyone, leaning against the wall for comfort. Sometimes it doesn't recline.
That's it. You're against the bulkhead.
Yeah. It says leaning against the wall for comfort and sometimes having fewer passengers nearby. You also get served refreshments sooner.
You also get to smell the poop.
I don't always believe that. Sometimes they head all the way down the aisle and then work their way back. So,
Hey, is there anything you can do if you have to go to the bathroom and the cart is in the way?
That's a good question.
Is it like you just have to wait, right?
Yeah.
Nick, I had I've had my run-in with that occasionally. There was the time coming back from, Frankfurt on the diarrhea run that I had. I was getting up, but once the cart came out, now if you can, if people are very accommodating, you can go through their aisle and cut across to the other side. That's a possibility.
If it's a large plane.
Right, yeah.
Okay.
But that's your only, I think, shot.
And Nick, it depends on the flight attendants because sometimes I've seen them like go all the way back to the back of the plane or the front of the plane to let you by.
Have to crap.
But it depends on if they're willing to do that or not.
Yeah.
And then once you go, you now have to wait until they're finished to get back to your seat.
Yeah. I think and most of the time when they're going in one direction, they're going to continue to go in that direction.
Would you like, if they could do it, would you like if there was a window in the bathroom on a plane?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, why not?
Would that be
awesome.
Would that be nice?
Yeah. I don't know why.
Why don't they do that?
That's a good question.
Are they worried that away from
you'll just spend too much time in
eyes
there?
or whatever? I don't know.
People might be looking in.
Yeah, like the gremlin.
Yeah.
You're taking a dump?
So it says you also get served refreshment sooner, though it may not be ideal if you need to make a quick exit for a connecting flight. Plus, if you have what's considered a bad seat and you're nice to the flight attendants, you might just end up getting an upgrade. So you may want to try that.
Have you ever had them exit to the back of the plane as well?
Yes.
Yeah. I don't know why they don't do that more.
When we were in Norway, we exited the plane that way, which is kind of interesting.
Sometimes you do it in at the airport in the Virgin Islands, Preston, on St. Thomas, because it's not, you don't go to a terminal. I mean, you go to the terminal, but you don't have like the tarmac thing come out to you. You get off on,
and then you walk to the building.
Yeah. So in order to get more people off the plane at once, they do both exits.
I don't mind the wait after we land. If I don't have a connecting flight or whatever it is, especially if I've checked bags, I'm like, okay, I'm just going to be standing around baggage claim anyway. So I'll just sit here for a little bit longer,
chill,
let people get off, and I'll just, at that point, I can check messages or do whatever you
clip your
Wi-Fi
toenails.
again, and clip your toenails, whatever you need to do, and let everybody kind of immediately stand up and start, standing in line and waiting in line. But I usually like to gravitate a little bit towards the back as well. I've told you guys I like to, Casey, I'm like you. I like to look out the window.
Yeah.
And so I like to have it unobstructed. I don't like the wings being in the way.
I know. So when I flew home from Detroit on Sunday, we were in row 8, and that was just before the wings. I was like, oh, this is great. But it was overcast.
That sucks. I'll tell you what I do. I used to be a window guy, but now I'm an aisle guy. But what I'll do is I will load my iPad with videos of window scenes.
And
then I'll just watch
so it's
it from
just
the
like you're really there.
I got both.
This is just like,
This is amazing.
This is a great idea.
This isn't even our flight.
All right, let's see. What else? We'll go to the automotive section.
Again,
of our little
huge store.
General store. New survey of 5,000 drivers. 100 from each state in the U.S. From Forbes Advisor uncovers the states with the worst driving habits and America's worst driving habits as well. So we are, believe it or not, in the top 10. We are not in the top 10.
All right.
So I'm going to go against the popular thinking, or what I think people would think, that in metropolitan areas or highly I'm going to think where people might be the worst drivers, or where they can be the most reckless, out in more rural areas.
Right. That makes a lot of sense.
Right?
Yeah.
Before I reveal to you that, Tennessee is the best state for driving habits, followed by Ohio and Pennsylvania.
Whoa!
I'm shocked.
I am too.
I don't know if it's just me getting to be an old man or whatever, but I think since 2020, drivers just gotten so much worse around here and so much more aggressive, and people just don't seem to give an F at all.
Yeah.
You know what I can't stand, and I just don't understand? Why do people, and I'm talking on highways, why do people drive 55 in the left lane and they just stay there and they just don't move?
It's a refrain. It is something that we've said for years and years, but I just think there are some people that, a handful of people out there, maybe more than a handful, don't know.
Yeah, if you listen,
you're supposed, like for example, and it is in New Jersey, you will see the signs. The left lane is for passing.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're going slower, you need to move over. If you're in the fast lane and you're slowing down traffic, isn't that a ticketable offense? If you're
going the speed limit, you're fine. But just as far as the flow of traffic. So listen, if you're listening right now
Bro.
and you're on a highway and you're in the left lane and you're only doing 55, get over to the right now. Everybody hates you.
They hate you.
Yeah.
Everybody.
The one that and I'll get back to this list here.
Yes.
The one that bothers me even more than that is because sometimes if you have an option to get around them, you can just, this is annoying. I'll go around. I'll go around the right and I'll do it and I'll get past them. But it's when they will ride with the same speed as a car or a truck. A lot of times it happens with a truck in the right hand lane, and they'll stay that way for miles.
Yeah. Blocking.
And
Blocking.
It's like you have two options here to help out the line of cars behind you. You either you go way outside of your comfort zone and speed up maybe 5 or 10 miles an hour.
All you have to do.
And then you get over and then slow back down to that speed that you're comfortable at.
Get over!
Stay right there. Nothing's over.
Nothing over. Move over.
And or you could tap the brake a little bit. Just tap, tap, tap.
Yeah.
You're better than that. And then scoot over to the right and get out of the way.
Or
why they think they're the pace car at the Indy 500. I don't
get that.
Yeah.
I think a lot of times, and this is what psychological, what I'm thinking in my mind is, I'm going to make sure they all follow the rules. And there's people that
are like that.
So you're driving too fast, and I'm going to make sure everyone is following the rules. But if you're more likely to cause accidents by having everyone bunched up. Listen.
So damn annoying.
Everyone hates you.
It is just the worst. All right. So, by the way, number one, the worst driving habits in America. And I remember seeing this before and was a little perplexed by it. But Hawaii. Yeah. Do you remember Hawaii has some of the worst traffic?
It does.
In the country.
Well, ain't got nowhere to go.
That's true. Followed by Oregon is second. Sorry.
Back
home to Oregon.
Where the driving's fun.
Jimmy, get out of the way.
Jimmy.
All right. So
No, I don't think I will.
Jimmy's very reticent to do that.
Then New Mexico, Wyoming, Alaska. Steve, these are more rural areas.
I think where you can be more cavalier.
You're absolutely correct about that. So Oregon, New Mexico, Wyoming, Alaska, North Dakota, and then Connecticut.
Sucks.
Yep. Vermont, Kansas, and West Virginia. Yeah, those are all more sparsely populated, open rural areas.
I had a feeling.
Yeah. So America's top 5 worst driving habits. These are the ones that...
The top 5 worst driving habits.
Yes. So I'll go from 5 to 1.
Number 5.
Texting while driving.
Horrible.
Number 4, speeding 10 to 19 miles per hour over the speed limit. That's kind of average.
What about shaving while driving?
Number 3, speeding up to catch a yellow light. Number 2, eating while driving. And this one is speeding, but less than 10 miles per hour over the speed limit.
Okay. Hey, so with the yellow lights, do you guys know? Because I know that there is a difference, but in different mile per hour zones, the yellow light will stay yellow longer.
Yes.
And I can't remember.
So if you're in Philly, you're in the city. Mm-hmm. It's like yellow, red.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like that.
Yeah.
And then I think if you're in let's say 45 or 35, then the yellow might be yellow for 5 seconds. And then if it's slower, it might be yellow for 3 seconds or something.
Do you rush the yellow often?
It depends on the situation.
Yeah.
You know, I
don't get crazy, but I'm gonna try to get it if I can get across the line.
It depends on whether the road is uphill or downhill too.
Oh, I didn't know that.
3 to 6 seconds based on factors, shorter being the lower speeds like 25 or an uphill climb. And then a little longer if it's downhill. Or
is it fairly satisfying to you when you are going through an orange light, as they say, questionable whether it was red or not, and the guy behind you full on runs? It's like, I'm good.
Yeah.
We're in this together.
Yeah.
Police officer, the gentleman behind me. It wasn't even a gray area.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. All right, what caller you want me to go to, Case?
George. I want to murder people for him.
All right, let me go to him. Hi, George. You're on the air. Good morning, bud.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good. What's up, dude?
Nothing. Listen, I also grew up in Wildwood, and between there and Philly, I was on a murder spree probably in my own brain for about 12 hours in the last 24. Driving home, I get a thing called trapped. You get a tractor trailer in the right or the left, on 55 and a hillbilly, and it's a wrap. You can't drive.
And
You can't drive. They kept me 45 miles an hour for the length of 55, it felt like.
Wow.
45 miles an hour.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. There's nowhere to go.
No.
You're locked. You're screwed.
Listen, I'm telling you, Casey, I'm right by your old high school. I'm right at the little bank up the street doing work, and driving here I would rather sit in the traffic on 476 right now than do that.
Yeah.
It is frustrating. It is frustrating. I think
crazy. Yes, absolutely. It make you want to pull your hair out. I drive all day, every day in southeastern Pennsylvania. I do elevator work, run around crazy. And Nick was absolutely right. Since 2020, people's heads are shoved up their butt.
So you're driving you do a lot of elevator stuff. You said you're driving all over the place.
I actually work right across the street from me. It's a 225, and I see you guys. You're building right there all the time.
A lot of ups and downs in that business.
Nice. There is, crazy. This area is the worst to drive in. Very frustrating. And at the end of the day, I can see why people want to hurt their spouse.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Well, you don't need to go to that level.
I think I'm
George.
going to go home and smack the missus.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, dude. I think.
That just took a turn.
I think.
I see why people kill people.
Let me see here. Hang on. Let me go to Derek. Hi, Derek. Good morning. Derek, you, sir, are on the air. Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Hey, what's up, bud?
So talking about the blue route and being in the left lane, I drive auto parts and whatnot, and there are a bunch of bad drivers on there.
Mm-hmm.
I agree you shouldn't do 55, but if I'm doing 60, you should back up.
No, I don't think so.
In the left lane?
Yeah.
No.
The left lane's to pass.
If you have room in the right lane, get over.
It's true, but
so you're one of those. So that's it. You feel that I am going fast enough,
right?
You just sit back there and
shut your mouth.
Shut your mouth.
It did take a while to convince him.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
if you don't get to 100 and go around,
He's like, you know what? You're right.
To 100.
Well, Derek, it says here on the call screener that you drive a speed monitored vehicle. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so then your job you're reported on if you're driving excessively fast.
That's excessive, like over 70, like doing 10 over the limit.
Okay.
What type of vehicle are you driving?
And I push. It's a Ford Transit.
Okay.
It's a truck.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Just get in the right lane if you're doing 60. That's all.
Because there are different rules for like tractor trailers, right? And if they're allowed to be in the left lane or not. Like if it's a 2-lane highway, they can. But if it's a 3-lane highway, they can't be in the left lane, right?
Yeah, I'm going for my CDL right now to switch jobs.
So you're driving without a license.
You need to stop.
No. All right. Thank you, by the way, Derek. No, so, by the way, we have heard, he's talking about on the Blue Route specifically, that a lot of people don't realize the speed limit is 55 on the Blue Route. It shouldn't be. It should be 65. It's a major highway, I think, anyway. But the troopers that we've talked to in the past, they'll let you do 75. That's kind of the accepted. You know, you push it and then they get a little more questionable. So that you do have some leeway there. You're always taking a risk at any point you go over the speed limit, depending on what's going on. But I from what I have heard, talking to troopers before, it's fairly accepted that at least 65 is no problem, even though it's 55 posted.
I think in general, too, the flow of the traffic. You know, I mean, I've been in the flow, and the flow's doing 74, 75 miles an hour.
Yep.
And I'm like, everyone's doing this. I don't know.
Now, also, when he was talking about people that are speeding, there's no need to be a real dick about it.
Yeah.
If we're all in this together, we're all going at the same flow.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Clearly, there's cars in front of me. I can't move.
Right.
They can't move. Get off my ass.
Right.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? You
sorry.
just need to do that. It's not going to push anybody any further. Now, if you are in an emergency situation, you're really in a hurry, then you got to do things like honk your horn and flash your lights and let somebody understand it.
And take that fake police light that you purchased on Amazon.
Put it on the roof.
Yeah.
And fire it up.
What pisses me off is when
I'm a pretend police officer.
when I'm going at the rate of traffic and in the left lane, I like to leave a little buffer between me and the car in front of me. That
You're supposed to.
That does not mean that I need to drive faster. I can drive faster. And so some people will go around me and just wedge themselves in between me and the car in front. I'm like, what are you doing that for?
I know.
Just sit back,
I'm surprised, though, to hear where we fall on this list.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought
I know, right? Yeah, the driving habits were third best according to this particular survey that was done.
And it's all the rural places that suck.
Yeah. So, and by the way, let me see here. I don't think it ran down the metrics as to what they.
I'm sure hygiene is in there.
Sure. No. 90% of people surveyed consider themselves to be good drivers, but 50% admit that their driving behavior has gotten worse since the pandemic. Nick,
there you go.
Maybe it. All right. Well, anyway, take it easy out there, folks.
Yeah.
Be cool. We're all in this together.
Yes.
Right. Kathy will guide you there. We'll get you where you need to be.
At 97 miles an hour.
Yeah. Well, yes. And currently, 3 accidents on 422 as we speak?
Yeah, I'll have to check if
Eastbound?
they're still there. Yeah.
Yay.
Your best bet is to speed around on the shoulder. Get around it.
All right, we got to close up shop. What? Yeah, we do because we've got money to give away.
We sure do.
With good money in. So we thank you for stopping by the store this morning. Hopefully you found something you could use. And we'll visit again sometime. We will take a break, come back in a second. Yes, we'll get that good money keyword. Oh, wait.
Yeah.
We were going to get our winner. For Metallica tickets. I totally forgot about that.
Okay. It happens, bro.
While Casey's taking care of that in the other room, I will remind you our good friend Todd Glass is going to be here in about a half hour or so. We're going to spend some time with Todd. He's in for this really big set of shows that he has at Next In Line Comedy on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. And it's live band, it's sing-alongs, it's light show. There's a little extra added things that he does.
There's kind of like an Andy Kaufman element to it too.
Exactly. So that is pretty cool. So we'll talk to Todd about that. Casey,
yes.
What is the sitch? And by the way, I need to pause that music.
I got you. I'll just start all over again.
Okay, so we are we going to call this person or no? If not, it's okay. Marissa says 2, so that means line 2, and I am going to go over to Stephanie. Hi there, Stephanie.
Hi, how are you?
Wonderful. Hi, it's Preston from the Preston and Steve Show on MMR.
Good morning.
Good morning to you. Would you like to go see Metallica?
I would love to go see Metallica.
Well, we got those tickets, baby!
Oh, my gosh.
We are going to give you a pair of tickets for both shows as MMR rocks Metallica.
Made my day.
Yeah.
My friggin' day.
Friday, May 23rd and Sunday, May 25th. Where are you from, Stephanie?
I'm right in Delco.
Yeah. You're right in Delco. Excellent. Who are you going to be taking to both of these shows?
Oh, my God. I'm not sure yet.
Well, they better start sucking up to you.
Damn right. Get something out of this because these are much sought after tickets.
Absolutely. Metallica's the best.
All right. Well, congratulations to you, Stephanie. We're going to give you those tickets, and you enjoy the show courtesy of WMMR, all right?
Nice. MMR rock.
All right. There we go. See? People win left and right here on the show. Let's keep that tradition going. We'll come back with good money hits and your chance to win $1,000. Bizarre File on the way as well. Stay there.
Preston and Steve.
Officially out of your mind.
It's William Federer endowed, not well.
Oh, I'm sorry, I misread that.
Endowed.
You know what? There's a number of prestigious programs that have endowed coaching positions, and I've never heard that.
You can teach typing, and that's fine. But you're I think you're going to default to whatever you're most comfortable with anyway. Like
the hunt and peck thing.
Yeah,
I was taught, and I still do it.
I know, but like Jim Antes, for instance, have you ever seen him type?
Is that a hunt and peck guy?
He is our general sales manager, and he uses his whole left hand and then his right index finger, and that's how he types.
All right,
and
I've
that's
seen
what
people
works for him.
that just use the 2 index fingers and fly.
Yeah.
It's hilarious to watch. Marissa?
All right, going back to cleaning out the keyboards, I actually find it very soothing, kind of like getting a nice piece of earwax out. Have you ever turned over your keyboard and dumped out all the dirt that's in it?
No.
Can we do it to your keyboard that's right here?
Yeah. Go. I don't think. That keyboard.
This?
Oh yeah. Oh my God. Tons. This is an old.
Oh my God.
Gross.
It's a Microsoft keyboard here.
It's going to be bad.
Really?
Ooh.
Okay.
Wow.
Oh, there's a fingernail fell out.
You little slimy bastard.
A fingernail fell out.
Disgusting.
Burn it.
Oh my God, Preston. That's a pubic hair.
Oh my God.
That's great.
I don't want to hit any of the keys here.
Marissa ran away from the microphone.
So, attorney Marty Singer has filed court papers demanding that FX provide him with all 10 episodes of Trust, a forthcoming series about J. Paul Getty III's 1973 kidnapping.
I'm back,
You're gonna
bitches.
I'm sorry?
I'm back, bitches.
Marty Singer.
Marty Singer's back and into his A. And the show Trust about the Getty family, is that the one you're talking about?
Yes.
They believe it's felonious, ridiculous, and absurd.
Okay.
And the family plans to vigorously fight the allegations and accusations made by this ridiculous series starring Donald Sutherland.
Donald Sutherland's in it?
Yes, Donald Sutherland plays John Paul Getty Sr.
Okay. Could you please bring me up to speed? I don't know the story. I may or may have forgotten about the
There was a kidnapping, right?
Yeah.
And there were always allegations that the son or grandson arranged his own kidnapping.
So it was a
right to what I remember, and I'm going to have to say I'm maybe
so the
one notch
grandson-
closer to what than you are.
So there was a
kidnapping, a ransom,
and the grandson trying to get it himself.
And the family's stance on it was they never pay ransom.
So Marty Singer, yes, has filed court papers demanding that they provide him. Marty has to see all 10 episodes of Trust.
I filed those mother effers.
And
I said kabooyah.
In court papers, Singer claims the show defames Getty family members and hints at a possible lawsuit.
It defames, it defrauds, and it's not delightful.
Is it delovely?
It's not even delovely.
Okay.
It's disgusting.
Marty is representing Getty's sister.
Betty Getty.
No.
Betty Getty?
So I'm Betty Getty's lawyer.
No. Ariadne?
Go with Betty.
Okay.
It rolls off the tongue better.
It does.
In court, it's going to be more impressive.
It's Ariadne, I guess.
Ariadne. It's not even a name. It's a rash you get on your balls.
That's not even a word. Ariadne.
Those aren't even letters.
Ariadne, those are not. The
I
court
bet you it's like Adrian or something. And
it's a typo?
Yeah.
And they misspelled it? Mm-hmm. I don't know.
I submit to the court that it's a typo.
The court papers filed to Trust exec producers Danny Boyle and Simon Beaufoy.
Oh, they're the producers of the series, the miniseries.
Yes,
we hate.
That we hate?
Yes.
The claims that Getty's kidnapping resulted in 9 arrests and 2 convictions, but that Trust outlandishly makes it appear as if members of the Getty family were actually complicit in the kidnapping and that the crime had been faked in an attempt to dupe grandfather and billionaire J. Paul Getty out of millions of dollars for the benefit. So,
but it was not as if there was not that rumor floating around.
Right.
They're just taking that angle. But I can see where the family would be upset.
Yeah, and by the way, his statement was, "This is outrageous.
It's outrageous and disgusting. It's not delightful. It's not lovely.
It's disgusting.
Yeah, it's not even swonderful."
Tiger Woods and ex-girlfriend Kristen Smith are fighting a legal battle as she's trying to get out of a non-disclosure agreement that she signed at the end of their relationship.
Is this the Perkins waitress?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Smith, who dated Woods from 2015 to 2017, so they were together for a while, claims that the agreement isn't enforceable for an undisclosed reason, and the two are in arbitration over her attempt to get out of it.
I wonder how legally binding, and we're seeing these things put to the test, these NDAs, these non-disclosure agreements are. You know, I mean, how...
Wait, for a girlfriend, though?
Yeah.
I don't get that.
They said it's not uncommon, though. TMZ Sports cited a source as saying Woods has threatened to release embarrassing pictures of Smith if she doesn't comply with the terms of the NDA.
Is that legal?
Which he reportedly offered her an undisclosed sum to sign, although it's not clear if she accepted it. Now, that's rumors.
Sure.
Smith reportedly believes Woods cheated on her during their relationship, and that's why they broke up. Woods had several affairs while he was married to ex-wife Elin Nordgren. It's not uncommon for pro athletes or celebrities to have romantic partners sign NDAs so that if they break up, the other person can't publicly disparage them or harm their reputation.
Well, you can see that also because if you're a high-profile sports star, people, you can be targeted for that reason.
But at what point do you do that? Is that like a second date thing?
Right before the handy.
Yeah.
Right before the hand.
Could you sign this, please?
Listen, since you have one hand available, sign this.
And I bet you it's
Here's
not.
a pen.
I bet you it's not them though. Like the person saying, "Hey, here, sign this."
My name is Marty Singer.
Yeah,
Before you
seriously.
proceed with that manual stimulation, I have a few documents you'd sign. And by the way, I'd recommend you use a hand lotion.
Yeah.
My client tends to chafe about the genital region.
He's in the back seat.
Right.
Well, but
I
it's a
see
way.
your head making a trajectory towards his lap. And before we enter into this realm of all gratification, there are a few documents I'd like you to sign. Don't worry, the notary is in the trunk.
Yeah, but it's a way for them to say, "Well, they make me do it. You have to sign it." Like not to put it on them.
It's exactly. You're exactly right. That's a perfect deflection.
Yeah. He can't give her pleasures until that's how they pitch it.
Pleased to meet you. You're a lovely young woman, and I'm sure you're going to make him have many orgasms. But before we enter into that, please stand in front of this cyclorama. I need to take a picture of it.
Speaking of boner dreams,
Okay.
have you ever finished an entire?
Of course.
Really?
Never.
I never have.
Of course.
I never
I thought that
a
always
nocturnal emission?
No, yeah, no.
I thought that always happened when you were like
No.
teenagers.
It
No.
happens to some
Never.
people, but not to me.
Oh.
I've had sex dreams where Kathy, it's the docking is about to happen. And
Wait, you were going to do it with another guy? You guys were going to
Not
dock
that
together?
kind of
Oh, okay.
Yeah, not foreskin.
That is a dream come true.
I mean,
forgot
that's what
about that.
docking is.
Hi. It's great because I'm not circumcised.
Use a different
Yeah,
analogy.
I've got lots to play with.
Man.
You're going to be Soyuz, and I'm going to be the Apollo.
I was trying to think of a way to not say penetration.
You're about to fist a man you met at a bar. No.
You were about
Not docking. You're about to turn around and receive a man into your posterior.
gay sex with another guy.
No, none of those things.
Oh.
Absolutely none of those things at all.
Oh my God.
Did you do the foreskin thing again, please?
I've lost the foreskin. Oh my God. This docking is going to be one for the history books. We're going to be like a Chinese finger puzzle.
It'll be like when two dogs get it on and they have to wait for the swelling to go down.
On another note, as far as Steve, you had said waking up and then you realize, oh, okay, I'm back in the real world.
It's okay.
Have you ever had, and I had one last year where I took a nap and I was really, really tired and I woke up and I didn't know where I was. And it took me a few seconds to figure out where I was.
Yes.
And that was really scary.
I nodded off.
That was really scary. That leads me to believe what like dementia and Alzheimer's might be like.
Yeah, what it might feel like.
Yeah. I mean, because I was in my own room. The most.
It's okay, baby. It's okay. We're still docked and everything is fine. We're totally docked. We're snugly inside the docking bay. Just relax. Just relax. Daddy's gonna cuddle.
Daddy.
I was worried I was not still connected by genitals to another man.
After filing for divorce from David Charvet, after 6 years of marriage, TV host and Dancing with the Stars season 7 champ Brooke Burke opened up about their split on the blog Modern Mom.
Can I guess what the reason was for the split?
Yeah, I haven't read it, so I can't answer.
Too stupid. He was stultifyingly stupid.
The pair share 2 children, Shea, who is 10, and Heaven, who is 11. She also shares...
She really didn't rip the lid off that, did she?
She also shares 2 children, Neria and Syria.
Syria and Neria?
Sierra.
Neria and Syria.
Yeah.
But Neria, N-E-R-I-A-H. Well, listen,
This is
Heaven was
Africa.
11, so
I think
come
it's
on.
Nariah, maybe.
Nariah.
Okay,
and Soraya.
yeah, you're right.
Soraya.
Nariah
Psoriasis?
and psoriasis and eczema.
Yeah.
Oh.
Diarrhea and
This
psoriasis.
is leprosy and conjunctivitis.
This is our son priapism.
She was married to, and his sister Ben Penis.
Yeah.
She was married to like the #1 plastic surgeon in Hollywood for a couple of years. So that's where.
And then she got her work done, and then she moved on.
Alopecia and
moved on to
the
somebody
squirts.
else. When you said this initially, that she was getting divorced yesterday, I was thinking Brooke Burns. I always got those two by the name mixed up because, man, she was on that show. Was it Dog Eat Dog?
Oh, my God.
What a stunner. And her and Bruce Willis were a couple
for a while. Yeah. And she's a tall drink of water.
Yes, she is.
Brooke Burke does commercials for mild incontinence.
And she used to do Skechers.
Yes.
Just mild incontinence.
Well, she like, I'm a workaday woman and blah, blah, blah. And sometimes I piss myself. No, it's sort of like little leak. A lot of people suffer from it. Like if you
after having babies and stuff like that.
Leak.
Occasionally, if you laugh hard or you go to pick up a car, you'll pee a little bit.
Boys incontinence pads.
There you go.
I knew women who would pee when they laughed every single time.
Oops,
I felt
peed a
bad
little.
for them.
Oops, pooped a little.
I have a friend.
Stop making me laugh. You're making me crap myself.
I have a friend who peed all over our other friend's chair because she was laughing so hard and she just couldn't control it.
You know?
It is one of those things.
Yeah, you pop a few babies out of there and it's tough.
When I had the prostatectomy, I was wearing those first off the
diapers.
Sure. By the way, the adult diapers are the best underwear you could possibly wear. They're super comfortable.
Wait, you wore the diapers?
For like a,
I didn't know this.
For like a week.
Oh, I had to, after my vasectomy.
You had to wear them too?
I had to wear, in fact, I have a picture of me here with it on somewhere. In there. Not like full on diapers. I could be crapping myself.
My mommy.
But that was more for the front. Steve, you had the butt and everything, right? Everything covered, right?
What they do is they're awesome, Kathy. You would love them.
I can't believe we're talking about
they have this huge 3.5-foot safety pin.
I would love
and then I go around with this huge pacifier. No. think of like regular briefs that are a little bit thicker, but they're great. But
we wore them in college for fun, Steve.
Yeah.
Yeah, like it would be a drunken night in the fraternity house.
Hey, Marissa has adult diapers.
No, that's a diaper.
No, that's a real diaper.
Oh, that's a real diaper.
Yeah. That was my my big break in radio as I wore diapers to live broadcast.
Right, they're comfy.
No, that's not what I'm talking
That's
about.
like a pull-up if you have trouble going when you go to bed, Preston.
Yeah, for adults. Yeah, exactly.
No, I didn't wear that.
You didn't wear this?
No.
Okay.
It's like a regular like a brief. That's just a little thicker. You look a Roman soldier.
Thank you. I put the diaper on my head. I used to do this for fun when we had kids. I'd put a diaper on my head, and I wish it stood straight up. How cool would that be? Like
I know.
What's your back scratcher in there?
Your chef is here.
You might be able to have it stick up.
I think it might be too tall. I'm going to try this out. Marissa's taking pictures, so you'll be able to enjoy it at home.
Hang on.
Wait, hang on.
All right, come on, jam it in there.
I almost got it. Hang on.
There you go. You got it.
Oh, man.
No?
God, you look like Johnny Bravo.
I'm trying to help you.
Albino Johnny Bravo. I got a diaper on my head, man.
All right, hang on. Sorry.
Casey.
Casey's got the right
Casey's got it. It's up.
Casey's done this before.
It's not my first diaper head rodeo thing.
That looks great.
Hi, everybody.
He's slow.
I'm waving to the camera.
What's in the front?
What's in the front? You mean what's in the front?
Well, there's a little like.
It's business in the front, and then the party's in the
Diaper
back.
in the back. Okay. Business in the front,
What are you
diaper in the
talking
back.
about?
There's the little rectangle area right above the forehead.
That's your absorbent part.
Yeah, it's the absorbent.
So
Nick,
Nick,
pee and poop.
what I was wearing was.
I've never seen a diaper on a man's head like this before.
Okay,
What I was wearing was like a brief that was just a little bit thicker than regular underwear. Not this behemoth.
All right. Well, anyhow,
Brooke Burke's peas or pants.
what's that?
That's how we started
Brooke
talking
Burke.
about.
No, yeah. So
pants.
Brooke Burke peas or pants.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Bud Light. You can join Nick Thursday from 7 to 9 for the Bud Light Thursday night kickoff at Fireside Bar and Grill in Ambler. And you can enter for your chance to win a pair of Eagles tickets courtesy of Bud Light. Let us begin with this story. Jesse Michael Johnson is charged with voyeurism and disorderly conduct in separate incidents. 3 women were vacuuming their SUVs at Superstart Car Wash.
No.
In these 3 incidents, he pulled into a parking spot next to the victim. While each victim was vacuuming her vehicle, the defendant hid under her SUV and spent several minutes under her vehicle.
Oh, my God.
The defendant climbed out from under the vehicle when each victim was finished her vacuuming and then left the area.
This is his thing. This is his kink.
One of the women said at one point you could see his head pop out on the driver's side looking up at me.
Hi.
This is according to Chanel. She said, I just never would have thought in a million years that there would be someone underneath my car.
Why would you?
Surveillance footage showed the perpetrator return to his vehicle and act like he was cleaning one of his tires. All the victims, and listen to this, all of the victims had flip-flops and shorts on. That's what Chanel said. We all had that in common.
So he was targeting that, cleaning out the van the same way, cleaning out their vehicles the same way. That was his thing. Was he recording? Was he taking pictures or anything like that?
Nope. She described having nightmares because of the incident. But back in June of 2016, when Johnson was 20 years old, authorities in Nebraska once cited him for riding under a woman's car to touch her feet, hiding under a woman's car to touch her feet.
Wow.
This was reportedly the fourth time that year that he was cited for this.
How incredibly creepy.
Johnson admitted at the time that he was sexually attracted to women's feet, and he asserted that he could not control his sexual desires.
But the undercar thing is so wild.
A preliminary hearing is reportedly set for October 3rd for him.
Right out of Cape Fear.
Yep. A zookeeper has been mauled to death by a lion in southwestern Nigeria after he failed to secure the locks on its enclosure when he went to feed it.
Yeah, you always want to double check those.
The victim, a 35-year-old man, worked at the Presidential Library Wildlife Park. The lion inflicted serious fatal injuries to the man's neck. The lion was then shot to release its grip on the handler. The zookeeper had taken some guests to see the lion's feeding routine after hours on Saturday evening. And according to the report, the zookeeper, apparently feeling comfortable with the animal, left the safety protection gate open and proceeded to feed the animal. He was mauled by the animal and died on the spot.
Can you imagine the second you realize you've effed up in a major way?
Yeah, to prevent further mutilation of the body, the animal was put down immediately by personnel of the park. It comes less than a year after another zookeeper was attacked and killed by a lion, also in southwestern Nigeria. The incident has triggered concerns with people raising questions about the country's regulations and management of zoos and handling of wild animals.
I would also look into their door lock industry.
A Long Island man, this is horrible, fatally beat his friend in a Hamptons home after a night of heavy drinking and then texted his handyman to help clean up the mess. Jeremy Allen was busted when cops found that he pummeled and stabbed the body of his friend. Christopher Hahn, they found him stashed under a tarp on the suspect's back patio after the booze fueled attack Saturday morning. Authorities said Allen and his drinking buddy were discussing their next 12-step program when they got into a heated dispute, which ended with Allen beating the victim before stabbing him in the head and killing him. There's video footage of the attack, apparently.
Jeez.
Hahn and Allen, who had been charged with drunken driving several times since 2007, were allegedly throwing down some drinks when they got into an altercation that grew more violent, according to Allen's lawyer. An enraged Allen allegedly beat Hahn for as long as 6 hours before prosecutors said he pulled out a large knife, stabbing his friend in the head and neck. Allen then texted a handyman from the area and asked him to help clean up the house.
Yeah, I got an awful mess over here. I just murdered someone. Could you come over?
When the handyman saw the bloodied body, he allegedly told Allen he had to go buy some bleach to do the job, and he went straight to the police.
Wow.
They got to the scene shortly before 10 a.m. Hahn was pronounced dead at the scene. Allen was arrested about an hour after the body was found.
So you mentioned 12-step programs. They were ostensibly in recovery?
That's what it doesn't say that.
I don't think they were doing a good job.
It just mentions the 12-step thing in the article. Allen is also a pending rape case in Southampton and is still on probation for a 2022 conviction of drunken driving. So he's just one of those.
I got to get on the right track.
After living for 100 years, Marklyn Lynn had just one item left to cross off her bucket list, a wish that some might find surprising for a woman her age. According to Beth Hofferer, administrator for the Crossings Senior Living Community, she said she told several staff that the last thing I want to do before I die is go on a zip line.
Aww.
Marklyn spent the last 15 years of a long-filled life with adventures and living at the Crossings. Most of the residents just called her Mark. But along with turning 100, Marklyn had one thing left that she still wanted to accomplish, one last adventure, and that was zip lining. Marklin had since been moved into hospice care, and Hoffer said, we were unsure if we'd be able to make it happen up until the moment that we arrived at the ziplining company. The staff succeeded in helping Marklin's last adventure happen on September 11th, thanks to the Montana Whitewater Rafting and Yellowstone Zipline and Stillwater Hospice.
She's dead.
Hoffer said,
we shouldn't have done this. We should not have done this.
Hoffer says she got up there and she was excited. She was a nature person, so being able to be up in the trees and waiting for her to go down the zip line was also really special for her.
I like that, Mark. Mark!
They captured video of the moment and interviewed Marklin afterwards. She said it was the most fun, really.
I love seeing that. There was a woman who had, for the last couple of years of her life, would do a parachute. Do the
skydiving.
Skydiving, yeah. Loved it.
So she died about a week and a half later.
She got to do it, yeah.
But she got to do
complications
it. To zip line.
I can't, I'm pissing blood.
Oh, but she got him one really cool last adventure.
We should all be so lucky.
That was a sweet story.
To die from a ziplining accident.
And that is what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. All right, so you got, 4 minutes left to enter the word winner, spelled WINNER. Make sure you enter that now. It's for the Good Money It promotion that we have going on. It's $1,000, so enter it now. Winner. When we come back, Todd Glass here.
Yeah.
Todd Glass.
Todd will be in our studio. Stay put. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve.
Anyhow, she said that they are all committed to moving forward as a loving family.
I don't care.
All right, let's see what we got here. A preview of what appears to be Ghost's new single, Rats, has emerged online ahead of the track's official debut.
I can't help but think of Charlie Brown when you say that.
I know. The 26-second excerpt comes comes just days before the full song's rumored arrival on Thanksgiving evening or Friday morning.
Rats.
Rats is taken from the
It's a delightful Charlie Brown story.
Rats.
The Swedish band's upcoming fourth album, for which more details are also said to be arriving at the end of this week. Isn't that funny? That used to be kind of a pseudo curse word for kids.
Yeah.
Rats.
It was akin to the C word.
Yeah.
Was it though?
No. Oh, it was completely the C word.
Ghost frontman.
What did you just say? Did you say the R word?
R dash.
But I didn't say roads. I said the big one.
Ghost frontman Tobias Forge told Loudwire about Rats when he said, when I was when I was a kid, there was a concert called Moscow Peace Festival. Ozzy Osbourne opened with I Don't Know, and it's such an effing great opening track. He said this was in front of like 80,000 people who went nuts, and I wanted to have that feel with Rats.
What's that? That's Rocky
doing the Rocky.
Exactly.
Say, do that again. I'm sorry. I would not have even.
No.
I would have never picked up on that.
But Casey did.
I did.
Yeah.
Well, it's the best Rocky ever.
Rocky 4.
Rocky 3 was on last night.
Dear God.
And they're still doing a marathon.
Clubber Lang and Thunderlips.
Yeah.
Yeah. God. That the training sequence, especially with the beach race, which looks like
it's him and Apollo, right?
Oh my God! Yeah, it is.
Palo.
But not to go off on a tangent here, but Adrian's speech on the beach is so. She's a good actress, but not in that scene.
I don't remember. What was it?
You're a fighter. You gotta get up and fight. I married a fighter.
Yeah, you don't act too good. I know you're like the Godfather. You were terrific, but you're just literally terrible now.
There's a funny new character, Steve. I'm sure you've seen on SNL. That's every girlfriend in every boxing movie ever.
Yeah. Oh no, I'd love to see that.
It's really good.
Who's doing it?
It's one of the newer actresses. Yeah, and it's on Weekend Update.
Oh, I got to see that.
And it's basically like Renee Zellweger and Cinderella Man and meets Adrian meets
the put upon, long suffering.
Yeah, she's taking the kids to the sister's house, and it's one cliche after another, but it's really funny.
So maybe. There we go. If you have the clip, yeah. So maybe you lose, or maybe you don't, but you gotta fight.
Excuse me, now I gotta feed the seagulls.
What?
They fly down and they eat it right out of your hand. You're an idiot! I'm sorry, were you saying something? I plan on giving up.
Instead of fighting?
This guy's a very good fighter.
Yeah.
He's got a mohawk.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Mickey protected me.
Wow.
So this was about Ozzy?
No, it was about ghosts.
Oh, ghosts.
And then we went to Ozzy, and then we went to Rocky.
Oh, right, Russia.
But it's what we do at the Preston and Steve Show. Ghostman.
My name is Ghostman Scooby Doo.
Yeah, pleasure to meet you, Ghostman. Can you talk some sense into this bitch?
That's how you fight with your woman, Scooby Doo.
All right, Kevin, we're playing Mashup Madness. You know what to do, right?
Most certainly.
All right, here is the mashup for the two of you. Here we go.
Somebody out?
Kevin.
Kevin, okay, Kevin.
Kevin, the two songs, please.
Do Me Like the Devil and...
Hang on.
Hold on.
Say that again.
Do Me Like the Devil and...
Yeah.
Are you sure?
No, that's we can't give it to you. Do Me With the Devil is not a correct time.
All right, but it's going to hurt. I have horns on my pee-pee.
But listen, Katie gets to take a shot and ask
Oh, God, this is so much harder when you're under pressure. Well, I do know that it's Running with the Devil.
Okay. And what's the other song?
You know that beat. You know
I
it.
know. Wahoo!
Sing the lyrics in your head.
I can't get it.
Oh, sorry. That means, Kevin, you get to take another shot at it.
Running with the Devil and Celebrate.
Yeah! You got it back! Do me like the devil! All right,
Okay,
Katie.
but lava comes out.
Pedro Almodovar has set the stars for his upcoming film Dolor y Gloria, which is pain and
Baby's Day Out. It's Spanish.
It's pain and glory.
Okay.
His production house El Desio announced that Almodovar will reunite with Antonio Banderas.
Yes.
And Penelope Cruz.
I have worked with him in many pictures. Many of them in my native language of French.
No, not French.
No?
Spanish.
Spanish.
Penelope Cruz as well.
Absolutely.
And it will.
Don't you love me, Antonio? I do. I love you boobies.
It will chronicle a. What do you love?
I love you boobies. They protrude like two fleshy missiles.
It will chronicle. It's so romantic.
Yeah.
You know?
And you snatch is nothing to sneeze at.
Dude.
Totally went there.
It sounds less
what's a
FCC
snatch?
offensive.
When you say snatch?
See, you snatch. It's very trimmed like a Sharpay.
What is a snash?
It's the little cardboard between your thighs. You snatch.
Technically, that's not a real word, so you know.
It's not FCC violation.
It's okay.
No.
Should be good.
Yeah.
SNASH. Snash.
It's very similar to your gatch.
All right, then.
He says Spanish 101.
Oh, dear God. What I have written in quotations on my info sheet is the word meshies.
Oh, yeah.
And you guys know what it is because Casey told us what this is. But this is from we'll
just say a friend of mine.
A friend of yours and his girlfriend.
Yes, this is years ago.
They eventually get married?
No.
Oh.
No.
Okay.
Murder, suicide.
No. That's not what happened. But what age range are we talking when the meshies were happening?
Freshman year in their college.
In college. And they were both virgins?
They were both virgins.
Okay.
And they had dated for a long time in college, and I just assumed
they'd done it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just assumed that, and because they were, especially he was so committed. Do you know what I mean? Like so.
Very committed to her?
Yes. And it was like one of those deals like, the first person that touches it, you're like, oh my God, I'm going to marry this person.
Right.
It was like that kind of commitment.
Okay.
And I didn't find out until just a few weeks ago that that whole time, because they had dated, I think, almost all the way up until senior year.
So for years.
Yeah. They never had sex.
Okay.
Yeah. Some people make the choice to do that.
Yeah.
But it goes even further. They used to do this thing called meshies. Okay. And
meshies.
This is going to be interesting how you describe this.
It was funny because when I was doing the makeover, Kathy, when your friend Elisa came
she
by,
called them meshies?
she kept calling my shorts meshies.
Like mesh shorts.
And in my mind, I just was laughing.
You were thinking of this.
Because meshies completely means something else now.
Okay.
But so when they didn't actually have sex, but they would mess around with each other.
Is this? Are we? Okay, just to clarify here, is this through the clothes stuff?
So, meshies was a special thing, a special treat that he would receive from her.
Yes.
Where he would have to go put mesh shorts on. Okay. And she would perform on him.
Okay, so this would be no underwear.
No underwear, just meshies.
Okay.
And she would.
She would
She'd
show
use her mouth.
She would use her mouth.
That's fine.
Yeah.
You don't have to go and say what she's doing with
No,
it.
she could be yodeling.
Yeah.
Why did he have to have mesh shorts on?
Because they're thinner and as opposed to like denim or something like that, mesh shorts, there's not as much. It's almost like weering latex, I guess, or something.
I guess the mesh shorts allows you could feel breath through them.
Yeah.
You could feel. They're aerated a little bit,
right?
So
now,
it's the Swiss cheese of underwear.
But I still don't get why he had to have those on.
Well, so it's one of two reasons, and I'm not really sure, Kathy. I don't know if the mesh material left enough room for the Holy Spirit, or she just didn't. She was grossed out by what was underneath. Like didn't want.
Yeah.
Contact.
Was this? Was it religious reasons?
I don't know.
Okay, all right.
It's one of two reasons. Either
plausible deniability, I think, is what the meshies provided them.
Okay.
Man, that's insane.
Take off the damn shorts. Honestly, that's what I'm thinking. You're really splitting hairs at that point.
Yeah.
We're doing everything to cause you pleasure except for flesh on flesh contact.
The concept of saving yourself for marriage, that's absolutely fine.
Is it?
And for many people that's I wouldn't besmirch someone who's making that choice and thinks that's totally fine. This is so cheating.
Yeah.
This is so cheating.
Yeah.
Because you are right there.
You're right
and
there.
if you're taking it to Happy Town, if you're going all the way to the end of the line.
How do you get excited about that either? You know,
Well, he hadn't had it.
He hadn't had it.
But you're like, oh man, it's like Friday night, but ooh, messy, go get your shorts on.
All right, I think I was missing the point.
Did you brush your teeth?
I think I was missing the point. It's happening through the shorts.
Yes.
Got it.
Yeah.
Got it.
Got it. Steve, did you check under the bed?
Yes. Right. Where are my Oreos?
But wait a minute. So would he?
I can't. There's a siren.
Would he get the ultimate pleasure from that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It
He's
can
doing a lot
happen
of laundry, I guess.
when your friend told you about this.
And by the way, friend is not code for me.
Yeah.
No,
it's not.
I didn't believe it was you.
All right.
No, but when your friend
Meshies is code for you.
When your friend told you about this, was this years later or?
Yeah.
Oh, this wasn't during
No,
the period.
While you knew they were a couple. While they were a couple.
No, because you got to figure this was 94 through 90.
North slowing from the Black Horse Pike to 55. This traffic report brought to you by Wawa. Wawa has classic hoagies for just $6. Whether it's cheesesteak, meatball, or Italian, get any classic hoagie for just $6. Gotta have a Wawa. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
Thank you, Kathy. The prodigal son has returned.
Yay!
Ladies and gentlemen, Todd Glass.
Wow. Oh, I got to tell you, I'm shaken up. Shooken up from something that happened a month ago. I don't know why I'm waiting there now. I was in my... This is a true story.
Yeah.
As if you see, I'm a little rattled coming in here today.
Yeah.
there's a window washer just cleaning the windows. That I've seen. Holding a kid, like a 3-year-old kid.
What? It seems dangerous.
Well, I thought it was like a something going wrong,
Yeah.
like an abduction or
Yeah,
something. It was
yeah.
freaking me out. I started to panic. I'm in the fully naked, and it ended up that it was Bring Your Kids to Work Day. Come on, everybody! I come ready and loaded. That's just my
And
opener.
that's his job.
That's
so he's going to bring his kid.
Yeah.
I thought of that last night, to be honest.
Because naturally, we all know that so many kids are abducted by window washers. That is an obvious.
It's an obvious.
consideration.
See, Steve, I feel like Steve gets it, but can I be honest? I don't know if Nick did.
I thought it was a true story.
Anyway, why would I open with that?
I like it.
Right before we went on the air, I said to Preston, I go, well, like, I have something to promote today. I go,
Yeah.
but let me just be funny first. Maybe there's new listeners. Let me prove I'm funny before I tell. And then I open up with that piece of garbage.
No. Let me tell you something. Todd Glass, I'll tell you something. We were watching the video of the show that you're working on, and we are all abuzz. There is a Todd Glass glow that has fallen over the show because we love you dearly. You are super talented. You're super funny. And this show looks fantastic that you've been meticulously putting together over the years.
And thank you very much, by the way. And I don't know how long I'm in here for the day. I think probably 2 hours or whatever.
Yeah.
Maybe it's an hour. You guys are in a hurry sometimes. I mean, I know there's rare occasions you have me for a half an hour, even a worst case scenario. But with that said, first of all, it's always good to be here. I always say it at the end. And can I ask you a question, Preston?
Yes,
when we
sir.
have 2 minutes left, can you tell me? Like, because I have a few people I want to thank. I'm all revved up. City hydration.
Is that where you went?
Yes.
You still do that?
Enough.
We've been thinking about doing that. The B12 thing.
Oh, there's more than that. We'll talk about it off the air. I know all the tricks.
Okay. There are tricks to getting the city hydration treatment.
Free stuff.
I'm forgetting.
But
free
I
stuff.
did want to.
She knows. She knows.
But I did want to get. I feel like if I get that out of the way, it's something that I'm here to promote. True.
Yes.
But I thought if I get it out of the way, then I could just enjoy myself and be funny and still. And I have so much. Look, I come prepared. You tell the audience
it's like a
because
book.
they don't see it.
It's like a book.
With all things today, things I heard you. I want to do a callback. And people are like, well, I got to get out of the car to go to work, and I got to do a callback. Remember your zookeeper?
Yeah.
I come early. I pay attention.
Yes, you do.
I have a callback on that.
Okay, please.
Should I just tell you now?
Yeah, just tell us now.
Well, it was that I'm not a violent person.
No, you're not.
I'm really not. Never been to a fight my whole life. I think that proves something genuine.
Yeah.
But whenever I see like an animal that shouldn't be, zoo is not as it's zoo. They're wrestling an alligator that should be in the wild. And I'm not a violent person. I'm not proud of this reaction. It's not Zen-like.
Okay.
But if there's you see this on TikTok or Instagram, there's a family out and the dad's petting the buffalo and the mom and somebody yells out, I wouldn't do that. And then the buffalo or whatever it is, it bites their arm off. You know what I say to myself? I'm not kidding. I go, good.
Yeah.
Good. I double down. I don't go, I shouldn't say that. That's not a nice thing to think. I go, good. And then I go, you're good. And what if they have kids, my friend said? I go, better. And I mean it. I'll tell you why. This is not the dumbest thing they do every day. This is what they did when people were watching.
Right.
Good point.
Right.
This is what they're doing. People are watching and yelling, don't do it. Let the guy, I say this affectionately, bleed out. And get the kids in a good home. What they deserve. Why are we hurting the kids?
So the buffalo actually interceded on the kid's behalf.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
By chewing off that, and
Chewing off
that's
his
a big
arm.
threat that a buffalo's going to chew your arm off.
You know when it's like an alligator and it bites the guy's head off?
Yeah.
Good. I go, good. Guy's got a parrot in the house. No, I know. See when you go too far? A lot of people with parrots. Hey, yo. Remember Brian Regan's joke about parrots?
I do not.
He goes, they just sit in the cage. Thank you. I was born with the gift of flight.
Yeah.
Thanks for the environment. Brian Regan. It's all me now.
No, it's all
Anyway.
you. This is your time.
So here's exactly. Why would you have to compete? Brian Regan's
Brian
over.
Regan, goddamn him.
So I'm going to make this precise and clean and crisp.
Okay,
So
I'm still trying to reel. My mind is reeling from a buffalo chewing somebody's arm.
it's
off.
not even a chew in my head. Even in my joke, it's a clean bite.
Okay.
Yeah. It's not chewing. It's like right off. It's crisp. It's almost a clean cut.
Because usually, like buffalo, they'll ram someone or they'll kick someone.
Yeah.
No, this guy,
they
he's petting
seldom
them,
will
and the guy
chew.
goes, the moose goes, wrong.
Yeah.
And it's a clean cut.
The
Clean
moose,
cut.
the buffalo.
But there's, the sad part about what I was just joking about? There's truth to that in what I feel. Like, this is not the dumbest thing they're doing.
No.
Maybe it's better. They bleed out. I know that's hard to hear.
No.
But you bleed them. You wait for them to bleed out. When they're completely dead, you get the kids and you put them in just a really good home.
Ultimately, what it shows is that you care about the kids.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You get it. I feel like Kathy doesn't get it.
I get it.
No.
I get you.
You didn't even hear what we said.
I get you. I just love the way you smell.
Oh.
Have you guys smelled him?
I did.
See, Kathy is very,
Smells lovely.
she's very sensitive. She does not like scented candles.
Yep.
She doesn't like a lot of colognes.
Gives her
For her to
headaches.
give you that compliment, that's like a buffalo chewing your arm off.
Because
It's rare, is my point.
Thank you.
Yeah.
But you know what it is?
Go ahead.
Tell them about your cologne. What it is.
I don't want to. I
Just
have
quit-
too much. I know what I thought. I go. Normally, Todd 10 years ago would have gone. All right, I'm not sure about the cologne. No, I think I have better stuff.
Wait.
then I'll
Is
tell
there
them
is there
really
the
quick.
Todd Glass collection?
Oh, it
Watch
should
your
be.
mouth. You know, my mother died for your sins. I don't know what that meant. I just knew I had to say something quick, and I just spit out things.
That's where you went.
That's where
His mother died for my sins.
Yeah.
Let me just tell them real quick. The reason I like the cologne is it literally smells like he's clean, like he's soapy clean. And that's what the cologne. That's how the cologne is
That was
made.
the intention of the person who came up with this scent. Seriously,
What-
I don't
was
want
it
to. I can't
Safeguard?
tell what it is, and everyone's going to be wearing it. Let these other guys wear theirs. Pungent, Jacquard, whatever it's like that gets in your nasal cavity and makes you want to pet a buffalo and have it bite your arm off so you can bleed out, so you don't have to smell the smell of this person lingering everywhere in their office with their pungent smells. The guy, and you want to say to someone, the guy that you smelled it on, he was good looking. It wasn't the cologne. That guy could wear shit on his face.
Wait, you can't curse.
Can't say that. It's like, Kathy, I'm going to kill you. I swear, why would I make this up? And think about it before anyone goes, when we come in today, she goes, yeah, you can do the S and the F word now. It's not.
Did she say that?
She goes,
I told her it was
corporate's
all right.
not as tight as they used to be.
She set you up.
All right, here we go.
All right.
You're going to be proud of me.
Go ahead.
So I have used, and this will lead to being next in line, what I'm doing there.
Okay.
I have been, incorporating music into my act for a long time, but then started with the band, and it's grown. I'm trying to weed out the boring
By the way,
parts.
Todd is playing Next in Line Comedy Thursday,
Yes.
Friday, and Saturday night, and there's a couple shows each night except for Thursday. Just want to be people to know what we're talking about.
Yes,
Okay.
Next in Line. I'm there. I guess I should say it now while we're there. This place, people are going to see. It's their new place. It's really cool. It's like my favorite words. It's just like a swanky, dark jazz club.
Oh, that's a great
Love it.
Yeah,
club
it's just
vibe.
so you walk in and it just reeks of swankiness, blue walls and just it's
dripping
cool.
swank.
Enough dripping. Wow, that was I'm not even joking. That was my grandmother's porn name.
Dripping Swank.
Yeah. Wow. I was thinking about
Your grandmother did porn?
I was thinking about that zip line.
Yeah.
And this is my other grandmother, and she had a dying wish. If this is a lie, I'll jump out that window.
Right.
Now, I'm not saying it's going to be easy to break it open.
Right.
If
Yeah,
it takes
she'll
me
do it.
3 hours, I will sit there with a pen, Nick's shoe.
We'll probably jump in and try to stop you from doing it.
You probably would,
during
but
the
I'm going to
3
give it
hours.
my all.
Yeah, okay,
I'm not
yeah.
going to just go, that was a joke. This is true. She wanted for her 100th birthday to have, I think, a fivesome.
Wow. A fivesome?
Yeah. You know, the people have twosomes.
Yeah.
She wanted a fivesome. So
threesome.
anyway,
Full on, yeah.
we talked her out of it, and
Okay,
everything's
good.
fine.
Thank God.
She died anyway 2 years after that.
Rest in peace.
And her last words were, "Thanks for my fivesome."
Wow. So she thought she had it anyway.
That's the great part with
No,
dementia.
she was being
Oh,
sarcastic.
she's being sarcastic?
She was being sarcastic.
Man.
You went out on a
See,
sarcastic note?
Preston, I heard that too. I thought
it was
Todd
dementia.
Todd was able to pull
You know
together.
what? Your way was better.
Yeah.
Your way was better. Why did she have to be? She's like, thanks. You're like, yeah, she thought she had it.
Well, I thought it sounded like she'd had the same joy. Thanks for my pound cake. Thanks for my fivesome was at the same level. Like
Right.
it didn't really.
It didn't.
It's, at that age, what does it matter?
Maybe I've said this before, but I get it. I think you get what I'm saying about
It's
I
Kathy.
quite frankly, and I'm not even trying to make a. I don't think Casey gets it over there. I know, just to look at his look. Get a picture of his face and post it on the internet, and people will go, he actually does look like he doesn't get it. All right, listen.
Where were we?
Seriously. So, you know, it's funny, when you want a twosome, it sounds good, but the higher the number gets, the weirder it gets. You can't go, I would love an eightsome tonight.
Yeah.
If one
Doesn't work.
The number gets so high, you don't even associate it with a twosome.
Yes,
A
I agree.
threesome, you get it, a
Yep.
foursome, but fivesome is when it starts to get weird.
You usually ask for a threesome. A twosome is just standard.
Twosome.
The
I
three, right?
Think about that. I think you mean two other people.
Like two is a
That's
threesome. A threesome is adding a third person into your.
Yes, I'm right.
That's the unique thing.
Unless you're touching yourself, you're having at least a onesome.
Yeah.
He's thinking partner.
Next in line comedy.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, please. Thank you.
So I started. You saw the video. It's on YouTube. It's called Todd Glass, The Event of a Lifetime. I won't over-explain it. You can go there, look at it. And it's just taking the stand-up show to another level. You know, like it's a real, what happens in the street, there's a saxophone player. By the way, I know this is a weird way to say it. Everything I'm saying now, my show, you'll see it next to the line. I mean this genuinely. It's going to be a good show because I know this is going to lead to a joke. It's not everything we're talking about in this show that will go to New York.
Okay.
So this is
because I just can't do that.
Right.
You know.
Well, I was wondering cost-wise because you got a band and you got
I'll
everything.
have the band, but there's not the saxophone player in the street. The show that I want to do in New York will be, well, I'll have a budget. So I've been just touring around, getting it tighter and tighter and tighter. And I realized that if I just go to New York and do it, nothing's going to happen. You need to have the money to bring in the big dogs. This is why I'm having the crowdsource on Seed and Spark. That you got to bring in the big dogs in PR. And we don't have to get into a conversation about PR, but it's a substantial amount of money. Even like a low-end play.
Sure.
Forget about a big play. So
because everyone wants to get there.
And to get the word out, like if you're paying someone $10,000, the way it was explained to me, if you want someone really promoting something, this is not on the high end. This is on just when it gets very substantial to really $40,000.
So
really?
Mm-hmm.
Let's.
Wow.
Now, it could be 50, but the point is that if this show is tight, I've worked on every element of it, the music element, the saxophone player in the street, the ice cream, which is the Andy Kaufman-ish thing, after the show in the
Light
street.
cues.
Light
all
cues.
kinds of
It's
stuff,
like, as the crowd is sitting, some theaters open an hour before the show, or jazz clubs. I want it in that type of atmosphere. I don't want it in a theater. I want it in like a 150-seat jazz club, dark black tablecloths to the ground, real swanky, like we said. The doors open an hour before. Two of the band members are out there playing, not just dilly-dallying. Like, you walk into the show, you're the first person who walks in that theater and the seating music started, you're like, oh my God, this is not the real world.
Right.
The show started, if you're walking there 2 blocks before. If you're hearing the saxophone player from 2 blocks away, it literally started. After the show, there's an ice cream truck. I give them hot chocolate to go home. It's just the packet and the creamers inside and 2 cookies. I go, so if you're home and these cookies can get home, with me they wouldn't, I'm still entertaining you. So I just thought of a stand-up show, the guts of it, because I know what it's like to want to go out and see stand-up, and I want this show to offer it. It's a stand-up comedy show. That's what it is, just with a ton of production around it. So there are some things, you know what I thought? So I'm almost done, I promise. So one of the things that besides the crowdsource that we're going to do is I'm going to have like 4 of my comedian friends. No better way to say it, the bigger ones. Like I don't know which 3 or 4 it'll be, but instead of one person presenting me, we'll have like 4. So it'll be like, I'm just going to throw out names. We do not have these names yet, but there'll be legitimate names like Sarah Silverman, Jim Gaffigan, Eric Andre, Bo Burnham, just 4 people present Todd Glass.
Wow.
Now, here's where it all comes home. So people are given on the crowdsource, but I thought, what? There's benefactors out there. You got to have benefactors. This show goes out to a lot of people. No offense to myself that they don't want to just give the money we need to just if it was Todd Glass's show. But you get to be and have your name on a marquee with 3 big names for not that big of a donation. Probably we need about 100,000. I know that's
not.
You know what? Can I tell you something? Let me go a little long. And I know, Steve, you were trying to get a question in, but let me just go a little longer.
Because I think I can bring it into focus.
It is funny that I have to feel like when I say that, it does. It gets a laugh sometimes from people like, oh, well, that's... But when a play or someone's doing a crowdsource for like an indie film, people raise $200,000
all the time.
So it's just if I'm going to do it, it's like my body of work. I really do feel like it's like everything. What am I going to do for the rest of my career? And if I want to do this, I have to start now. I don't want to be working bad comedy clubs. Like good comedy clubs, I wouldn't care. Even they bother me. But forget about the bad ones. But so it's the change the trajectory. What will I do? I'm starting this now, but. if I don't have the budget to do it right, then there's no sense of doing it. I feel like it's my body of work. It's like my whole career. Like I'm tighter than I've ever been. When I go on stage now, I go on stage like I have something to prove. I don't want to have bad shows. I want to be one of those performers that go, Todd does not have bad shows. I always did good, but I had lazy nights or nights I was sloppy. So there's got to be somebody out there, a benefactor. They give millions of dollars, 100,000, and you get to have your name. Forget about me, with 3 high-profile comedians presenting the show. So there you go, Seed and Spark. You want to pay for the whole thing? You get to have your name up on the billboard.
So
other than that,
we can put the link up if people are so inclined.
Yeah.
So listen,
thank you.
I'm
for
tired
letting me go
of
long. It's a
I'm
lot
tired
to get
of
out.
disease research getting all this money.
Yeah,
I'm tired of that.
Thank you. Oh.
And I'm thinking, there comes a point. There comes a point in time where you gravitate towards the theaters. And Preston and I and Casey, we're all watching the video of your show.
Yeah.
This is a wonderful show.
Thank you.
We have not had something like this in a long time. Birbiglia made the jump. Colin Quinn made the jump. Seinfeld. Whatever level you get the theater presentation. And I mentioned Andy Kaufman because years ago he did something that was sort of like this, but he wasn't your style, which is at the core, as you said, stand up, but with a whole bunch of very inventive stuff around it. We are big supporters of this idea.
Yeah, and we've watched the evolution of this whole thing go from I'm going to take my iPad and put a little sound effect on there.
And here it is. And
now
it's time has come.
Band and music and these audio cues and all this stuff going on. It's awesome.
It's you know what, guys?
Can we put the reel up?
Yes, I love it. It's called Todd Glass, The Event of a Lifetime. You can put it up. The editor, and I say this because I do think I'm complimenting him, not me. And number one, I love you guys. Like, just when I'm in here and I think like, it's a hard show to explain. You always think you're explaining it great, but you never.
You're too close to it. You're too passionate.
I'm going and going, and then leave it to you guys. I forget how long we've known each other, and that was the culmination. An iPad. Then, I'll use 2 band members in every city I'll go to.
Yeah.
And at one point, right before the pandemic, when I brought the band to 25 shows, one band, at the end of it, I said, this is when it started. I went, same band. 25 shows, let alone 3 shows, and it was getting tight. You fix 6 things in between a show. Then usually I do 1 show, then I move with another band, like maybe 5-6 shows at a comedy club.
Right.
And I went, I either need, after I traveled for 25 days with the same band, I either need to bring a band or at least a keyboard player or stop doing the show. Because it's not as good when I have this band that has worked with me over and over, let alone the guy who does drops. But I know it sounds weird to say this, but I appreciate you guys saying that. And it is something to see. Like, even the way when the band opens the show, like, this is how I open the show, because this is not how this will be at. I know that sounds like a weird thing to say, but you're going to see an amazing show.
You're seeing a version. You're seeing a version of it. This is not what you're looking to bring to Broadway adjacent or Broadway.
This is not what I'm doing at Next in Line.
But it is part of the building process.
Exactly.
See,
I'm good at this. And you know what? One of the things I decided to do that since it's taking longer to get the show to New York. It doesn't have to be Broadway. Just big time presented in New York. Was my friend Daniel said this. He goes, Todd, don't travel with the band. You know those bits work. You know the sax in the street works. You know people like the ice cream. Go get your stand-up tight. I'm not going to be the reason this show doesn't work. I really mean that. Like, I'm not going to have people go, it's good, but the stand-up's a little sloppy. Like, people that love me could say that. So I've been out there just making this stand-up as tight as I can make it, going on stage like I have something to prove. I do have Devin on keyboards. He's done it the last 3 times, Devin Cauldron. But I do have a keyboard player, and we have some other band members. I do have some bands. I do have some bands. Some of them, and you'll see this at the show, got hit by a bus, and they're in the hospital, so all the band members won't be there.
Okay.
That's part of the show, by the way. So you'll see the band. There's like about 10 band members set up for 10. The seats are out there. Some of them, I claim, got hit by a bus, and there's less actually come out. But that's
all right. So
I'm done.
Here's the deal.
Yes. Thank you, sir.
So with the show, and again, it's very inventive. And again, I'm a big fan of. You do stuff on stage, and you do things that are very inventive that I liken to Jerry Lewis's experimental films. This is what you do. You do very well. When Preston was watching it, the video, he's cracking up over there. And I did as well. I came in yesterday to tell Casey my favorite parts of this video. It's solid. So we're going to put the link up. You want to encourage people to take a little bit of ownership if they can and help make this a realization. Let me ask you.
Some big shot out in Philadelphia. Don't tell me I've been doing comedy 40 years. Somebody's sitting on their fat butt right now that has the money to go, I am gonna pay for this whole thing. Get my name up on a billboard with 3 high-profile acts: Jim Gaffigan, Sarah Silverman, Bo Burnham, and you sitting right now. You got $100,000.
Are they?
What else are you doing with it?
Are any of those people interested, or?
I mean this genuinely. I throw those names out because the way I said it was there might be one of those names that can't do it and politely declines for a really good reason. But there will be 3 high-profile names that let me use their name. You know why? I don't want to go to my comedian friends. I really don't. Ask them for the money, too. But if the show is funded already, then it's easy to go, hey, the show's funded.
Yeah.
And then you're like,
By the way, the video that I watched that you sent over to us, was that Jimmy Kimmel doing the intro to it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it was Jimmy Kimmel.
I took that. He doctored it a little for me to use it in a live show, but that was originally from his show where they made the intro so long. Like, it's longer in real life. So in comedy clubs, I play it, but on the night of his show, it went and the band starts playing. And then when I get out, they go, oh, we don't have any time because your intro is so long. And then I just walk off.
Let me ask you, to that point, which I love, could you have a fully realized version of the show, on the road, as they say, but not on the road? What if something like a Bucks County Playhouse, like a thing, you know what I'm saying? A fully equipped theater where you could lock and load for like a month to do exactly what you're doing. Or is that even feasible?
No, I would go anywhere, of course, if some promoter thought. But I think the best way to be able to do it anywhere I want is go turn it into something in New York City.
I got you.
You get a few good reviews. I'll just say it like it is. You get a famous person or two that sees it and they put it on their socials. But you have to have the money so people they know about it.
Do you know Mark Summers? Are you friends with Mark Summers?
I know of. Yes,
okay.
I'm not friends with him, but I know.
So Mark Summers had his show was just on Broadway.
Yep,
and it was a hit. And this is something he, over the course of the years that we've known Mark Summers, the same situation. He's been cobbling the show together, and he's been putting it together and working on it in different variations, and it was a big hit. So I don't know if maybe that's somebody to reach out and see for some perspective, because he took it from the grassroots up to that. This is something he never anticipated happening, and it did.
We can put you in touch with him. Yeah, no problem.
What?
We can put you in touch with him if you want.
Yeah, you know what? That's how you learn stuff, just to, and that's been the process to go, okay, how am I going to do this? And, as far as, it's been a learning process, but I feel I'm in a good place.
You are.
I did think I was going to have it done 1.5 years ago.
Yeah.
But like I said, everything takes longer than you think. In the meantime, make your stand-up tight. Anyway.
Next in line comedy is where Todd is.
Are we wrapping it up?
No. Thursday, Friday, just resetting. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, you can go to toddglass.com to get the tickets, but you got some stuff you wanted to do.
Yeah, and next in line, by the way, you're going to enjoy the show there. Someone said it reminds them of that area of like Soho, but like before it was popular.
Okay.
Like you're somewhere, it's obviously, there's a really cool studio there, but it's a little raw over there.
Like a Discovery.
And then you go up the stairs and you turn the corner and you're like in this like just swanky little place. It's really cool. But anyway, I'm also doing one show on the 10th 2 shows actually in New Hope at John and Peter's on the 10th. But okay. Yeah, that's all. That's got like 10 tickets left each show, so that's enough with that. They don't get another mention.
So your stuff is obviously, we're huge fans. I love this scarf thing you've been on recently. Right? You're the big scarf guy now. Yeah. So explain what that's all about.
I think it's because the truth is, I told my brother the other day that I think I'm jealous of people that wear scarves, that look comfortable with them. And they have their coffee, and they're drinking their coffee, and they're driving their car with maybe their knee up on the, the seat, That always bothers me, too. I don't know why. Am I jealous? When someone's driving, picture they have a scarf, because I've seen this.
Right.
Maybe not with the scarf, but I've seen it. A cup of coffee, definitely. And they're driving, they have their one knee hot on the seat, like...
Yeah.
And then they have their other leg down with the gas and the brake.
I've not seen that. Somebody putting their knee up while they're driving.
Yeah, it looks like they're just, I'm just
lounging.
I'm lounging.
It's like the people that put their foot out the door.
I
can't stand that.
I bet they're having a nervous breakdown in their head. Because let me tell you something. No matter what, I tried to meditate. I really do. And I believe in it. I really do believe in it. I know people that can do it, for the stretching element and everything. But I try. This, you know, I try. I go, get the thoughts out of your head. Get the thoughts out of your head. You know, I can get every thought out of my head except get the thought out of my head.
Right.
I go, get the thought out of your head. The guy said, if thoughts come into your head, it's all right. That's not a big deal. That's normal. But just try. All he said, try. You know, if people have thoughts. You can't get 100% of them out of your head. But anyway.
Who's the guy who told you this?
There was actually, I did see someone, but it didn't end up helping me, who said
Was it
that.
a real
They go,
person?
listen, when you're doing meditation and you're supposed to get thoughts out of your head and they pop in, it's okay. It's not like you have to start all over. You're just, it's a process.
Let them go.
You jump around. It's the same thing, you know, obviously I'm not to your level, but you jump around and you're constantly distracted, and that I'm very ADD, and that's part of the deal. But that's also what makes you do what you do.
I try.
It's sort of a blessing.
That's why I have the binder here, because I know that I can, you know, go to my binder. Can I bring something up?
What's in your binder?
You
had to ask.
It's so you play. Oh, I want to do that one again.
Yeah.
Okay.
What's in your
I know.
binder?
If you want to ask me, I bring the binder everywhere I go because I want to be professional. That's why the binder's in front of me.
Is there something in there you want to share?
Do not make me go to that binder. Preston, I told you off the air that I wanted you to not bring up the binder. It's embarrassing. My other comedian friends. Remember when Kathy was into my show? Now she waits. Now she waits. She don't think I'm on to her. Every time I look over, she looks up from the phone. You know, she looks up. She's like, and she laughs, but she doesn't know if we're in a laughing moment. It's a thing to say. I'm invested.
Because she tried to set you up earlier. She wants to see if you're going to drop the F-bomb.
She wants to see if she gets me again. No, she just, you know, we could be having a sad moment and she doesn't know because she just thinks her way to say, no, I'm listening, is to laugh, because usually it's funny. I could be like, hey, my mom died again. And she goes, ha, 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 ha. All right, that joke wasn't that great. Subway. I want to talk about Subway.
The sandwich shop or the actual? Okay.
The actual, the Subway sandwich, which is good to name it off of the urine stinking Subway. Let's name our sandwich shop after something that's synonymous with urine-stained Subways. Are they a sponsor? Because I do eat them.
No.
Anyway, I do love them. I'm not going to lie. Anything for the sponsors. I'm like a total.
Listen, I totally love them.
So I think
you just don't love the
on
urine.
our sandwich.
Okay.
Did you ever notice? Doesn't it look like when you go to Subway, they sit on the sandwich?
Agreed.
Have we talked about this?
No.
So I go in line. I go, I'm going to see if they're sitting on the sandwich. Pay attention. Maybe when you're looking at the cookies, they go, sit on the sandwich. What? Why do I sit on the sandwich? Picture it's a new employee. That's because I hate this job so much. It makes me feel a little better. I sit on their sandwich. You open it up. You get double meat, double cheese, whatever you want. I get home. I go, get home. In my car, open it up. I go, somebody sat on my sandwich. So I look, nobody sat on my sandwich, but still I think somebody's sitting on a sandwich. And the cookies, I thought about something. Aren't the cookies great at Subway?
They actually are. They're
pretty
really good.
If you went to a French bakery and put them out, no one's going to go, well, they're not that good. They're going to go, oh, shut the F up, right?
Yeah.
It's all presentation. Those cookies are good. But their sandwiches, that would be like if you had a friend that opened up a bakery, you wanted to go support them, you know, and you go over there, you drive home with your significant other. Oh, I'll tell you what, those pastries, they're horrible. But those Italian sandwiches they had, I love them. Maybe that doesn't make sense.
No, I get it.
You get the point.
It does make sense.
So
I'm still about your phobia about the fact that someone might have sat on your sandwiches.
Well, look, go order one right now. Anybody out there,
Right.
if you happen to be in your car with the sandwich that's not open up. My friend said it to me one day. He goes, Todd, doesn't it look like somebody sat on our sandwich? I go, it does look deflated. It looks deflated. I think they're sitting on it. I don't know how they're doing it.
Is it possible you like a panini?
Watch your mouth. I told you years ago, don't talk to me that way on the air. It's one thing off the air.
Right.
No, it's not a panini.
Okay.
Please,
because that would be flat.
I like the fact that somebody gets satisfaction out of sitting
yes.
on the sandwich.
It's like,
that's it.
We always sit on the sandwich, right? You sit on. I'm not sitting on a sandwich. It's my first day here. Yeah? Wait till your fifth day. I thought the same thing. You can't sit on people's sandwich. If these people come in pointing at all the vegetables and they're crazy, somehow in my head, after I make their sandwich, I sit on it, and with my fat butt, it makes me feel better just sitting on it with disrespect.
Day 5.
Day 5, the other guy.
Then I'll
Give me
see
that
it, yeah.
sandwich, I'll sit on it. Give me, rub my pee-pee on it. Whoa!
Yeah.
Don't say that. I said pee-pee. I shouldn't say that. Subway is a company. A lot of people work there.
It is a company.
What, though?
The food's fine.
I do like them.
They're good food.
The sandwiches are good.
Have you ever had experience in another place where you thought perhaps they'd sat on your sandwich?
No.
Only Subway.
No. Jersey Mike's.
We have time. We have time for one more thing from the binder, and then we're going to give you your 2-minute warning. So I'm
I love
letting
Thank
you know ahead of time.
You're exactly what I need.
Okay.
www.jbgigs.com. Wait, www.jbgigs.com. And then there's www.santaonthego.com. Oh, no, that's one of the things I want to mention later.
Okay.
That was a bit. But that is a true plug. We'll mention them later. One more thing from the binder. Okay, Frasco.
From the binder.
By the way, I'm doing an animated show. I mean, we haven't even
this.
Yes.
with Andy Frasco.
Yeah.
I'm playing the
10-year-old
general. I play the colonel. The colonel. I'm sorry, I don't know, but the colonel.
Okay.
I think the people that did Righteous Gemstones have.
Oh, they're associated with this?
I know. That's what got my
for
attention.
you. Yeah.
I would have done it I would have done it in Andy's basement.
Yeah.
But anyway, just thought I'd mention that. Okay, so here's what we'll do. We're from Philly. No one likes us. No one likes us. We don't care. I love it. Frasco 2, Zipline, Zookeeper, Buffalo. Oh, let's talk about this. And then we'll tell me 2 minutes. I'll make this shorter because I know I ate into my 2 minutes by whatever I just did.
Yes.
You ever with somebody in a relationship? I go right into it. Do me a favor, Steve.
Preston.
That's Preston.
Preston.
Yes.
I was talking to you. I'm not an idiot. Someone just digs down on the line.
You were
Will you
bouncing
set
it off,
me up for
Preston.
this?
Yeah.
I'm going to do the same bit like I did before. Do me a favor. I know you edit this out for the podcast, so no one will ever hear it. It'll make me look good. But just do me a favor. Say, any pet peeves lately?
Okay.
I'll just
All right.
act. Okay. Anyway.
We're here with Todd Glass.
Wow.
Going to be performing at the Next in Line Comedy Club Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Todd, I was wondering, are there any pet peeves you have?
Oh, don't even. Oh, my God. Don't get me started. You know me. I got things to get my goat going. How about this? Yeah, you want me to get started. I told him, don't get me started. Right. Don't tell me I have a minute to go. Wrap it up and then go, oh, Todd, you have any pet peeves? You got to go over here. I can't believe you do this to me. This guy throws me under the bus, but I love him. I have been in a relationship and they go, oh, I think I'm going to make some eggs. If you're in a relationship, this is more of an editorial as I wrap it up.
Yeah.
If you're in a relationship and somebody can cook really good, stay out of the kitchen and let them cook. But I'm talking about when somebody is scrambling, I'm going to make a chicken. My ex, he go, oh, I'm going to roast a chicken. For why? What did I do? Are you mad at me? Go to Vaughn's and buy a chicken. They do it every single day every day. They know how to make chickens. When's the last time you made a chicken? So what are we going to filthy things up for? And then they go, oh, how about when you cook the other person? Oh, I'll clean in the morning.
Oh, okay. No, all right. Now you're hitting an area that I have a pet peeve.
You know
about.
what I say?
What?
Oh, good. I'll cook in the morning.
Yes.
That's right, baby. That's a good answer.
I like how you make a chicken. I like that.
Yeah. What do you mean?
Cook a chicken.
Yeah.
What do you?
It's now a 1 minute warning, by the way.
Okay, I know.
Only
Okay,
God
here
can
we go.
make
I gotta go. I'm sorry, Steve. I gotta cut you off. Thank you, guys. Oh, here we go.
Okay. But
this is from this is like a plug to someone that I make every room different.
You do.
So I did a corporate show, and this is the guy at www.jbgigs.com.
What is that?
He came in with like pipe and drape, and then he has these things you can shine on the wall, and they make them blue, and it looks so cool. I'm like, will you do that when I'm at Next in Line? He said, yeah. So I wanted to throw him some love.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a little thing. Why not? And then this also, you mentioned malls going by the wayside.
I know.
did.
Yeah.
Now people, where do they bring their kids to see Santa? This is the last thing I got, Casey. I got 20 seconds. This is the last thing. There's no malls, but people still, honey, when the kids want to see Santa, why can't there be some type of box? And they open it up and Santa's inside. They can use it at, outdoor parking lot, or someone can rent it at their house so the kids can see Santa. Well, your dream has come true. www.santaonthego.com. Go find out more about it. Thank you, guys. I love you.
We love you.
I know I'm erratic when I come in here, but I do appreciate it. I think if I had to grade myself, I would give myself an A- today. Thank you, Next in Line. Thank you, Betty Pistoni and Monty. And there you go.
All right. Wow. Thursday night, there's a 7 o'clock show. And then Friday and Saturday, there are 2 shows each night. And you can go to toddglass.com to get the tickets for Next in Line Comedy.
I forgot. I'm allowed to give 10 tickets away to the Friday 6 o'clock show.
Whoa.
Okay. Well,
we'll take care of that.
How should we do that?
We got to take care of this a little bit.
We're not going to give them away now, but we will give them away for you, okay?
That's very generous.
All right. Todd Glass, ladies and gentlemen. We love you, brother.
Thank you, everybody.
Good luck with everything. All right, we'll take a break and we'll be right back. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
like that, and I just found out about it this year.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
And does he laughably look back at it?
Oh yeah,
or- okay.
yeah. I mean, it was because now it's he's married, kids, and he's done the full deal and all that sort of stuff. And
But to Nick's point, does he ever mention whether that's sort of a okay, like a little bit of a turn on? Still,
no,
right?
no. I mean, I just was so blown away because I just assumed that whole time. You know what I mean? They were
People will choose not to, and that's okay.
But Case but he did share with you that was their nickname for it.
Yeah,
like
Meshies.
they shared that name.
Meshies.
Got to get a Meshy tonight.
And I was pissed
That
because
dinner was great. Go get your shorts. Really?
Can I wear the yellow ones? They're the thinnest ones I
They're a
own.
little thin, but all right.
I have a friend, Preston, that does this.
Yeah, this guy says he wears mesh shorts to strip clubs.
Mm-hmm.
Now, my friend wears really thin sweatpants.
His blammin' pants.
Without underwear.
Yeah.
Yeah, deliberately.
That's that was a thing on the Family Guy.
Blammin' pants?
Blammin' pants.
Oh, God.
Say that again?
Blammin' pants.
Blammin'?
Yeah, he's
Like that's
going
the
to
noise
strip,
you make?
Yeah, he was going to strip clubs. I'm going to put on my blammin'.
The first person in the world to receive 2 facial transplants says he's feeling well 3 months after his latest groundbreaking operation.
Yeah, but his friends are calling him two-faced.
You'd have to. Jerome Hammond had his first transplanted face removed last year after signs of rejection followed a treatment with an incompatible antibiotic during a cold.
Yeah, because it's just as with an organ donation, sometimes the body will reject it. So the first face didn't take.
Well, it was the antibiotics that caused it, though.
Really?
Yeah.
Yep. The medication that's supposed to help it hurt it.
No. It was that wasn't the anti-rejection drugs. So he had a cold and he took antibiotics, and that caused
Oh, my
the
God.
rejection to happen. His new face remains smooth and motionless, and his skull, skin, and features are yet to be fully aligned.
So he basically looks like Kris Jenner.
But he is positive about his
But
recovery.
it is astonishing that someone who's undergone some sort of radically horrific accident or whatever has a shot at having a usable, outwardly normal-looking face.
And you said that he was in the hospital without a face for 2 months?
Yeah, and he couldn't talk at all.
But he could dance.
Man, oh man.
God.
You are the worst ever.
I try to see the glasses half full, Kathy.
You should. What an optimist, Steve Morrison.
Or half messed up.
Just watch his feet. Just watch his feet.
Just watch.
Yeah.
Don't look at him in the eye.
Focus on the
I don't
feet.
look up.
Oh, look at it.
Oh my God, he's great. Give him the mic.
Stop it.
Oh my God.
But now he's fine, so we
this
can't.
is okay.
It would actually be wrong to not joke it.
It's not okay. I think that this is not okay.
It's probably not okay.
Please welcome Mr. Jason Reitman to
Yes.
our show this morning. Hi, Jason.
Pleasure to be here.
Nice to see you.
One of our great embarrassments on the show here is you came in with Diablo Cody years ago, and we hadn't done our due diligence, and we were just more fascinated with the fact that she had been a stripper at some point and had a little.
Well, he's getting into a successful Hollywood career.
And here she is, this incredible script writer that that she's become, and you and she seem to really synergize really well. I mean, so when you get a script from her, you just automatically, I see this.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm imagine it's like when you guys met for the first time. You don't realize when you're on a first date of a relationship that's going to last the rest of your life.
Right.
And I met her for the first time, and we went to this bar in L.A., and she ordered a dirty martini, and I got a Diet Coke because I am the rock and roll of that relationship. And
Diet Coke.
And what has begun is this relationship where every 5 years we make a movie. It was Juno, and then Young Adult, and now Tully. And I'm looking forward to see the movies we make when we're in our 70s. Our hospice comedy is going to be amazing.
Because you are, as you have said in interviews, her tone and her take on things is changing, as is yours. And now you're a family man yourself, but her ability to write females that and people in general, but females that are flawed and relatable is uncanny.
Yeah, and look, I think there's kind of a through line between all three films. And this one, Tully, is about that moment when you become a parent and you realize you have to grow up because your younger self is starting to feel like it's a different human being.
Yeah.
In fairness, when you guys came in that time and we talked about her being a stripper.
You guys feel really guilty about this.
We kid you not. We reference this. It actually redirected the trajectory of the show because we said, we got to check up on these people.
Here's why. Because Juno was such a great piece of work. And I think afterwards we're like, holy crap, we missed the boat on talking to her about her writing ability because Juno turned out to be so good. So it did serve as a lesson in
how odd that a woman came on a show and she was objectified for her beauty and her history and never talked about her talent. What an odd moment.
We've gotten better. We've gotten better, though.
So we hadn't seen her talent.
We hadn't seen it. Yes. And I suppose, Jason, that you probably dealt with this a lot of your life as well because you come from Hollywood royalty and people.
Because of my stripping background.
You were a stripper.
Yeah, and
you did that skating act.
You did burlesque for like 5 or 6 years. No, because you have a reputation because you're a family, and you've had to prove in yourself. On your own merits, and has that been difficult for you?
My obituary will either begin director of Juno died today or son of director of Ghostbusters died today.
And about, you okay? All right, 35 minutes or so? You good? Yeah. I just want to make sure I don't have to do the Heimlich on you. Wow, that sucks. Did you swallow spit down the wrong...
No, I'm eating oatmeal, and I took a bite like friggin' 2 minutes ago, and I guess there was like a piece of oatmeal stuck in my teeth somewhere.
Do you want me to do the Graftenberg on you?
Can you give me a tracheotomy, please?
Yeah. I'll give you...
Trach first.
Wait a minute.
The G-spot, yeah.
That's the G and G spot.
Oh. Yeah, I didn't know that. I learned stuff.
It is Dr. Grafenberg.
Really?
Yes, I kid
That's
you
what
not.
the G-spot is.
It's named after a doctor.
Yeah.
Absolutely. You kidding me? Most definitely. All right, anyhow.
Lord Cunnilingus is another...
Oh, Jesus. Lord?
Cunnilingus, yes, in the...
Lord Cunnilingus.
Yes.
Oh, I thought it was Colonel Lingus.
No, it's not. It's not a military title.
It's Colonel Angus.
Colonel Angus.
That SNL bit, if you've never seen it, we should put that up, Nick.
Okay.
Wow. Yeah, okay. So, it's a G spot, also called the Grafenberg spot. And let me see. It doesn't. Ernst Grafenberg.
Yeah.
His name. Ernst.
I guess him and his stupid spots. You'll see. You'll see.
One day.
I'll change the world of sex forever. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
You funny boy.
All right, anyhow. We
With
have,
your stupid spots.
what I was saying was you have $1,000 to give away, and that is with the birthday bucks, and that's coming up around 8 o'clock. You good?
I'm good.
All right, high five, brother. Right
High five.
Nice. Did you say high five?
What are you, an octopus?
I thought
said hey five.
Oh, I thought that was a line from a movie or something.
No.
Hey five, everybody.
Hey five.
The oatmeal has caused oxygen deprivation to the brain.
Good Lord.
Wow, what it actually, I did that for a reason. It's National High Five Day.
Oh,
Yeah.
no, it's National A5 Day.
No, hey five.
Oh, hey five.
Yeah, hey
By
five.
the way, so my kids do this thing now where if you see a Mustang, you get the high five. It's it's like
What?
it's the nice version.
If you
of
see a
Punch
wild
Buggy.
horse,
No.
Oh, it's a nice version of Punch Buggy. Okay. All right.
Mustang,
high five. Are you a high fiving kind of guy?
Hold on a minute here. Punch Buggy it's one person noticing it before the other.
Yes.
But if you do a high five, that's a collaborative.
Yeah, so it's like a nice thing to do. By the way, we do
But then
Punch
nobody-
Buggy.
Wait a second.
Nobody wins in that.
Let this Mustang thing breathe a little bit.
Yeah.
Yes, you're exactly right, Preston. That is not the same family.
No.
What
do you do? Hey, Mustang. And you put your hand
Mustang high five.
up? Okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right.
I don't know.
We do Skittle. Do you guys ever heard of Skittle?
Only through you.
Okay.
is it again?
Yellow car. You get to punch somebody.
No, I've done Padiddle,
Yeah.
which is one headlight. Mm-hmm.
And Pedaddle.
What's that?
I pleasured myself while driving.
One taillight.
That's back help.
totally
Is that
different.
a different thing?
Yeah, but it's a thing.
I saw you go.
It's definitely.
You gave me a punch buggy in Clearwater. We were leaving. We were driving out of the stadium and saw one as we were driving back to Clearwater Beach.
Yeah.
And that was the first time I'd received a punch buggy in 20 years.
Oh, 20 years.
Yeah.
Well, I did it because, and I think I told you, I go, my kids always get me first,
Yeah.
so I finally get to do it to
I was
somebody
impressed
else.
by your ability.
What you do is drive them over to a VW dealership.
Oh, my
and
God.
beat the F out of
Just
them.
beat the living piss.
Daddy!
You can throw elbows when you're in a when you're in a dealership. It's believed to go back to the 1970s and was probably a variation on the low five, which has been around since World War II. However, there are two popular stories which try to explain the origin of the high five. The first story states the first high five occurred at Dodger Stadium on October 2nd, 1977, between Glenn Burke and Dusty Baker on the last day of the regular season. The high five was in response to a home run hit by Baker off of Houston Astros pitcher J.R. Richard. So that's one story.
Yes. It's funny, though. How would you know that? How would you know that at some other event or some other sign of exaltation, somebody just didn't put up their hand and go,
Well, this is at a stadium in front of a lot of people,
Right.
and nobody had really seen that type of thing before, so somebody made note of it.
What did we just see, ladies and gentlemen?
Yeah. The second story places the origin of the high five at a University of Louisville Cardinals basketball practice in 1978. Willie Brown was going to give his teammate Derek Smith a low five, but the two decided to give each other a high five instead. And after that, the team took it over and began giving each other high fives after each celebration.
And yet, though, there's enough evidence to suggest that it was actually discovered at the Institute of Hand Gestures in Massachusetts.
I didn't even think of that.
1957.
But some sports teams will take on their own celebration thing. I know who used to do the forearm bump? Was that the Yankees?
Yeah, they did it for a stretch. I watched the national championship game between Villanova and Michigan, and there was a guy who was not a starter from Michigan as the teams were doing warm-up, and this guy was in charge of high fives and slaps with all of the starting players. So they're announcing the starting players, and they each come out, and then there's one guy standing near the basket, and he was the guy in charge of, all right, I'm going to do this routine with this guy and this routine with this guy, and it took coordination as a little bit of a choreography.
Do you have any special...
I do. Whenever I will do a high five somebody, it depends on them. If it's like a girl, it might be, hey, high five.
Yeah.
Hey, smack hands like that.
Yeah.
But if it's a friend, Casey, stand up.
All right. Oh, I'm a friend.
It's a three-parter that I always do, and it's like this.
Boom.
Mouth butt.
It's a lot.
It's like super white.
Actually, it's more like this. Super white.
Super white. Yeah, because we didn't.
Terry, come here. Terry's black. Come over here. No, I have more soul than that. I'm sorry.
Wait a second.
Terry's just
Terry's
as
black,
white
the
as
bro shake, and then
Yeah.
oh man, snap. You got to do
Hey,
this.
just, wait. He just did it again. Watch. You missed it. Turn around. Terry, do it. Watch pros do this.
Yeah.
There.
You got to do the snap at the end.
Casey's still thinking.
I think we just took a step down in the friendship department.
Wow.
No.
Terry's now Preston's best friend.
All right, thank you very much, Kathy. Our next guest has been playing the character of Svengoolie for 45 years.
45 years.
How awesome is that?
How long have we wanted Svengoolie on the show? I'm a massive fan.
It's been a long time, and you'll be able to see him on MeTV with the special 2024 Svengoolie's Halloween Bonanza. Please welcome Rich Kaz Svengoolie to the show. Hey, man, good morning.
Hi, nice to talk to you guys. It's funny hearing the traffic, because years ago, when I was doing my original Son of Svengoolie show, we were syndicated to Philadelphia, and we're on a station there. And I just remember hearing the different names of the streets and areas.
Yeah.
Brings it all back.
You're a radio veteran. You and I was telling Preston, he pointed out that there is a Svengoolie picture or painting in the radio.
Yeah. So it was we were inducted in the National Radio Hall of Fame, Rich, in 2021, and so we went to the Museum of Broadcast Communications, and they had the Svengoolie display there. At the time, which was so cool to see. Is it a permanent addition to the? Because I haven't been there in a couple of years.
Yeah, actually, the museum was forced out of that building.
Yes,
and they're currently looking for a new location. But yeah, that display is I'm very honored. Part of their whole Chicago history examples there, and it was really something. It's got my original coffin that I used to use on the show, and a lot of the original set pieces. How many people would say, "Well, that was my original coffin"?
Right.
No, it's terrific. I every Saturday or every other Saturday, whenever it's on, I will watch you, and I love the selection of movies. It's a hearkening back to Zachary and all the great, horror movie hosts, and you are definitely their equal. 4 decades plus, 45 years. It's got to be amazing. And then this is the third annual Bonanza, correct?
Yeah, and it's very flattering that they will give me a whole month named after me. And I always say, with the Halloween Boo-nanza, with Boo-nanza, some people are expecting a zombie Lauren Green or something. but it's cool. It's a lot of great programming, not only our movies, every week, and we're going to have double features.
Which, you usually do one feature on a Saturday, and then it's into Kolchak, The Night Stalker, and all that stuff. But so 2 movies every Saturday.
Yeah, for the whole month. And at the end of the month, I'm really thrilled. Movie we've been trying to get for a long time, the original 1953 Invaders from Mars is scheduled.
Awesome.
I'm just so happy we finally got. And also, you've seen the side characters we have, our Sven squad?
Yes.
Yeah, Svengoolie and the Imp and Nostalgia Ferratu, they will actually be doing the second movie the last 2 Saturdays of the month. And they're both Jim Henson movies, Labyrinth and Dark Crystal. So these guys are getting a chance to stretch their legs and do some stuff on their own.
It's funny, and I've heard you mention a number of times that, there's some more current movies that you'd love to get on there. But, I mean, there is the nostalgia element. You are, I know you're a big fan of the Universal era of films, and that's what I was weaned on, Creature from the Black Lagoon. And you will be showing Son of Frankenstein during the month, which a lot of people don't know is pretty much what inspired Young Frankenstein.
Yeah, a lot of that goes into it. That's very true. Between that and Bride of Frankenstein, I think Mel Brooks really mined a lot of the stuff for his movie from both of those.
And I think what's really cool is that there's going to be episodes of Brady Bunch, Happy Days, Laverne and Shirley, I Love Lucy, Gilligan's Island, and on and on. And they all had either haunted episodes or Halloween directly episodes or episodes that are in some way tangential to the season. And that's all going to be shown as well, correct?
Yeah, there's a lot of great stuff that's, various, like you say, scary type category stuff. One of my favorites is when we show on the Andy Griffith Show, the one called The Haunted House, which coincidentally was the basis for the Don Knotts movie Ghost and Mr. Chicken, which will also be
which I love.
I love that movie.
That's one of our most requested movies.
I have a quick question because Steve here on the show turned me on to MeTV, and I'm always grateful to Steve for that. And my mother-in-law turned me on to you, and but I'm curious as to whether or not Kerwin, the rubber chicken, will be making an appearance.
Oh, constantly.
Okay.
Are you kidding? We can't get rid of him. I'm amazed at how he's become such a big star.
I love the guy.
It kills me. I mean, how many rubber chickens at any point are on set?
Oh, well, my goodness, I can't even count how many, especially once they're being thrown at me. It's a little hard to keep count.
It was amazing because watching there was a well-deserved tribute to you that, was shown. And for all that you see, and we're putting together, almost 5 hours a day, and we know what goes into producing and putting a show together, and you come from radio, and I think that probably served you well. But basically, my point is it's not a lot of people doing a lot, correct?
Yeah, definitely so. On our show, I screen the movies, break them down into segments. I write copious notes on them, and then I write all the material. And then we go into the studio and record it. So we have a very small staff, which is amazing. Here's a show that's on nationally, and, it's me, my director, Chris Faulkner, who's also the chief editor, my executive producer, Jim Roach, who also does some editing, and then an audio guy, and then we have somebody who runs teleprompter and a floor director, and that's it.
That's crazy.
Svengoolie, when I was a kid growing up in the 1970s, I found out that there were various people like yourselves that weren't syndicated, that were in smaller markets, that were doing a type of, horror show and presentation, and people like yourself broke out, and obviously Elvira and a few others. Is there kind of a fraternity of sorts amongst the people that do your type of work?
I think so, yeah. It's not like Shakes the Clown where we all go to a clown bar after we do our shows.
Right.
But yeah, a lot of them, there's, I think the main ones who are available around all respect each other and enjoy each other's work. And it's kind of cool, because you get to know people. I got to know Gord Duvall, do you know him?
Yep.
Yeah, I got to be friends with him, and it's so cool to see these people. And you mentioned Zachary earlier. I never met him, but we had been in contact, and I was very flattered that he really liked what I do, and that meant a lot to me. And the same with Elvira. She's been so kind. She's done interviews where she mentions how much she likes what I do.
Well, they know you're the real deal, and I love the fact that I know Gilbert Gottfried, the late Gilbert Gottfried, was a huge fan. Dana Gould, Joe Mantegna, and there is apparently a Lady Gaga fandom or connection. Apparently, there was some Svengoolie paraphernalia behind her in one of her videos or something. Are you aware of this?
She was promoting a book, I think, that she wrote with her mom. And in the still picture, she's wearing one of our T-shirts. I mean, not T-shirts, I'm sorry, sweatshirts.
Yeah.
And you can see the little logo on it. And we were like, what? And I know she spent some time in Chicago because she used to date one of the actors on one of the Dick Wolf shows.
Yeah. It's great. Who blew you away with their fandom? What celebrity just came out of left field and you couldn't believe they were a fan?
Two of them, I would say. Mark Hamill.
That's
which just if I got time to tell the story.
Sure.
I got an email and it said, "I'm Mark Hamill. I'm a real fan of your show, and why don't you give me your phone number and I'll call you." And I'm like, "Yeah, right, okay." And so I told him. I noticed he was on the real Mark Hamill was on Twitter.
Yeah.
And I said, "I tell you what, why don't you just do a tweet and I'll know it's you and I'll send you the phone number." So I'm waiting 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. I'm thinking, this isn't it. And all of a sudden, up comes a tweet that says, "One of the best things I discovered this summer was Svengoolie."
Oh, that's awesome. That's so cool. You know what you do, which I really appreciate as well? You're clearly a true fan of this stuff. Like getting the original Invaders from Mars is such a get. But what I do love is that the information you're providing, you actually imparting real but fun and significant about these horror movies that we've all grown and sci-fi movies that we've grown to love over the years.
Yeah, and that's it. I'm really a fan of movies, and I think it's great. Of course, the original reason I got into this was to do my shtick stuff.
Yeah.
But I'm also a fan of the movies, and I always want people to see some of the background on it. I know I'm the kind of guy that I'm watching a movie, and if I see somebody and I go, I know him, but I don't know where I know him from, that's what I try to, put those connections together for the viewers.
Well, it's working.
Yep. This Saturday on MeTV, it is the Svengoolie's Halloween Boo-Nanza that'll be taking place in. Do we know what the titles you're going to be showing are, or do we need to wait and see the special?
No, this Saturday it's going to be Son of Frankenstein, followed by the monster that challenged the world.
Oh, I love that. They're giant leeches, aren't they?
They're like mollusks.
Yeah, mollusks. Yeah.
I love it. All right, thank you, Rich. We appreciate it. It's great to talk to you, and keep having fun with this. It's excellent work.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys, and keep seeing us on MeTV.
You got it. Svengoolie, guys. Rich Kaz. I love that. What do you like about the old movie, Steve?
Well, there's a tremendous amount of fond memories because my dad indoctrinated me on the Universal stuff. But the 4:30 movie in New York, it was like, I'm sure you had Channel 9 would show it like Chiller Theater.
Yeah.
And if you want to talk about embedded nostalgia, and even a bad horror movie, even a bad sci-fi movie can still be great. And that's what I love about it. It's weird to really quantify and drill down on it, but it just makes me feel good.
All right, somebody texts in and says, how about Saturday Night Dead, starring Stella the Man-Eater from Maniac?
Do you guys not remember this?
Yes, we talked about it around the time we were talking about Captain Noah and the personalities.
Okay, I don't remember her.
She would walk around the streets of Manayunk, and it was really low budget, low rent stuff, but it was endearing, and she was like Philadelphia through and through, and had a really great Philly accent. But yeah, it was counter programming to Saturday Night Live, Saturday Night Dead.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and it would be like horror movies.
Yeah,
who was the St. Louis?
I don't remember. I know we had them, and I remember actually as a kid, younger than that, before we even moved to St. Louis, like seeing one of these people on TV, and I was a little kid. I mean, like, pre-K.
Sure.
And they were like, disembodied heads and stuff like that. It scared the hell out of me. And if I were to see it now, it would be campy as hell. You know what I mean?
And that's the beauty of it, is it does evolve. In New York, they had a thing called Chiller Theater, which would be Saturday night, and this hand would come out of this quicksand or whatever it was, and it would grab the letters and spell out Chiller Theater, and the music was really, creepy, and they'd play some horrible, Frankenstein and the Monster from Green Hell or whatever the hell it was, all these bizarre movies. But that's the Svengoolie realm. That's what he's dealing with.
Yeah.
He'll show some, like Dark Crystal. It's a solid movie. He'll get some top-notch ones as well. But a lot of these are the unsung heroes.
And in between the commercials and so on, the bits that he's doing are really goofy with songs and sound effects and
Very
stuff like that.
Soupy Sales-ish, if you remember Soupy Sales.
Yeah. So, that'll be cool. It's on MeTV. We got about 5 minutes or so. We're going to have Mark Paul Gosselaar on, and he's talking about the show Found.
Yes.
So we'll get to him in just a little bit. So we have a little bit of time between now and then.
Enough for the little timerer?
This is the little timerer. No, I did see this. I thought this was kind of interesting, Stephen, and we'll spend just a second chatting here. But you had sent this article over to me, and this is just kind of to make you aware of if you are using Uber.
Yes, I did not know this.
No, that apparently there's this New Jersey couple who had life-changing injuries after a crash in an Uber car, and they can't sue the company. Georgia and John McGinty, they're from Preston, were told by a judge that they're bound by a clause in Uber's terms and conditions which states they cannot take a case to a jury in a court of law. And I had a hard time understanding, reading the article, why that it had something to do with them ordering on Uber Eats.
Right. And it was a little vague. What I did understand, though, is, it goes back to the terms of the agreement. When you enter in, when you acknowledge and accept the rules of using Uber on the app, they are absolved of you being, you cannot bring them to court for like civil damages.
Well, that sucks because you can't.
For an accident?
You have to accept the terms or you can't. Do you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, but that's
you can't get in the car in the first place.
You can't get in the car in the first place. And also, well, how about this? George and I was going to say Patty because I know a Patty McGinty. Georgia and something McGinty, only one of those people ordered the Uber. The other one was just a passenger.
Right.
So the other person who is not the person who ordered the Uber they should be able to sue.
Is there
Uber.
a barrier in between you and the driver and the company? Is that what it boils down to? Like, for example, if you get injured in a house that you rented through Vrbo, can you sue the owner of the house but not Vrbo?
No, because the owner has insurance.
It says the couple filed a lawsuit against the company, the driver, and the person that the driver hit in the other one.
I would guess that the driver has to be covered under Uber if they're working for Uber. Or covered, I guess maybe Uber has them covered under their own personal insurance.
Was it under Uber or over Uber?
Yeah.
So Uber filed a motion to compel arbitration, which is when they ask the court to enforce a contractual arbitration clause and require the parties to resolve their differences through arbitration instead of litigation.
Uh-huh. So Marissa, you had mentioned somebody you knew who there was an accident. Was it Uber and was it a settlement you were talking about?
Yeah, they received kind of like a payout like very quickly. Uber was on top of it. The moment there was an accident, there actually is kind of like a big dumb red button now that you can say like, I feel uncomfortable or I was in an accident, and Uber reached out to them immediately and offered them money. And Preston, I'm reading more into this thing, and the whole thing about the Uber Eats is Uber said, well, you accepted our terms and conditions on multiple times. Like they probably every time there's an update, do it. And they said the last time that it was clicked was their daughter ordering a pizza. And she was the one that was like, yep, confirm. I'll accept whatever it is. So their 12-year-old daughter.
Yeah, see, there's somehow or another that came in to play as well. It's a very confusing.
Because as you were pointing out, multiple times and recently they've accepted the terms, and that's what bolstered Uber's case?
Yeah. So, and they're saying they wanted to take it in front of a jury case, and Uber's saying you can't. By accepting this app, you agree that you cannot take us in front of a jury to court.
And the judge agreed.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Again, it's that fine print stuff that you just don't know exists.
I know.
I mean, how many times do you ever read the paragraphs and paragraphs of the user agreement?
I don't have the capacity to understand the legalese, the language, you know?
There was one last weekend for the Emma Barbecue. To accept our tickets, there was like a new pop-up that came, and it was like, toggle between these two screens and scroll to the bottom. It literally said something like that. That was like, nope, you need to like pretend to have seen all of this stuff.
Right. Well, there's some will just let you click, but a lot of them, I think most of the ones that are an older or more, like an Apple, will forces you to at least scroll to the bottom to create the illusion that you read it.
Yes.
We need like cliff notes. Like I'll do the scrolling, and then at the end, just be like, "This says if you get hurt, you
should be able to chat with have a lawyer pop up, Preston.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Yeah.
Well, it's basically like when you go and buy a car or something like that. They have all of this stuff, and then the person's like, "This just says you're waiving this," and then this just, I'm like, "Thank you. That's all I need. That's all I need.
And
I'm going to sign it anyway."
And really, essentially, it's that easy. Like, it's all of those legal terms, but it is that easy. And like, hey, this is what you're signing, and they explain it to you in one sentence.
Right.
Yep.
With this Uber thing, though, I bet you that they have like a max payout that they give these people.
Gotta be.
It just reminded me. I don't know if you guys remember, a friend of mine was hit by a taxi a few years ago. She was walking across the street, and they tried to take him to court and everything. But whatever the company was that he worked for, they had like a max. Like, she just got a couple $1,000s, even though she was out of work for months.
Yeah, she broke her
was laid
femur,
up.
did she not?
Yeah, she was pretty bad.
So there was no option for a civil case or anything? She had no recourse?
You were suing a guy that you would be suing him, and he had no money.
Right.
Like,
So she couldn't sue the cab company?
Yeah, like they had some sort of max payout or something. Like they tried every angle.
That's crazy.
What was the settlement from Uber? Do you recall?
For my friends,
Yeah.
when my friends were in it, they were in like little fender benders.
Okay, so it was like a couple grand.
I think maybe less or something like that,
All right.
because they didn't get in an ambulance. They were fine.
They weren't injured.
They weren't injured. But Uber was very quick to go, all right, you're okay. Sign this. We'll reimburse you. Here's some free rides. Here's a little payment.
We'll give you free
you're
rides.
good. You're good.
All right. Yeah.
Huh. Well, it's something to consider. I mean, like never ever think about that if I'm hopping in for a ride.
How often have you ridden Uber? And if so,
not very often.
How have your rides been in general?
Decent.
Safe and good?
Yeah.
I've never had a bad experience. I know people who do it frequently will occasionally encounter a driver they're uncomfortable with or have issues, and that's why they've created these buttons so you can immediately say, I'm not digging this.
I rarely do it anymore because I don't feel comfortable. I did in the beginning. It was more comfortable than jumping in a taxi. And now to me, it's the same thing. And yeah, I rarely take it, and I will never take it by myself.
Yeah.
You always got to have somebody with you.
Yeah.
I was wondering, because I had to take shuttle buses from like rental car places in the airport, and like you're just on these little shuttle things. And I was thinking about this on Sunday night when we did Wally Park.
And who should have told you?
You're just you're on this bus with and you're packed in there like sardines.
Yeah.
And if something happens, like you're not strapped in. There's no seatbelts or anything like that.
Right.
And, like, what's
And
the
accidents
liability
can
there?
happen. Yeah, it's a fully mobile moving bus.
The last couple of Ubers I did take, besides the karaoke ride with Star Car Karaoke, and
I mean,
and down the
that's
shore.
not dangerous. That's just
that's just fun. But the last couple of Uber rides I did take, I ended up in like full on deep life conversations
It's weird, right?
with the drivers. No, but I was kind of in the mood for it.
I do it all the time.
And some really, sage advice, believe it or not, from these drivers about living life and being good. Because I think a handful of them are in a position where they do this because they love doing it. They like meeting people and they like driving them around and they like talking.
It's funny you should mention that because it was spring training. It was maybe the second time we did it, and I grabbed an Uber back to the hotel. And the driver, I got into this thing, and exactly that dynamic. Was kind of retired, wanted to do something they enjoyed, person like the Equalizer, Preston, and so it was that vibe, and it was a delightful conversation, and I enjoyed that experience.
Yeah, a good Uber driver is like a good therapist or a bartender, a hairstylist. They're going to listen to the things you have to say. I actually like when they don't engage in conversation. I get a little insulted. I'm like, wait, am I boring you?
I don't want to talk to you.
Yeah, I'm like, what did I do wrong?
I can't see behind your heads, Hughes. I can't see the cars behind me.
Yeah, I use it all the time.
One of you is
though.
going to have to get out of the car. It's just me.
It's such an easy convenience, and when it doesn't work, it kind of throws me off a little bit because I use it incessantly.
Yeah, Nick, I'm probably in them at least 5 times a week. I mean, going to the city, it's cheaper to do that than to drive and park, or if I'm meeting friends out for dinner. I mean, I'm in them very frequently.
Also, it all but eliminates drinking and driving. Like, you have that option on your phone to get a ride somewhere. You know, it's such an easy convenience. It doesn't cost that much money. Just use it.
And I like taking public transportation too. And then later at night, I'd rather get in a car. My friends know, and we all wait for each other to go. But my new fun game is I learned that the Uber driver is supposed to look at your picture and guess music to put on for you. So they classify you per your photo.
Oh my God! Okay,
this is a game.
Well, I personally
that could be really problematic.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder, what do they look at my photo and go, what kind of music does this girl want to listen to?
I mean, legit, the last Uber that I was in was on the way home from the airport, and this is what we listened to the entire car ride home.
Okay.
It was just straight up like.
Well, let's say you're Caucasian and someone Hispanic gets in, and Marissa, you automatically put this on. Hey, you like this a lot, don't you?
You people like this stuff, don't you? I mean,
I'd say that's a little dangerous.
Yeah. I'm going to take you to eat. What? You people like spicy stuff, don't you?
Look, it is on the Uber driver. When somebody gets in, they can say, do you want the windows up? Do you want the air conditioning on? How is the comfort? Yeah. And so the same thing, like, they may just put on music that they think that, like, you know, is generic.
I'm going to leave the air conditioning off because I'm guessing you're poor and you don't have that. It would be alien to you to have the amenities that someone who looks like me might have.
Somebody put on country the other day, and I was like, oh my God, can you put on whatever you were listening to before this? Because this is just not good. But I do have to thank, I know there are a lot of Uber drivers out there that listen to the Preston and Steve show. So
hold on,
wait, all of you guys.
Wait a second. You got in and country music was already playing?
Yes.
And you asked them to change it?
It was, it was during the A to Z, and I was like, can you put on 93.3?
I've never asked an Uber driver to change the music.
No. And I've never gotten...
I figured it's their music.
Right.
Yeah.
I've never gotten in with an Uber driver playing music loudly. It's always a very... you could ask, or you know,
I would never do that. I would never say, "Hey, you mind changing this?" Unless it was, I don't know, something that was offending me or
guess
something.
My
like
ethnicity.
That. Yeah.
Wait, Preston, I had to take an Uber once with a group of my friends, and the car had one of those diffusers that blows out the smell.
Yeah.
I
God.
I was going to die.
Yeah.
And all my friends know how I am. So we all had, it was December. We all had the windows open. I was like hanging out the window. It was raining. It was not a fun Uber ride.
I've used it again. Probably, I'm with you, Preston. Not a lot, but when I've used it, it's always been a good experience.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's and there are times when I do feel like talking, and other times when I'm like, okay, I guess we're talking the whole time here. It just depends on whatever mood I'm in, you know, but that's how you take it.
I was with a guy one time, and it was interesting to hear him, but he was on a tirade about like medallions for cabs and how much they were costing at a certain time. And he was, you know, and
was he an Uber guy?
He was Uber, Lyft, and a cab driver.
Okay, yeah. So he probably, because a lot of the cab drivers at the, you know, they were that medallion was what they were going to retire on,
right?
Because those were valued at like $100,000, $200,000.
Not the case anymore, though.
Nah,
is it?
when Uber came in, it completely
changed that.
It changed that.
They would sell the medallion, and that'd be sort of their retirement.
Yep.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah, because if you own the medallion, then you know, like you own the cab, right? So
I was curious about if it would be something that I would do upon retirement, and having, because it's fairly easy to pull off in that you don't have, you're your own boss essentially. You have to follow rules, but it's your office, it's your, you know, so it might be just kind of an easy way to get out and spend some time if you've saved enough and you don't need the money, but you do want something to fill your time with.
There's a bit of fascination I've had. Now the question is, would you just drive or would you equalize as well?
I would have to equalize as well, because I am a trained assassin. And it would go to waste.
Honest to goodness.
The government spent all this money on
killed?
training.
And by the way, what music do you like?
I never thought about that, Preston, driving for Uber or Lyft or whatever upon retirement, because, I mean, I just assume I would work at like a Home Depot or Lowe's, because, like, honest to God, like, I don't have any discernible skill. Like, and I can't even barely do this job. You know what I mean? So, like, when I retire.
This is Home Depot Radio. Casey with you.
Oh my God, we can do a radio
show. He can bring in a speaker
in Home Depot.
And that might have
what's going on in plumbing? We're talking to Lou in plumbing. How's that PVC pipe looking?
It might have just sounded like I said people that work at Home Depot and Lowe's don't have any discernible skills, but that's not what I'm saying.
You're saying you don't.
I'm saying I don't, and I don't know what I can do after this career is over.
Steve, you can check in with me. I'll be in gardening.
Hey, it's Kathy over in gardening. How are those succulents looking?
I see people, bagging groceries. You could do that too. I mean, that's, working a.
I think it's so. I like what you mentioned. I think that to interact with people, to have that. I do enjoy driving, and going. And the drivers I talk to most often like to work the airport routes. It's most often when I'm using them, so maybe that's why I'm encountering them.
Your card gets destroyed if you do that.
What, working in that?
Working at Uber or
Yeah.
Lyft? Yeah.
But, that's part of you gotta do the upkeep. But yes, you're putting a lot of miles on it. Obviously, people get in and out. I wonder if people who do the rideshare driving, if they care about traffic at all, because they just got to get you from A to B. You know what I mean?
They do, though.
And do they?
Some do. Again, I've talked to mostly airport drivers.
Because, they're not in a hurry to get anywhere.
Yeah.
I guess if they want to pick up more fares and make more money, sure.
They're more
that does make
concerned with
sense.
guessing your ethnicity.
Yes, playing the proper music.
Yeah.
I had a job, and it was actually when I first started listening to the Preston and Steve show, where my job was to drive around and sit in traffic. Yeah. And so I worked for traffic.com, and I know, Kathy, you ended up working there as well. But during that time, Preston, I would be at work at 5 in the morning and go until about 10:30, 11 every day. My job was to go drive and look for traffic. And it was a split shift thing, so I would do the second half of the day too. But during that time, because I was actively looking for traffic, it was the one time while driving while traffic itself didn't actually bother me.
Okay.
Because I'm seeking it out, and I'm just sitting there, and I was like, okay, well, I'm doing my job.
Eureka!
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't need to be anywhere
That's right
now. So, yeah.
So I think a driver is annoyed by traffic just because it's less fares. So they want to get more and more people.
The turnover slows down.
Yeah,
That
I
makes
definitely
sense.
would not want to work the nightlife. I think I would rather do the early morning.
Yes.
Airport rides.
Airport, yes.
Yeah, drunken idiots at the end of the night.
2 o'clock in the morning.
I'd struggle with that.
I couldn't
I thought
do
you
it.
liked the nightlife. You liked to boogie.
I like the boogie, but I do not like those people in my car. Yeah.
I wonder if some of them do prefer that for whatever reason. More entertaining, I don't know.
But more puke.
Maybe you get
puke.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Your
That's
car
it.
gets destroyed.
Well, Kathy, there are people that have made businesses out of it where they
Cleaning?
just have their Uber car. So the same way that people had cab companies,
Yes.
a person will own 10 cars and then lend them out to people to ride Uber.
So
But that's somebody who's really into it. Like the everyday
Right.
person that's just signing up, either for retirement or just a little extra money. Most times they have to use their own car. And,
Right.
I was talking though, Kathy, to a guy over. I forget where I was, but it was a restaurant. I was picking up takeout, and he was Uber Eats, I think it was. But he said he loved it. He loved. So that aspect was something that he liked as well, where he could make his own hours. If you have hustle, everyone says this. If you hustle a bit, you can do nicely.
Oh, and I've heard that too, why people like it, because you work when you want. You just sign on whenever you want or log in or whatever they do.
Yeah, there was one time talking about the condition of the car. And Casey, this was early on. We were in Chicago, and you had never really done the rideshare thing before.
No, it was my
And
first time ever.
We got in this guy's car, and it wasn't a great. The car was older. It had been beat up quite a bit. And Casey was like, well, should I rate him kind of poor because the car wasn't that great? I'm like, no, because you could tell he went to an effort to clean it.
Yeah.
It had it had some, it was shoddy, but it smelled nice. It was not cluttery. He had gone to an effort to shampoo the carpets and stuff like that. I'm
That's all
like,
that matters.
no, that's all. That if they're making an effort to keep it, in a decent shape, and I think that's commending.
Do Uber drivers or Lyft drivers, do they ever buy cars specifically for that purpose?
Well, Kathy was saying, to that point, like someone might buy a special Uber or a Lyft car, Kathy.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would, if I were to do that, I think I would lean towards a
Maserati?
electric vehicle.
Oh, okay.
Like, Tesla or something like that.
I think there are so many red Teslas that I've been picked up in. I think that there is some sort of deal with Tesla and Uber.
Okay. Hang on. Our friend Ra is on the line, who is driving Lyft right now. Yo, Ra. Morning, bud.
Chicago.
What's up, buddy?
What's going on? Yeah, so listen, I'm driving right now, man, and it traffic definitely matters. You try to stay away from it because it does waste your time. I stay away from sports games. I stay away from big events sometimes because a 15-minute trip may take 40 minutes getting in and getting out, because of traffic.
And that's a fare you could have gotten. Yeah.
So, Rob, you're driving for
About 5 more people.
You're driving for Lyft, and let me ask you, to the earlier part of the conversation, do you enjoy when a passenger gets in and engages in conversation?
I love having conversation. The only time I don't is when you guys are on.
Good answer.
You guys are talking, I'm trying to listen to the Bizarre File or something, and it's like I can't hear what you're saying because they want to engage in convo and whatnot. But
So on a hustle level, the money can be pretty good if you work it.
yeah, sometimes I see, and that's another thing. They were talking about the wear and tear on the car. I use a rental. I rent from Lyft, right?
Oh, you can rent from Lyft.
I have to pay a rental fee first. They get their money first, like through the app, right? So all the money I'm making, it flips over Monday. So all the money I'm making Monday, maybe Tuesday, that goes to them, and then the rest of the time the money comes to me.
I see.
But the instant payment is awesome. You know what I mean?
So you go, and what the basic deal is, you pick up the car, you drive, you get a number of fares, and in the initial part of the week or whatever, you're paying off that rental.
You keep the car.
You keep the car. Oh, okay.
They renew it. They renew it every week. You just keep the car.
That's pretty seamless.
So how much does it cost to rent it for the week?
It costs for me, it costs $3 something. Like I say $316, $330, but you can make that in 2 days.
Yeah, that's not bad at all.
Honestly,
I have other jobs. I have a work from home that I do too, so it's not like it's my only job.
No, I hear you.
But can you drive? All right, listen. You rent the car for the week or for $300. Are you allowed to drive that car wherever you want?
Yeah, you keep the car, dude. They just renew it.
I mean, why would you not do that? Like, I mean, you got to rent a car for $300 a day.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. You can get one for a week.
Yeah.
Is it a decent car, Ron? What kind of car is it?
I'm driving a 2024 Nissan Sentra.
Dude.
Yeah.
Case is exactly right.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's an
I
eye-opener.
had a Murano. I had my own car, and my own car it failed because it didn't like all the driving at one point. I was doing that.
Right.
And the Murano failed on me.
Interesting. A lot of interesting information, Ra. Thanks.
All right, Ra. Appreciate it, man.
All right, guys.
All right, see you later.
Bye.
Yep. All right. Wow. All right. Interesting stuff. But keep that in mind about if you're in an accident, that you have signed away litigation rights to go against Uber if you need it, if somebody was negligent or if the company was negligent. I assume Lyft is similar. I don't really know. But this story is specifically about Uber.
They assume you're Nordic, so they put on the wrong music.
Right.
Yeah. And then they crash, and you can't sue them.
Yeah, I've seen it 100. All right. It looks like Mark Paul Gosselaar is not calling in.
Yeah, it looks like I might have messed something up. I never got a confirmation, but there was such a whatever. I messed it up.
Okay.
So, that's not happening.
Should we call him?
We should call him, but I don't have his phone number.
All right. Well, we would have had him on the Xfinity mobile guest line. I do want to mention that because we had Svengoolie on there. But we do need to take a break. We'll come back in a moment. We have Bizarre File stories and yet another chance to win $1,000. It's MMR's Good Money Hits. We'll be right back with it.
Preston and Steve.
Preston. Oh, guess who's going to Florida to play golf this year?
Terry,
you better brush up on your game, Terry.
Do you know Tiger Woods? A Florida man was arrested yesterday after allegedly striking his boyfriend in the head with a big mouth Billy bass.
A big Billy bass.
The novelty singing fish. Officers were called to a residence in connection with a reported domestic battery. Upon arriving at the home, cops found Larry Timmerman with a laceration on his head. An injury the victim said was caused by a big mouth Billy bass thrown by Gregory Carney. In interviews, cops determined that the men have been domestic partners for 17 years and they had been quarreling earlier in the day.
I was originally attracted to him because of his big mouth Billy bass.
At one point, Carney went into the den and began playing with his singing fish.
I'm going to go play with my fish.
Timmerman said that Carney continued doing this to, quote, just to aggravate him.
Just run away. Go run to your fish.
After having to endure several big mouth Billy bass performances.
Well, I'm going to get my Billy Bob teeth.
Timmerman removed the singing fish from the room and placed it in the trash. When Carney discovered the novelty item was missing from the den, he asked Timmerman on his whereabouts.
Where's my fish?
When Timmerman responded that Billy bass
Where is my fish?
How do you get that high?
Where is my fish? It was right here.
When Timmerman responded that Billy bass was...
You can see the silhouette. It was right there.
Can you do that with the reverb on? When Timmerman responded...
You are such a bitch!
That Billy bass was now in the trash, Carney became angry. Carney then fished the singing fish from the garbage and threw it at his boyfriend.
Wait, Where's that singing coming from?
The item struck Timmerman in the head, causing a laceration. Carney admitted throwing the singing fish, but said that I did not aim for Larry and struck him in the head on
He
accident.
was aiming for Shemp.
Carney was subsequently arrested for domestic battery. Timmerman declined medical treatment for his injury.
Man, you don't want police responding to any domestic situation, but when it's one involving a big mouth Billy Bass,
That's pretty fun.
Yeah.
You would have been, yeah. I think you would have had a story to tell after
it's a
that
story. So I'm 4 episodes into Game of Thrones.
Excellent.
Oh.
Yes.
Is she naked yet in any of those episodes? Emilia Clarke?
Yes.
I forget how that proceeds early on in the series.
Well, she goes into a scalding hot bath, naked, full frontal nudity.
Yeah.
I do like it.
And Khal Drogo plows that at one point.
Well, yes, he does plow that.
So, so you're saying the nakedness though drops dramatically after like 3rd or 4th season?
Yeah, it's still there, but yeah, it's still.
She comes back with a vengeance.
Yeah.
She's got just a wonderful beaver.
Jesus Christ. Reach, you're not far off, man.
Nice beaver.
She's not like one of these workout feeds where things kind of look splayed all the time. Wow. Just natural.
All right, so
Speaking of beaver, I got to show you guys
What?
something.
What? Where did you come from?
I know. I got. It's a picture.
Okay. Well, yes.
Later.
Oh, okay.
That's just the reminder.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Everyone,
jot that down.
Okay. Jot that
I'm
down.
writing it right down right now. Kathy
not my
has
beaver.
pic to show us.
The beaver pick.
I wasn't this excited when Adrian's men came on the show.
Before we do the bizarre file, I should play that piece of audio.
Okay, it's real short.
It's very, very quick. It's not an audio illusion or anything like that. But do you know? We don't know where this is. Graduation ceremony. It looks like a college graduation.
It was
ceremony.
college graduation,
and as you walk up, this is your moment. This is your family is there. It's your time to shine. You get your name said with the thousands of people in attendance. You walk across the stage. You grab your diploma that you've worked so hard for
and paid a lot for.
Paid a lot for. This is the culmination.
And as you're walking, they announce your name.
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
What? Are you serious?
Yes.
This is legit.
Julie Jerkoff.
Wait, one more time. Quiet, everyone, please. It's her moment.
Yeah.
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
Oh my God.
Forgive me.
Julie Jerkoff, forgive me. Julie Handjob, forgive me. Julie Handy, forgive me. Julie Blumpkin, forgive me. Julie Dirty Sanchez. Oh my God.
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
Oh.
Wow. You know what, though? That's better than just having your name read that most people are missing anyway.
You know she was called Jerk Off throughout all her life.
It had to have been a nickname at some point, or her friends.
Julie Jerk Off.
Yeah.
Or Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
If you think about
Julie Oh my God! I can't believe I said that.
Or that professor won a nice bet.
Yeah.
Said she would do it. And
Julie Salad Tosser. Oh, it's not even close.
If you think about it, in high school, she probably had Jerkoff as a, I wouldn't even say a nickname. You know, they made fun of her.
Maybe even her friends would call her that because it's such an obvious. But
And then she gets to college where everybody matures a little bit and she loses the Jerkoff for a couple of years.
It's
and
clear.
then boom.
Kirkhoff is I mean, you can come into that Kirkhoff.
Dude, she's getting her master's degree. It's a Master of
geez.
Science degree as she goes up and hears.
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
Well, and she doesn't. If this is the actual video that we're watching, she doesn't even flinch. The girl, Julie.
You know what? When they're doing it,
you
couldn't even hear.
You're so excited, and your focus is walk forward, shake hand, take diploma, walk off. Jerk off.
Jerk off.
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
Well,
you did very well, Miss Jerkoff.
And she sounds so sweet. The woman reading the names.
Please come up to the microphone, Julie Jerkoff, and tell everyone how you achieved your success.
Forgive me.
It's the jerk-off way, I think, that we can all emulate.
Oh my my God.
But there's countless names like that are being butchered in similar ceremonies going on. In fact, this very weekend, I'm sure.
Absolutely.
There'll be mangled names.
Yep, loads of them. You realize anytime we have a caller named Julie, we will have to play
Julie Jerkoff.
It's awesome.
It's the best.
It made my day yesterday when Casey sent that to me.
So, on that one level, is it sort of cool that you have, since she's probably dealt with it her whole life, at least she has a meme now that's attached to her.
Let's see. We have a caller on the line real quick, and I'm going to go to this caller. Hi, caller. Good morning. What's your name?
My name is Julie.
Julie Jerkoff.
Thank you, Julie.
Our first Julie Jerkoff.
You're our first to be given the Julie Jerkoff Award. Following explosive fights on social media, Jersey Shore star Ronnie Margot Ortiz, he and his girlfriend apparently are done. He wrote on Instagram, on an Instagram story to Jen Harley.
Yeah, he's a real silver-tongued devil.
Listen to this.
Yeah.
Note to self, can't turn a natural-born hoe into a housewife.
Damn.
If you find them in the gutter, then leave them in the gutter.
Note to self.
Yeah. Ronnie later apologized, writing, I want to apologize.
I love you.
Earlier to my fans and especially to Tater Tot Kitty.
Really?
Tater Tot Kitty?
That's somebody's handle. I don't know if that's her handle or whatever, but I want to apologize to Tater Tot Kitty.
Dear Tater Tot Kitty, I'm so sorry for those terrible things I wrote.
I writ. He said, I acted out of my gut and not rationally.
I was not rational.
I should have never.
Apologies to you too, Ravioli Ramon.
He said, I should have never acted in such a manner, spelled M-A-N-O-R.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Come on, man.
It's where he lives. That's the name of the place. I should never have acted in such a manner. That's what he says. As you pull up Preston, it says, I never should have acted in a manner.
And then he writes, my deepest apologizes.
Wait, seriously?
My deepest apologizes.
A-P-O-L-O-G-I-Z-E-S.
All right.
My deepest apologizes.
My deepest apologizes to Tater Kitty.
The pair welcomed a baby girl named Ariana Sky together less than a month ago.
It was wild to be there in the delivery room. The baby fell out of her butthole.
You remember a while back we had a couple of televangelists who were talking about how they needed a new jet.
Yes.
And they
to
were
spread the word.
Jesse Duplantis
Yes.
is his name.
The Duplantis Ministries, right?
Televangelist with a global reach is asking disciples for money to buy a jet that costs $54 million, quote, so we can go anywhere in the world in one stop.
If you're watching the video, he's dressed as I imagine Willy Wonka would dress when he retires.
By the way, so I'm waiting for Marissa to get the full audio over, but Duplantis' solicitation comes 4 months after another televangelist, the Newark, Texas-based Kenneth Copeland, announced that he had just bought a new Gulfstream 5 jet.
Oh, someone got a little jealous.
I think that's what it is, Steve. I think that's what it is.
Wait a second. What did that son of a bitch just get?
Yeah.
Well, this will not fly in the eyes of the Lord.
I think it's keeping up with the Joneses. The aircraft.
Listen, you insufferable prick. I saw what you just bought, and I'm going to get an even bigger jet. Hallelujah.
The aircraft, when first sold in 1998, carried a $36 million price tag. That's what this other guy bought.
$54 million. You need to understand. You just cannot. You're waiting in line, and you're going through TSA, checking. You're taking your shoes off. That's time wasted from spreading the word of the Lord.
That's it.
That's it.
Oh, my.
And then you got the crying kids kicking the back of the seat. I cannot put together a proper homily on a flight with the riffraff, the human filth that populates these various aircraft while I'm trying to get out there and minister to the human filth. That
we got part
funds
one
my
over.
lust for high-end aircraft.
All right, here we go. This is the audio of him pitching this. He made a video of this.
Yeah.
So.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Jesse the Planners. Thank you for tuning into This Week with Jesse. We're going to be talking about aircraft. You know, I've owned 3 different jets in my life, and used them and just burning them up for the Lord Jesus Christ. Now,
Listen to how many times he incorporates the Lord and Jesus Christ into this.
now, some people believe that preachers shouldn't have jets. I really believe that preachers ought to have and go on every available voice, every available outlet to get this gospel preached to the world. Now, I talk about this in a lot of my messages, and I want you to see this if we can, Caleb. Get it back. This is the very first plane that I purchased for the Lord back in December.
The Lord asked me, he said, I need you to purchase the modest aircraft. One engine ought to do it with a decent range, something that's comfortable with a couple of seats and a bed. That's what I need you to purchase. I said, Lord, should we not use this money to feed the poor? He says, we'll get to that.
That I purchased for the Lord back in December 1994. And I said where I began. And then the second one I purchased was in January 2004, where I used to be. The one I'm flying right now, and it's been with me 12 years. I purchased it in January 2006, where I am. Now, I want you to get a shot of this one, Caleb. Now, this is the Star Trek.
It's going to crack you up, because this one is just insanely expensive. And the amount of people who could have benefited greatly from the money wasted on this is just off the charts crazy.
And they're showing pictures of him with the camera. Foo Fighters, 93.3 WMMR, Monkey Wrench. Preston and Steve Show. We are right on the edge of 10 a.m. It's 9:59, which means in mere moments we'll share with you a word that could net you $1,000. $1,000. Good money yet. Hang out for it. We're going to get our final look at traffic first, though. Kathy, what's going on at this point?
The Vine Expressway westbound still jams from 95 to Broad Street. The Ben Franklin Parkway to the Schuylkill. 95 northbound heavy from the airport to Broad Street. That's a disabled vehicle. South on 95 slowing from Aramingo to the Vine. And then on the Vine westbound, you're slow from 95 to Broad Street. Schuylkill eastbound slowing the Blue Road to Belmont, the Boulevard to the Vine. Westbound University to South City to Gladwin. And then at Conshohocken. 422 eastbound slows from Arm & Hammer Boulevard to Saratoga. Route 70 in Evesham Township at 607 Maple Avenue. Left lane closed. That's a gas main break. This traffic report brought to you by Celebrity School, now enrolling for infants, toddlers, and preschool. Discover why Celebrity School is Pennsylvania's premier preschool, where education meets fun. Learn more at Celebrity.com. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
93.3 WMMR Philadelphia. It's time for a Good Money It keyword.
All right, the word's pay, P-A-Y. You have until 15 minutes after the hour to enter it, so might as well get on it right now. You can enter it at WMMR.com or via the MMR app or through texting it to our special contest short code number, which is 45911. Each winner will get a call from Beasley. Be sure to answer your phone. Contest rules are available at WMMR.com, and it is sponsored by Horizon Services, Heating, Cooling, and Plumbing. 3 letters, that's it. Pay, P-A-Y. Enter it right now.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, someone, an Oregon homeowner, actually, someone on Reddit in an Oregon community has
Back home to Oregon.
had posted a post, and they had captioned the post, "Someone's been living under my house." The woman, known only to her online audiences as Spring Chicken, was tidying up, and she was working in her yard earlier this week when she noticed that the hatch to a small underground compartment of her 113-year-old abode had been suspiciously unlocked. And upon investigating the curious breach, she discovered a makeshift bed complete with a purple and pink blanket and several bags filled with the stranger's personal effects.
This guy doesn't spend his days under people's cars at car washes, does he?
No. She said, I don't think that I've slept in super recently. Rather than alerting the authorities of her uninvited guest's housebreak, she left the home for a golf tournament shortly after finding the bunk. She said the bag of stuff definitely had a head-shaped depression in it, adding that the crawl space was surprisingly free of cobwebs. So she said whether it's storage or just an occasional sleep spot, I'm sure someone is using the space.
It's kind of cavalier.
Well, Spring Chicken was unwilling to call 911 under trespassers. She said, it can be scary. Someone's living under my house. Some unhoused folks can be very dangerous humans, she said, but they're still a human.
And what are you doing?
She said, we have an option to be kind. There are multiple ways to do this, and they don't all involve the cops. So rather than calling the police, She wrote a note, and it read, "Hello, friend. I've bagged your things and locked up the hatch. If you need help, food, or phone, or help with resources, please knock on the door. You are not in trouble. You matter."
I'm going to kill you.
Yeah, right.
After leaving the kindly...
No one touches my stuff.
After the kindly worded letter, Spring Chicken finally met her crawl space invader. Her name is Gabby, she wrote, and she's in her late 40s. She explained she admits to struggling with mental illness. And despite her having family in the area and receiving a Social Security disability check, Gabby, according to the Post, has been unable to afford food or proper housing for the past 3 years. She also boasts a criminal record for stealing, which makes finding a job very impossible. Owing to her struggles, Gabby has slept below the house occasionally, but she never lit an open flame during the intrusive stopovers. She said, "I gave her my phone number, put her in my car, drove her to my friend who is going to help her get food, shelter, and a mental health evaluation." And she said, "I am not without empathy. I just can't have humans living under my home."
And by the way, I ate your cat.
That's...
No, that is very nice. But I mean, who knows? What, you leave the house and not knowing. I mean, that she took a risk, but it was very kind.
Yeah, I agree. All right, listen to this odd story. An 81-year-old Montana man faces sentencing in federal court in Great Falls for illegally using tissue and testicles from large sheep hunted in Central Asia and the U.S. to illegally create hybrid sheep for captivity trophy hunting in Texas and Minnesota. Prosecutors are not seeking prison time for Arthur Jack Schubarth. He is asking for a 1-year probationary sentence for violating the federal wildlife trafficking laws. The maximum punishment for 2 Lacey Act violations is 5 years in prison. Fine can be up to $250,000.
So the Lacey Act involves sheep's balls?
Schubarth's attorney said cloning the giant Marco Polo sheep hunted in Kyrgyzstan has ruined his client's life, reputation, and family. However, the sentencing memorandum also congratulates Schubarth for successfully cloning the endangered sheep, which he named Montana Mountain King. The animal has been confiscated by U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services. I mean, they're actually saying that he has done something that no one else could do to this point.
He cloned this sheep.
He did.
Is this a particularly large sheep?
Yes, very large sheep. Schubarth owns Sun River Enterprises, a 215-acre alternative livestock ranch, which buys, sells, and breeds alternative livestock such as mountain sheep, mountain goats, and ungulates, primarily for private hunting preserves where people shoot captive trophy game animals for a fee, prosecutor said. He's been in the game business since 1987. Schubarth pleaded guilty in March to charges that he and 5 other people conspired to use tissue from a Marco Polo sheep illegally bought into the U.S. to clone that animal and then use the clone and its descendants to create a larger hybrid species of sheep that would be more valuable for captive hunting operations.
I think it'd be easy to hunt a Marco Polo sheep because they're always yelling out Marco Polo.
Right. So they are the largest in the world. They can weigh up to 300 pounds. They have curled horns up to 5 feet long.
They look like a ram.
Schubarth sold semen from MMK, which is the mountain, what he named it, along with a hybrid sheep to 3 people in Texas, while a Minnesota resident bought 74 sheep. But they are saying that this guy has done what most scientists have not been able to do.
It's kind of amazing
at this point. But he's also raising them to be shot and hung on the wall.
Yeah.
So that guy's facing
we're conflicted about this.
Yeah. All right, and then we'll do this other story. This is really weird. There's something about Thai food that's a little otherworldly, from the staple pad Thai to Thai green or red curry. It's everything you could ever want in one meal, but there's one dish that could lead to serious health consequences. It's so bad for you that even just a single bite of the local delicacy could give you liver cancer.
Can I guess what it is?
Sure.
Now being Thai.
No, it's not now being Thai. And the carcinogenic food is actually believed to be responsible for the deaths of 20,000 people in Thailand every year.
Oh, my God.
It's popular in Thai province of Khon Kaen, the Ceylon Khon Kaen.
Oh, my.
And even more popular in one of the nation's poorest provinces, Isan.
Is it possible Nell is Taiwanese?
Known as Koi Pla, this plate of minced raw fish ground up with herbs, spices, and lemon juice is eaten by many Thai people every day.
Wow.
Now, you may think it's the raw fish that causes people to develop fatal liver cancer, but it's not the case. In fact, it's the parasitic flatworms or live flukes that live inside of the fish instead. The parasites are native to freshwater fish in the Mekong region, and it's believed that Isan has the highest reported incidence it's called cholangiocarcinoma, or bile duct cancer, in the world due to the heavy consumption of this particular meal.
Listen, an occasional flatworm is delish, but I wouldn't make it a daily habit.
Dr. Narong Kantiko from Thailand has been working to fight against the dangerous delicacy after both his parents died from it after consuming
wild.
it.
Yeah.
And he said, but nobody knows about this because they die quietly, like leaves falling from a tree. The silent killer disease has one of the lowest survival rates of all cancers if left untreated by surgery. And even though they've gotten the word about him, like the older generation says, oh, well, you're going to die someday.
You might as well,
and they continue
because it's
eating
so
it.
good.
But he says, I cannot accept this answer, and he's trying to eradicate it from the area.
It's very poetic to say, like leaves from a tree.
That's what he said.
Yeah.
And that is what I have in the bizarre file, Nell B. Tie-Tie.
Nell B. Tie-Tie.
All right, you have about 7 minutes left to enter the word. No, you have less than that. I'm sorry. You have 7 minutes?
6 minutes.
6 minutes left to enter the word.
Nell B. Tie-Tie?
I can't do the math.
Where's our mathematician?
You
when
had
need
trouble
her?
spelling earlier.
I'm having trouble with life right now. The word is
you are.
pay. P-A-Y. Enter that word now or forever hold your peace.
Well, at least you didn't spell pay-A-Y,
Yeah.
you know?
I couldn't spell winner earlier. So enter that now because you could win $1,000. We're going to take a break, come back in a second, and we'll get the lesson question, trash, and music news. So stay with us,
Preston and Steve.
Now, this is the Star Trek Enterprise. This way I'm going. Praise God, but I believe
It's got a
in God.
transporter and everything. In fact, my next purchase is going to be a spacecraft.
Praise God, but I believe in God for. Let me just say.
Wait, this is what I believe in God for?
Yeah.
Is that what he said?
This is what I believe, yeah.
I think he says, praise God, but I believe in gospel.
Oh, okay.
Where I'm going.
Okay.
Praise God, but I believe in God for.
Yeah.
Let me just say
This is what I believe. Don't worry. This is what I believe in God for, so I can fly this way around the world.
believe in God for a brand new Falcon 7X so we can go anywhere in the world one stop. Now, people say, my Lord, can't you go with this one? Yes, but I can't go at one stop.
Oh! That's it. That's the dilemma. Wait a second. You mean you're going to have to stop?
There's the kicker.
I'm backing that up. Hang on.
Now, people say, my Lord, can't you go with this one? Yes, but I can't go at one stop. And you see, if I can do it with one stop, I can fly it for a lot cheaper because I have my own fuel farm. And that's what's up.
You just said, by the way, on this $54 million jet that it has a 5,000-mile range.
Yeah.
That's not flying around the world with one stop.
It's
this is the way to travel. And I know you have issues at home where you can't feed your children. You know, it's hard to cover your bills. But if you ever do get the chance to fly in an aircraft like this, it will open your eyes and make you ask yourself, dear Lord, why don't I have a jet of my own?
Oh, my God. It's the audacity.
Yeah.
The absolute robbing of human beings preying on their faith.
There I was in Zone 3 waiting to load onto the aircraft.
Zone 3.
And I said, dear Jesus, I am surrounded by a sea of human filth that is keeping me from spreading the Lord's word. What can you do for me? Can you hook me up in a $56 million plane? Will get it done nicely. And I can fly in one stop. And it's also economical. Is it very economical? Yes, Lord, it's very economical. You know, they got down there down in the Cabo San Lucas, they got these young ladies that need to hear the word of the Lord.
I need to.
Oh my God!
I need to see this guy in
Down there, Casey. Let me tell you something. The girls have literally gone wild, and they need the word of the Lord Jesus Christ to tell them that if the tops are coming off, if the tops and pantaloons are coming off, make sure that at some point the Bible opens up.
This is Cabo. Girls Gone Wild
Girls
in Cabo.
Gone Wild in Cabo.
You've seen video.
I have seen video, and I'm distressed. I could get there in one flight. I mean, you just want to punch this guy in the face?
Absolutely.
Oh, you might.
I don't know. I kind of want to join him on his jet.
I wouldn't
This
mind
is
riding along.
my new friend, Kathy Romano, and I believe the word the Lord would use is bodacious.
Yeah.
We're praying together.
Yeah.
I put dildos in my mouth.
And that's how.
That is not very
That's
good.
akin to saying "open sesame." When this fine young, and she's a broadcaster, I want you to know, so she spreads the word herself. But when she said she put dildos in her mouth, I got to tell you that jet door opened right up.
I put dildos in my mouth.
So I thought this one would be a nice, light conversation. Anne Frank.
Yes.
No, but actually, this is actually a little bit of light information about Anne Frank that was recently discovered.
It's pretty amazing.
Yeah. Researchers using digital technology deciphered the writing on 2 pages of Anne Frank's diary that she had pasted over with brown masking paper, and they discovered 4 dirty jokes and a candid explanation of sex, contraception, and prostitution.
Wasn't it Bert Kreischer who got Anne Frank confused with Helen Keller?
Yes,
That's
and actually,
right.
there's an on-running joke about that on a website I go to a lot, which is fark.com, and it's not only Anne Frank and Helen Keller, but they've also thrown in oh my God, the pilot.
You're talking about
Amelia Earhart as well.
Sully Erna.
So they always is Sully Erna.
No, Sully.
I thought you said Sully Erna. I'm like, no, yeah, I don't think he's a pilot.
I don't know why I immediately thought, when you said pilot, we're clearly talking about women.
I mean, he did land that. It's a good movie.
I don't know why Sully has not brought up the fact that he hid in a
in
Amsterdam during World War II, because that's an even more courageous
And
story.
what blows me away is the dude was blind and deaf and able to land that plane.
Yes.
Amazing.
Well, I mean, he landed it in a river.
Well, I
but,
guess
you know.
he doesn't want to puff himself up too much.
All right, so anyhow, let me find something else. I can't wear the earbuds. I have small ear holes. They don't
You can't
fit.
wear the earbuds?
Yeah, they fall out.
Ooh, your ear holes are so tight.
Your tight ear holes.
Oh, man.
That's awful.
Can you fit that in there?
I'm going to work with it. Wait. Yeah.
Wait, ow. No, you're too big. Stop.
You're stretching it
Stop.
Your pod is too big.
You're going to tear a hole.
Oh, my God, I'm going to bleed.
Ear lube. I need some ear lube.
Well, what you can
I just
get.
gave you an ear pie.
I actually bought these things that were like $2 on Amazon.
I just got that. I'm sorry.
Wait, just got what?
Ear pie.
You ever heard the term cream pie before?
Yeah,
Never mind.
yeah,
Go
yeah,
ahead.
yeah.
I bought these things for like $2 off of Amazon that go around your earbuds, so you can
A C-ring.
Basically, yeah, no, and then so you can wrap regular earbuds.
Yes.
You know,
Over the ear.
over your ear. And
Yeah,
you're fine.
they're good. You know, honestly,
Listen, I want to be able to wear earbuds.
Yeah, I know.
I know.
Well,
You know,
maybe you should
Preston-
let
so Preston-
Steve stretch him out for you.
yeah, I'll stretch them out because I can really, unpack it.
If you're just tuning in here at One Bala Plaza, the studios of WMMR, as well as our sister stations, they're doing some remodeling, and they're going to move some of the stations. We're kind of consolidating our areas, moving from downstairs to upstairs. So they're doing complete remodeling, which means demo has been going on, demolition of the various offices. And when we got wind that they were going to be destroying Bill Weston's office, we said,
We had to.
You got to let us take a swing or two.
Well, my helmet's on the ground, but that's okay.
Wendy, I'm not gonna hurt you. I'm just gonna bash your brains in.
This is great.
Here's Johnny!
That is awesome.
Oh my God, look at this.
Oh my God.
Bill's mailbox.
There we go. Give it to him
Look at
as a
that.
keepsake.
I have the video.
By the way, did we ask Bill if he wanted that?
No.
Okay, all right.
Hey, Bill, do you want this?
Clear the wall.
Oh, nice! She almost
fell on her ass.
backwards. There's another swing at it. She's trying to go out of Bill's office into the sales department. Feels good, doesn't it?
So good.
Go get it.
Yeah.
Kill it, Marissa. Kill it. A lot of rage here, man.
Yeah, but it's funny. It's
She
like,
packs
it's like,
a punch.
It's like
Red Hot Chili Peppers on MMR, bringing us up to 10:17 on this Tuesday morning. Very soon, we'll be giving away our Tattoo Tuesday prize. If you haven't done that yet, text word tattoo to 39333. And you might be headed down to 1729 South Street to visit Floating World Tattoo and Pierce to get your Preston and Steve Show theme tattoo. Get on that now. Kind of a cloudy, moody-looking day today. Clouds, pretty much the extent. We might have little breaks later on this late afternoon, but the high is about 70. Pretty much the same thing tomorrow.
It broke later on, as you pointed out. Like, it was actually got sunny and pretty nice latter part of the afternoon.
Yeah, we might get that today. And then, but we're looking good for Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. It's going to be like mid to upper 70s and partly cloudy skies.
By the way, I'm doing the Pause Mutt Strut on Saturday.
Oh,
so I will be hosting that. So, by the way, Preston, this event always gets clobbered by the weather, and it looks like there's going to finally be a good one. So, very exciting.
I love that. So we're going to give something away now. We have a lesson question. The prize is a $50 point card to Arnold's Family Fun Center in Oaks, Pennsylvania. And the question that we're going to ask you is, according to Todd Glass, which zoo animal can bite your arm clean off? Like a clean bite. 215-263-WMMR. I was going to ask what his grandmother's porn name was. That was Dripping Swank. I thought that might be a little too hard. But this you may know. According to Todd Glass, which zoo animal can bite your arm clean off? 215-263-WMMR. Call if you know the answer.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
You're calling in. Steve's giving you these stories. What's up this morning, Steve?
Well, Johnny Depp, as we talked about, showing his soft side, dressing as Jack Sparrow from the Pirates of the Caribbean and visiting a children's hospital in Spain. Depp says he cried like a baby after realizing none of the kids had seen the movie.
Just saying.
Marlon Wayans explaining past comments in which he praised Diddy's parties over the past 15 years. Wayne says he never once attended those parties for sex, but rather for the free baby oil. And there was a lot.
God.
And finally, George Clooney selling his one-time bachelor pad in L.A. for $14.5 million. The estate became known as the jewelry store because of how many women left with pearl necklaces. That's a Hollywood Trash.
All right, T. We'll see if you know the answer to this question. And it is as follows, according to Off. We will go to Allie to see if they know. Allie, good morning.
Good morning.
All right, Allie, what zoo animal can bite your arm clean off, please?
A buffalo?
A buffalo is correct, yes.
The amazing thing was he then went on to mention an alligator.
Yep. Hang on, Allie. We are going to give you a $50 point card to Arnold's Family Fun Center in Oaks. Arnold's is the big friggin' deal this week. You can get two $50 point cards for the price of one. Enjoy go-karts, mini golf, bowling, more action-packed excitement at Arnold's. You can get this exclusive offer while supplies last at WMMR.com/deal.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, well, Jackie Bam Bam mentioned this yesterday. I didn't have it in time for music news, but Oasis is officially bringing their reunion tour to North America. They will play shows in Canada, America, and Mexico. Just a handful at this point. They also announced that they will not be using Ticketmaster's dynamic pricing model for ticket sales for this leg of the tour. And this comes after fans complained about being charged sky-high prices due to high demand. They said, we have made this decision for the North American tour to hopefully avoid a repeat of the issue that fans in the UK and Ireland experienced recently. They shared that tickets go on sale noon local time on Friday. So they are playing in Toronto on August 24th. They will be at Soldier Field in Chicago on August 28th. MetLife Stadium in East Rutherford, New Jersey on August 31st. September 6th, they'll play the Rose Bowl in Los Angeles. And then September 12th, they are playing in Mexico City at Estadio GNP Seguros.
Are you guys at all surprised at the scope and size of this reunion tour?
I am, and how quickly, correct me if I'm wrong, but the whole European leg sold out.
Yeah, and
like instantly.
Those are massive venues in the States and in Mexico. And I love Oasis. I think they're a great band. But like there have been other bands from the 90s that have reunited to much less fanfare and not sold tickets the way these guys are doing it.
I'm with you, Nick, and I like Oasis, but I never really caught on to the people that thought they were like the next Beatles.
fervor.
I didn't see it. I didn't hear it.
Yeah.
And
I don't
like,
even know a lot of deep cuts.
I like the hits.
Yeah, the hits.
I like Wonderwall and Champagne Supernova and a few others, but
Definitely Maybe is a great album.
It is.
It is.
It is.
Sure. But I didn't. But for some people,
Yeah.
it was groundbreaking, and it is a big deal. So they're doing this, and the fact that they haven't been together for a long time, that certainly
And
helps.
it might be your only opportunity to witness a live on-stage murder.
Yeah, and one of them might kill the other.
Yeah.
So we'll see. Green Day had been banned from 2 Las Vegas radio station playlists after Billy Joe Armstrong declared the city an S-hole. The frontman was performing at a show at San Francisco's Oracle Park earlier this month when he expressed his disapproval that his hometown baseball team, the Oakland A's, are moving to Los Angeles, taking shots at the team's owner. He said, "We don't take S from people like you, effing John Fisher. I hate Las Vegas. It's the worst S-hole in America."
Damn.
I understand he's upset and passionate.
Yeah.
But beat up the owner of the team.
That's what you do.
Don't beat up the city.
That's what you do.
You know?
It's not Vegas' fault.
They didn't,
Yeah, you can't blame Vegas for this. I mean, if you don't like it, you don't like it. That's fine. But the comments haven't gone down too well in Sin City. With KOMP 92.3 writing on Instagram, they have pulled any and all Green Day from their playlist. He said, "It's not us, Billy. It's you." The post was accompanied with a cancellation graphic overlaid on top of the picture of the trio. Another Las Vegas radio station, X107.5, was also upset by Armstrong's comment, writing on its website, "Well, Sin City heard him loud and clear, and X107.5 is not having it. In response to Armstrong's inflammatory comments, the station is banning all Green Day music effective immediately." So elsewhere, Green Day are among other artists who have been affected by a U.S. copyright dispute on YouTube, which has seen hundreds of iconic music videos pulled from the platform. I saw this story yesterday, but I didn't look into the details of it.
Yeah. So is this similar to what happened with TikTok when they got very aggressive on removing
Universal music,
Universal music, yeah.
Not sure. The block affected artists including Nirvana, Adele, Mariah Carey, Kendrick Lamar, R.E.M., and many others.
I had a video pulled yesterday from Instagram. It was something I posted over a year ago, and it was a video from the Grand Canyon. And I don't know why I used the music from Van Halen, "Jump."
Interesting.
And they just yanked it, and they didn't really explain exactly why.
Was it their music?
I got it. I didn't like. I got it from Instagram.
I had a video that I had posted 5 years ago, removed yesterday, but it had nothing to do with music. It was Tiger Woods winning the Masters, whatever year that was, and it was just my footage of my television screen, but somewhere in CBS Sports World or Masters Sports World or whatever, it was a copyright violation, and they yanked it off my feed on Instagram.
Yeah, you know what? When you post, you learn that the audio is always going to be the more incendiary part. A lot of times they'll bend, but with the golf like that, they're gonna have an issue. But it's weird that something that's years old gets yanked out of the blue.
And I was like, do I even raise a stink? No. And I didn't. I was like, whatever. All right, that video's gone.
But in that case, it was part of the library that they were offering to use as music for the. Yeah. Well, this is obviously that.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe something like that. Yeah. The Cure has already announced their first album in 16 years, Songs of a Lost World, set to come out on November 1st. Ahead of that dropping, they have already put out the track called Alone, and and now they've got another track for their fans. It's called End Song.
Oh, I got to hear this stuff.
The band only gave fans a quick look at the new song, sharing a 15-second snippet on their Instagram story. The preview disappeared quickly, but it was something. The full track list for Songs of a Lost World has also not been fully revealed yet, but it's expected to be revealed over the coming weeks.
Hi, I'm Robert Smith. I'd really like you to check out my music.
That's not what you would hear.
2 more. That's how many more, quote, proper albums fans of Coldplay can expect from the band, according to Chris Martin. In an interview, he said that Coldplay only plans to release 12 proper albums before stepping away from recording new material. But why limit themselves? He made a comparison to some of his musical heroes. He said there's only 12 and a half Beatles albums. There's about the same Bob Marley. In other words, you got to enjoy new Coldplay music while you've got it because they may not be doing it anymore.
But then you have the Rolling Stones who released one of their best albums in a long time just recently, so you never know.
Coldplay's at QVC tomorrow.
Yeah, that's right.
Yesterday.
Yeah, tomorrow. All right, and then finally, Prince fans will soon be able to stay in the musician's iconic home, the home that was used as the music star's childhood home in Purple Rain, that is. It was restored by Lisa and Wendy of The Revolution and will be available on Airbnb from October 26th to December 14th.
It's just a quick drive to Lake Minnetonka.
During that time, fans can reserve a one-night stay with up to 4 guests for $7 per person, in reference to Prince's favorite number. The lower level of the home has been outfitted with purple velvet wallpaper and an 80s stereo full of songs that had inspired the kid, of course, as he's known in the movie.
That's pretty cool.
Guests can also view Prince's favorite outfits that are on display behind glass. And while guests can't wear the icon's outfits, 80s-inspired clothing, wigs, accessories, and makeup will be available. And again, it'll cost you $7.
Look at the picture.
Prince bought the house in 2015, by the way. Yeah, it looks pretty damn cool.
It does with an iconic guitar. I'd like to visit the actual Prince's former house and now museum.
Oh, Paisley Park.
Yeah, Paisley Park.
Yeah. All right, Marissa brought in some of The Cure.
All right.
So let's hear what that little snippet was from yesterday. Oh, that's Alone. That's the one song. Alone.
Okay.
All right, cool. That will wrap up music news for you. And we have one more break to take. So we'll do that now. Come back in a second. Jackie Bam Bam shall magically appear in this very studio and tell you what he has coming up next. And we have a great Word of the Week prize for 20 people, mind you, that we'll tell you about when we return.
Preston and Steve.
Angry dwarf.
Had a request from a friend of ours, RC, from Tattoos by RC. His son, Dalton, celebrates his birthday today. And RC wanted me to mention it. We haven't seen Dalton in a while.
I know.
He's been around. He used to come around when he was a kid, and we haven't seen him, but he's
a man now.
Full-grown adult, man.
He was a little kid when he came in to visit the show, and I'm wondering, I mean, how long has time passed?
I'm guessing he's 21.
All right.
Yeah. That's just a guess. I'll have to check my Instagram message that I got from RC and get back to it. But this
It'll be my regular Saturday night thing, baby. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
No, he can't be that old yet.
He's
all right.
He's at least 20, at least.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, keep playing that clip over and over until I get this, Steve.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Are you looking or are you
I'm
just
looking
laughing?
it up. I have to go into my phone. Oh, my God. Let's see.
Oh, yeah.
It says here, he turns 20 years old.
There we go.
Booyah!
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
It'll be my regular Saturday night thing, baby. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
So far, this is my favorite part of the day.
There we go. It all goes downhill from here.
All right, let's see if we can get an answer to the stupid question. A panda, what is their primary food source? Yeah, okay. I'm going to go to Courtney. Hi, Courtney.
Hi.
Hi, Courtney. What is the panda's primary food source?
Is it bamboo?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, hang on. Hang on, Courtney. We're gonna. Caitlyn Jenner.
Yes.
Has 6 kids, but.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, she's.
You're going to be my regular Saturday night thing. Oh, yeah.
I might not make it through the show today.
Caitlyn, huh? Thought you'd be bigger. I mean, no cooler.
But she.
Roadhouse with Caitlyn Jenner.
Oh, my God.
Pain don't hurt.
No.
Except when they cut your balls off. That was pretty uncomfortable. I'll have to say that did sting.
That pain hurt?
Yeah, that pain sort of hurt. The knife attack at the bar? No, not so much. Cutting my balls off? Yeah, that actually pinged a bit.
Can you stick to the script there?
It pinged a bit.
That pain hurt.
Okay, sorry. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So the royal wedding was over the weekend. I'm going to touch a little bit on this stuff, and we'll expand a little bit further on it later on. But, of course, it took place on Saturday, and they are officially husband and wife, Prince Harry and Meghan Markle. They became the Duke and Duchess of Sussex at London's Windsor Castle. The ceremony took place at the Gothic St. George's Chapel at noon, but was no ordinary wedding, even by royal standards.
So there's an Instagram thing that I follow. It's called Fish Dance Party, and what they do is they'll dub Fish concert music over people dancing.
How did I miss this?
No, listen. At one point over the weekend, there was a Fish Dance Party Instagram posting of people coming out, and it looked like they were coming out of the royal wedding. And I was like, this can't be. But I think it was legit. I'm fairly certain what I saw.
Fish music was playing when they were coming out? Okay.
No, but like ridiculous.
A selection from Fish.
I just need to know if I did indeed see Prince Charles and Camilla Parker Bowles come out dancing out of the chapel or whatever.
No, I don't think they were dancing when they walked out.
That is not.
Dude, wait till Prince Charles and Camilla. They're
Casey.
I know.
Casey.
What is it?
We're watching this right now. There's no way in hell the royal family would do something like this.
But look at this. They're great lookalikes right there.
They are not even remotely looking. That guy looks nothing like Prince Charles.
I was looking at her.
Oh.
You thought this was real?
I couldn't tell. It was on my tiny little... What is this from, though?
It's a spoof. It's a spoof.
Oh my God.
People. Yeah, we're watching this right now. This it is absolutely absurd that Casey would think that this was legit at the actual royal wedding.
I'm telling you, when Prince Charles and Camilla, the Camilla lookalike, I was like, well, that kind of looks like her.
But Prince Charles,
you know what, Casey? It was.
I knew it.
I knew it. It was real. Let him have this.
Thank you, guys.
They really are big Fish fans.
We are so happy he is back in town. It's been a while since he's been here in this studio, and we know him as Gay Robot. We love him for that. Ladies and gentlemen, Nick Swartz.
Everybody
is with us. Good morning, sir.
I'm glad you got my name right and didn't call me Blink 182. you nailed it.
It's that kind of day, Nick.
It is.
Flooding in the streets and in Preston's.
Dear Lord.
When did your friendship with Adam Sandler begin?
We met on J-Date.
It was J-Date.
Yeah.
So a mistake ended in a lifelong
friendship.
friendship.
A lovely turn of events.
That's perfect.
Actually, this goes with answering this question. A lot of people don't even know I do stand up. So this generation now, it's funny because
that's why I wanted to.
They'll come to my show and they're like, "Oh my gosh, you're really good at stand up."
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah, I've been doing it like 22 years, which is insane. And a lot of people just know me from movies. So it's kind of a bonus when they're like, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
You know, it's like Michael Jordan when they're like, go to see him play baseball. And they're like, oh, you play basketball? Oh my gosh.
This is a whole other
crazy.
aspect.
Wait, you're the Michael Jordan of comedy?
No.
Right. Michael Jordan of baseball.
Yeah.
Yes. Was
exactly.
Was Chuck and Larry the first movie you did with Adam, or did you do anything before that?
Adam saw my stand-up on Comedy Central.
Okay.
Yeah. So he was in bed with his wife, and he was channel surfing, and he was like, oh, it's this kid. And I was a kid at the time, and he wrote my name down and went to the office, and he was like, who is this dude? Huh. And a lot of the younger guys were like, oh, that's this kid Nick Swartzen. That was my first special. And I used to do jokes about my grandmother.
Oh, I loved them.
And so he had a script called Grandma's Boy, and he called my manager, and I had a meeting with him, which was surreal, obviously. And the whole time I just wanted to be like, yeah, you. So I didn't do that, and that's why I'm still working with him. But
there's a scene in that movie. Michelle Carmen, who's one of our calendars, is the girl who is across the street.
Moon balloons.
Oh
Yeah, she's from Philly. And she's in one of our calendars. Yes.
I remember Sandler called me up and he goes, "Hey man, I'm doing this movie Chuck and Larry with Kevin James." And I was like, all right, cool. And he goes, yeah, it's a part for you. And I go, okay, great. And he goes, yeah, you're playing Jessica Biel's brother. And I'm like, that's amazing. And he goes, yeah, you're a gay brother. And I was like, I've been doing a lot of gay stuff. I was on Reno 911 at the time. So I was like 4 or 5 years deep in Reno 911. And he was like, no, dude, it's not like your character Terry on Reno 911. It's different. It's not that gay. And I show up to wardrobe. I show up to wardrobe, and they put me in like a butterfly outfit with like tiny shorts. And I was like, yeah, this is way different. Way different.
And then you end up playing in another movie I think is underrated, is Blades of Glory.
Oh yeah.
And you play the stalker.
Yeah.
Who comes up with the conceit that gets
I saved the movie.
Saved the movie, yeah. But that was another gay character.
It was gay-ish. It wasn't like bursting into flames. It was just like half my leg was on fire.
I wanted to ask about your fascination with bats because we had seen an interview that you love bats. You want to have pet bats or something like that.
What interview is that?
I don't know. It says here he loves bats. Wanted to buy a bat farm in a recent interview.
Did you want to buy?
Insanity.
That's not
That
you.
is completely false. Bats are horrifying. I want nothing to do with bats.
So who
You never said that in an interview?
Who grabbed the
I
piece
probably
of information?
did, but I do a lot of mushrooms.
Who grabbed the piece of information about the bat farm?
I don't know what could possibly have happened there.
In your data sheet.
Bats are literally horrifying. I remember when I was growing up, I lived in an apartment with my mom, and there was a bat in the house, and me and my mom were freaking out, and they make a weird high-pitched sound. They're horrifying.
Unlike anything you've ever heard, and they're making their location sound, their echolocation. You know it the second you hear it.
You know the second you hear it. And me and my mom freaked out, and we hid in her bedroom. We didn't know what to do because it's like, do we call the police? Like, I don't know what to do. And the bat they can fit under, like you said, this tiny sliver underneath the door.
93.3 WMMR, Hailstorm, and I Prevail. And the song is Can You See Me in something or the other?
You can't see it.
Can you see me in that thing over there?
All right, hang on.
I
Let me
forgot the
see.
name of it. What's that? Hold on, Jackie knows what.
I come from you in the dark. Yes.
There we
go. In the dark.
Can you see me in the dark?
There you go. I thought you said it was I come for you in the dark. Or you were just playing on that.
I added that in.
I gotcha. All right, 10:39, the Preston's T-Show. What was that stirring motion you just did?
I did a drum roll with a cymbal.
Oh, okay, I gotcha. Jackie has a full array of gestures.
He's actually a mime. A lot of people don't know that.
Oh, you know what, Kathy? What was the name of that clothing store you said Jackie might shop at? Sorry, I didn't mean to
Joyce
catch you.
Leslie.
George Leslie.
Right next door to Rainbow and all them
he
disco
knows.
pants for $3, 2 for $5. Yes, I do shop there. As a matter of fact, did I get these there?
Wait, which one do you go to?
Rainbow. I go to them all.
Oh, all right. We used to take a trip from Bucks County down the boulevard, and we would go to the Joyce Leslie at I think it was the Roosevelt Mall that it used.
In New York?
Is it? Maybe it's not Roosevelt Mall. Maybe that's New York. Whatever it was on the boulevard.
And you used to do a little shoplifting there. Is that what you're going to tell us, Romano?
I never shopped. No, I would just shop at Joyce Leslie.
All right.
I just didn't know adult men still went there.
Well, I want to go to a call. We have somebody on an Xfinity mobile guest line, and that happens to be Nicolette. Hi there, Nicolette. How are you?
Good morning. I'm good. How are you guys?
We're doing pretty good. You sound like you got an extra little, spark in your voice. Why is that?
I wonder why.
You tell me.
I just won your text contest, and I can't freaking believe it.
She won $1,000. Yeah. Excellent. Nicolette, where do you hail from, please?
I live in Springfield, Pennsylvania.
All right. Are you there now, or are you working somewhere?
No, I'm at home right now.
All right. Good for you.
You made $1,000 for just staying at home?
Dance around the house and go crazy if you want to. Nicolette, we are very happy. Thank you so much for listening to MMR. And as a reward for being a loyal listener, we will give you $1,000. So congratulations to you.
Thank you so much.
All right. We love you. Nicolette, a winner right there.
Yay.
It is Good Money and it is sponsored by Horizon Services. So we will have another chance. Jackie's going to have the opportunity coming up around noon, which will be around before you know it. Real quick, I would like to thank Todd Glass. For being in our studio. It was a great visit that we had with our good friend, and he is performing at Next in Line Comedy Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. And you can go to toddglass.com to get your tickets. And it's a great show. Todd is awesome.
He's really been working it for a while, and he's trying to get the show to Broadway.
Yep. So he's in town, and make sure you go see him because he's just the best. And also thank you to Svengoolie.
Svengoolie.
Rich Kaz plays the character Svengoolie on MeTV. They have the Svengoolie Halloween Bonanza, which is going to be returning for its third year. What is the date on that? It just says in October.
It starts today.
Technically today? Okay.
Saturday, I thought.
Saturdays? It starts Saturday. This Saturday.
And it runs throughout the entire month. So you're going to have the shows that are of all the classic shows that they show. They're going to be showing a lot of Halloween and spooky-based episodes. And then every Saturday night, instead of one horror movie on the Svengoolie show, it'll be two.
Double features.
Double features.
All right, let's see. We got to give away our Tattoos Day prize, and our winner is Disco Dave.
Disco Dave!
David Cornett from Oxford, Pennsylvania. So David is getting the prize. Congratulations, Disco Dave. We're giving you a $350 gift certificate for Floating World Tattoo and Piercing. You can check them out at 1729 South Street in Philadelphia. If you want artwork samples, go to floatingworldtattoos.com or check them out on Instagram at Floating World Tattoos. So, Jackie, let's get the letter first, all right?
I'm ready.
Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
The Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter.
The letter E, as in electrocution.
Yes. We have a suite for 20 people, 4 parking passes, and a $1,000 catering credit for Nitro Circus. That's coming up November 24th at Cure Insurance Arena in Trenton. You can experience the ultimate celebration of American spirit with Nitro Circus featuring freestyle motocross, BMX, big air, and wild competitions that defy gravity. Visit nitrocircus.com for tickets and information. All right, we're giving you the reins, buddy. What's happening now?
Keep them disco balls on, Casey boy. I love the nightlife disco, Dave, and I love the boogie, too. Yes, and I will have your word at noon. Good time money at worth $1,000. Plenty of double shots. There we go. It is Double Shot Tuesday. Clap your hands. You'll fill them in at 215-263-WMMR. Workforce blocks. We'll boogie with Sting. His 3.0 coming to the Met. Night number 2. Let's make it Tool time. We're celebrating the 28th anniversary of Anima, and also U2. We're celebrating the anniversary of Forgettable Fire, all on the workforce blocks for Pierre. And in the prize coffin, once again, a pair of Dirty Honey Boogie tickets for you in Atlantic City.
Nice. Jack's got it. Yes. All right. I want to thank our sponsors. The Preston and Steve Show has been brought to you today by Dunkin'. Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also brought to you by Acme Markets, the official supermarket of the Philadelphia Eagles. And brought to you by Leaf Home. They make home ownership easy. Tomorrow on our program, Fox Good Day, secret text word, Dr. Mike Sirigliano is going to be in our studio. We're getting our flu shots.
Yes.
And Sean Keenan's calling us?
Sean Kinnan, the dude from...
I thought it was Sean Keenan from Keenan's Irish Pub. No, Sean Kinnan. Oh, I know who he is. He is from Cobra Kai. And he was in Karate Kid 3, I believe. No, Karate Kid 2. 3. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. And he's awesome on the show.
Oh, awesome.
So we'll have him in, and we'll see what else we can get into. That's it. We're done. Rage on. Have yourself a great day. We'll see you tomorrow, gang. Bye-bye.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.